All right, we live. No time for intros. We're starting in 3 minutes. No time for intros. Not today. Not today. We are doing a 3v3 debate. I mean, you can see it. It's in the title. Is morality objective? Okay. The answer is obviously yes. And, you know, me, Steelborne, and Horseradish are going to be proving that to the filthy atheists. Atheists, the worst type of atheists, the bad atheists. Brandon, Testi, some guy named MC Hammer, I don't know. So maybe he's chill. Who's to say? But I will join. First of all, I will spam the link everywhere, and then I will join the thing. And hopefully there's not much setup required. And we're just gonna go in there, and only Testi and Horses in there right now, but that's fine. So everyone just give me a second. I don't know if anyone's even here yet, but just spamming my link across Discord. Usually I do this during the intro, but again, no time for intros today. The intro is just too long, okay? We can't do it. By the way, welcome, Kokomo. I did see that you were here. Okay. All right. Good. Spoiler alert, you're wrong, says Vigi. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see, Vigi. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out. All right, we're going to join. Where is Horse's thing? And then I got to figure out how to share the screen. Why does it say wait? How do I join? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm live, by the way. Hello. Oh, no one's even... Y'all muted? Wow. Terrible times. You ready for your balls to get ripped asunder, Testi? All right. See, no one else can hear you yet. I haven't shared the screen. They can just hear me, I'm pretty sure. At least on my end. Hey, Brandon. Okay, I got to share this. Share the audio. Boom. Just like a professional streamer. There we go. Yeah, that's right, Brad. It's ball ripping time.
Let's go, dude.
How do you guys think this is gonna go? Wait, this is just the ops right now against me. It's all three of you. I'm not. I'm not saying shit. I'm playing the fifth. Fuck you guys. Thought someone else.
You could tell. I mean, the debate's about to start. You may as well just tell us your basic strategy.
Absolutely not. You don't even know. You can't even. Well, maybe you can predict, but you don't even know. You don't even know the length I'm going to here. The strange twists and turns I'm willing to take. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I got a couple tricks up my sleeve.
I'm gonna be a debate necrophile tonight. Okay.
Wait, do you think that being a debate necrophile is objectively immoral?
I do. Yeah, I do.
On these boys too hard, Brandon. Please, it's it's just gonna be rough to watch.
What are you doing here, Tyler? What do you get out of here? Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Member. We got permission to get a fourth person on our team.
A secret undercard.
That would just be
too. It's a wild card.
Sure, we don't even need that.
Well, I'm pulling up Kirk. Let's fucking go.
Jeez.
Yeah, that would
yourself in the foot.
That'd be dope, actually.
5v3.
I'm pulling up Emmett, and Emmett is going to talk. He's going to do all the work. I don't actually have to say anything. You all have to just debate Emmett in a series of 1v1v1s. That's my wild card.
I'm also fine with that. Yeah.
Rather unalive myself.
Yeah, Confluence teammates ditched him. Yeah. Well, one of my teammates is Horseradish, so I guess it makes sense that he's not here. He's probably setting stuff up. But where the fuck is Steelborne? It's 8:01. Steelborne doesn't show up. I mean, we're gonna be in some trouble.
Yeah,
we're already in trouble.
By the way,
nice to meet you, MC Hammer.
I'd say it's just basic respect.
Up,
like I try to be places on time, but clearly your team can't be bothered. So
would you say it's objectively or subjectively wrong to be in certain places? And why would you say it's not objectively wrong?
Well, because it has nothing to do with morality.
Yeah. I would say that it's subjectively wrong because I believe in objective morality. That's a twist.
That is a twist.
Just fucking with you.
I just think you should respect people's time, but maybe I'm old-fashioned that way. I mean, you clearly feel different.
Hey,
Some
I'm
of us have
respecting
traditional
time.
values, some of us don't, you know?
Yeah, but you're the captain, and it's kind of your responsibility to
That's
make
true.
sure your
You did
team.
assemble your team on time, and I have failed to assemble my team on time. That is a fair point. If Steelborne drops, what even happens? Well, do I special summon someone in? so it takes
Yeah,
place.
that's usually how it
I mean,
goes.
he's floating around. He posted that thing in your Discord, so
Oh right, yeah.
he's probably on fucking Speakeasy's.
Oh yeah. So did
channel
Easy's
or
thing
something.
get? Did Easy's is Easy like? Did he get struck? Is that what that means?
Apparently, because the one that Steelborne linked, I was like, is this not just his main channel, but it's like his clips channel? So he's
Right,
streaming from
yeah.
his clips channel right now. So,
But his
the whole
stream is up. But I guess maybe he got one of those like week-long strikes or something, like a community guideline
yeah,
violation.
I'm a bit confused because I thought that when like one channel is struck, that you lose the ability to stream on all of your channels. So I don't know if it's like a whole separate entity or maybe it is just specific to that channel. I don't know
It's not YouTube doesn't auto do it, but I think you are supposed to not stream on alternative channels. I think.
Damn, so you're snitching right now.
I am not. I'm not. I wasn't the one who said he's on an alternate channel. I'm just saying my understanding of.
I was just asking
YouTube
questions.
guidelines.
All right.
But I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe he just mass reported, so the stream got taken down, and so he just
right.
wants to.
So to my understanding, like a couple of years ago, mass reporting was effective. Now, like if you can still get it temporarily taken down if you say like they were making like terroristic threats or it's like child harm or something. Like there are certain things I think that are sort of auto done and then they sort it out later. But I don't think mass reporting works in the same way anymore. I don't think you can just get like 100 people to report a channel and then it auto gets banned. I or like suspended or whatever.
Yeah, it should, if he didn't say anything that's like TOS, it should be appealable. And he has a rep, like he's big enough that I think he has a YouTube rep.
Yeah, it's probably like
but,
if I had to guess, it's probably like a week-long thing or whatever.
But it's probably like a short, once it gets appealed and if he talks to his rep and he didn't say, presumably if he didn't say anything like super untoward, then it'll be removed. But yeah, the mass reporting thing can work like temporarily.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's probably not going to stick. Ooh, Rage says Testi is going to lose so bad. Testi, how do you feel about that?
She's just negging me. I think that's what it is.
Should I DM Steelborne and be like, where the fuck are you? Or is that like Horse's job?
Probably everyone's job except ours.
Okay, you want me to come into Ninja?
Where you at? N-word? That's conservatives. We can talk like that. It's fine. We're not held to this left-wing standard, you know. I'm just kidding. I didn't type that. Yeah, Horse is saying we're just waiting on steel. We are indeed.
I think I got all my screens up. Got my obsidian.
God, who's gonna be my backup? It's not actually gonna be. Is it gonna be Kirk? Is Kirk gonna be my backup?
I mean, he's around. He's probably just waiting. If anything, he's probably the reason Steelborne didn't show up.
Oh God, yeah, I gotta set. Well, that's fine actually, because I should set this up better. So
This is I didn't do it perfectly, but I added up all the time. I was like, between all the 5 minutes openings and then the 15 open and then the 5 minute close, it's like, this shit's actually gonna go for a while.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be like mentally exhausted at the end of this shit.
Are you drinking?
And then we have to discuss the whole debate at the very end, and then it's gonna be like 0 progress was made. It's gonna be like fucking goddamn.
I think I'm gonna convince you.
Should be good times.
But are you drinking? I need to know.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, just to help loosen
Take
loosen
the
up a little
edge
bit.
off. Yeah.
I'm not drinking like you drink. I'm not fucking swigging out of the bottle. I see you.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm seeable
Yeah,
on my
you're- yeah,
channel. Just getting my groove on, okay. My opening, I'm worried it's a little long. I don't want to have to rush through it, but I don't know what parts to freaking take out.
I ran mine from my intro is pretty tight. My outro or my closing. I mean, you know, it's whatever.
You said you
It's
didn't
also-
write an outro. Did you
It's
lie to me?
also
Did you trick
immaculate.
me?
Well, maybe, or am I lying right now?
You literally told me, bro did a one-on-one call and told me he didn't write a closing, and then convinced me to just do it off the dome. And now he's telling me he's got a tight outro.
No,
You do have a
so
tight outro. Wait, I don't know.
I
Never mind.
I am joking. I don't have a. I mean I jotted down some shit. I don't have a formal closing because I feel like it's going to be dependent. So I did write a couple of things of like, all right, I want to hit these notes.
Little
I didn't write,
weasel.
but I
Weasel
technically,
Johnson.
and I did that after we talked, and then I was like, you know what, I probably should have something because I have tried. Yeah, you know, it's fine.
You gaslit me.
Oh, see, Kokomo
Apparently-
wants to talk about the Andrew Candace debate.
Probably said the opposite. Oh yeah, he did say the opposite. That isn't about the Andrew Candace debate. Yeah, that's kind of it's already an old topic. Already old.
I'm pretty sure the rules of debate say that if the other team is not here 10 minutes after start, that they forfeit.
Just automatically, yeah.
Yeah.
Steelborne better show up. Otherwise, I don't know what's gonna happen. I just whooped someone rated 1971 Confluence. Give me your lunch money. Why are you being paired with a 1970? That's so weird. Like I don't know. There's been like a handful of times where I get like matched with someone who's like 100 plus elo above my rating. Like I think I faced a 2000 once ever, literally ever. So Chesscom must think you're like cheating or something. Your account's gonna be. That'd be the funniest thing, Keelan. If you get freaking taken out for fair use violations, I will never let you live that down. You're fucking cheating.
So here's a way that you can piss off chess opponents that is not against the rules. So if you let the clock run out and you do that enough times, then they're going to ding you. They're going to be like bad sportsmanship or whatever. But you wait until the clock reaches like 1 second left and then you resign. And then it doesn't. So if I'm in a losing position, I'll just fucking sit there for like 5 minutes and I'll be like, fuck this guy. Hopefully he'll disconnect, right? Because I don't know where he is. Maybe he's on a train, like he could pass through a tunnel.
Right.
And
You
so,
see, especially if you see like it's a foreign country, it's like okay, they probably don't have the best
and then
internet there.
sometimes they'll start DMing you like you fucking suck, you piece of shit. And then that's when you report them because you're like, oh well, you're being abusive now. That's not cool.
Very testy coded. I will say I feel bad, and then I end up having to send little apology letters because this has happened like on my alt, which used to be my main. This happened like multiple times where I'll like start a game and then I'm like doing other things. Like I'll be like watching a debate or like, or talking on Discord or whatever happens, or my Uber Eats wine shows up. And then I forget that I'm in a game. And then I'm sitting there and all of a sudden I'll hear the timeout noise. And it's like, "Bop." And I'm like, oh shit. And I realized I just made that guy sit there for like 9 minutes. And it was like, let's say move 5. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this. But it's happened so often. I forget I'm in a game. I'm like get distracted and then the clock just runs out. And then there's the sound alert. I'm like, oh fuck me.
Similar things have happened to me before. Yeah.
It's like I'm not trying to be a dick. Like I just didn't even notice, Most of the time I'm not in a losing. I'm in like it's not even like a few moves in. So it's like it's a complete balance. Sometimes it happens when I'm in a winning position and I'm really mad. So I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. I used to play all the time when I used to take the bus and like the train and shit. So like half the time I would end up going through a tunnel or something. And I think it gives you like a minute to reconnect, otherwise you automatically lose. So like I just didn't give a fuck about my rating if I was out and about because I'm like I'm liable just to lose connection or I can't keep up in the time scramble and you just end up losing more games.
Yeah, that happened to me at my when I was house sitting for my parents. The Wi-Fi was like so bad in the basement, which is where I was sleeping. And so sometimes it would just disconnect. If I really cared, then I'd like take my Chromebook and try to move closer to the router and like standing at the freaking thing trying to like finish the game. But sometimes I'm like, fuck this, I don't care. Oh, Steelborne says he's on his way. Okay, finally, 15 minutes late. Trying to freaking late mog us. That's crazy. That's crazy work, Steelborne. Oh, is that the man himself? It is Steelborne. About time.
There we go.
Yeah,
Now
I
I
can hear him, but oh,
now I can hear you guys. Sorry, I totally messed up the time. I thought it wasn't for another hour.
oh,
You guys want me to, like 5 minutes try and get this stream set up?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I suck, guys.
I think you're good. I mean, Horseradish hasn't came in here, right?
Oh, it's
Hi,
Avarice.
I'm Avarice.
Avarice.
Hi,
That would have been my true backup if Steelborne.
Who's this
failed.
guy?
You guys have a good luck tonight. I'm voting for Brandon Mice. He's got my vote tonight. So you rest of you guys all.
Thank you all for showing up.
We got
Yeah, there we
I
go.
gotta read
You
my
guys can
screen
hear
share.
me. I cannot hear you. Sorry, Avarice. You were gonna be a technical nightmare, but we're gonna fucking work it out. So let's start out with our fun little cold read while we're waiting for everybody to get finished up. So a little bit late, but welcome in, folks. Welcome into the demilitarized zone. This is, of course, the one stream that is designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. With that, we try to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. Please attack the belief, not the believer. At least for tonight, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that has plagued our society and politics for far too long. Also here, your audience members do get a say. There will be a link in the chat after the debate where you can go to vote for free for who you think was the winner. Again, we ask people to vote for who they think made the most persuasive case, Team AF or Team Neg, not just who you agree with and not just who you like the most. So, all that said, sit back, get comfortable, limber up those voting fingers because they are free, and you're going to exercise your democratic rights to decide who made that case. So, looks like everybody should be just about ready. Nope, fuck, we're still waiting on 2 more cameras.
Sorry, guys,
All right.
I'm working on it.
No,
I'm trying
you're
to do
good.
like 10 things at once.
I
Should have
understand.
intentional. Sorry.
There's Brandon. Brandon's back. And you know what? Real quick, before I pull all y'all on, if I could just get a couple of words from everybody so I can make sure our microphones are locked in. Confluence, let's start with you, buddy. Just say a couple words.
Test.
You sound good. And Testes, would you say a few words?
Hey, what's up? How's my levels? Can you guys hear me?
You were a little low, but I can turn you up. That's fine.
Yeah, I can. I'm a little
There you
soft
go. Nope,
spoken.
you're perfect.
So, yeah,
You're
All right,
perfect.
now,
I'll fix you on my
third
end. I don't want you having to shout. Brandon, a few words, please, sir.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 3.
Perfect. And Hammer, brother, welcome in. Can I hear a few words from you, sir? You're muted.
A few words.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Steelborne?
How do I sound? Test 1 2 1 2.
Absolutely perfect. All right, good shit. All right, well, in that case, you know what? I'm gonna actually let everybody hear you guys. So now you guys are hot mic'd as well while we wait for Steelborne to get his shit together and for Confluence to show back in his camera. And the way this is going to work, everybody, while we are waiting. So those of you who have been here before, you already know this. Those of you who are new here, I want to explain. The affirmative captain is going to, after we go through our introductions, I'm going to give everybody a couple moments to introduce themselves. I will drop their links in the chat. Everybody click them, give them a follow, give them a subscribe, give them whatever the hell they need, just to help promote them. That said, the affirmative captain is going to choose which debater from the affirmative team is going to start us off. It's going to be 5 minutes on the clock for an uninterrupted opening from that person. Then the negative captain choose who is going to go against that person to cross-examine. Now, to be clear, this is the negative person's time. They can use this to either just rebut what the other person said, to controlled cross-examine, asking questions, et cetera, et cetera. It is their time to control, though, and use as they see fit. They are then going to have 5 minutes on the clock after that for an uninterrupted opening of their own. After that, the affirmative captain gets to choose who cross-examines them. And then after that, that person gets their uninterrupted opening. We go back and forth, wrapping around so that the first affirmative speaker is also the one who cross-examines the last negative opener. Okay. Once the openings are done, you'll do the math. You'll see that everybody's faced 2 people out of the 3. The remaining teams or the remaining opposition is going to be the champion rounds. They're going to be locked in the middle for 15 minutes in just a free-for-all open format conversation debate. Okay. When we're done with that, we're going to go to 5-minute closings in the same order that everybody opened. And then following that, we put 15 minutes on the clock for the chatters to vote as well as to submit any questions. So I assume everybody understands. Pretty simple. You've been here before. It's not too hard if you haven't. We're going to go ahead and kick this off. It looks like everybody is ready. So tonight, then there's fucking Confluence just dipping off camera. All right. So like I said, everybody, we are going to go around in order and give everybody a moment to introduce themselves. Confluence, you are up first, sir. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll start your chat or your link in the chat.
Great, thank you. I'm Confluence 358, host of the Confluence Chaos open panel that happens every day at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. We talk about politics, we talk about religion, we talk about culture issues. We have all types on there, and it's a fun time, and everyone should go check it out and get that dopamine.
All right, fantastic. And now Testicular Johnson, the captain of the negative team. You don't have any links for me to drop, but just tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Sure. I am Testicular Johnson. I kind of just float around various political spaces or just spaces in general online. More of a shit poster. I get serious from time to time. I don't stream. I do have a Twitter. It's just Testicular Johnson, same name, but it's basically a bot account. I mostly just repost. On occasion, I will, post the occasional original thought, but yeah, I just enjoy conversation and I enjoy exploring ideas.
All right, fantastic. Now, wrong one. No, that's the right one. Steelborne, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your chat or your link in the chat as well.
Yeah, I'm Steelborne. I'm an Orthodox Christian apologist and debater. You can find me on YouTube at Steelborne, same with on X. And you can also see me usually around the VK panels. Sometimes I pop on the Confluence panels. Come up on the DMZ a few times. You can find me around, though.
Yes, we can. All right. And now, Brandon, you as well, sir. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
I am Brandon. I use my government name for all my social medias, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. I don't know if I care. Just some guy on the internet that talks about, I'm talking about mainly philosophical topics, depending on the conversation. I more so like looking at debate structures. So you'll see me, I'll play video games and then I'll do a debate review, even if I don't know the content. If it's like a political topic, I still try to analyze the debate in a more formal sense. And I'm a well-known Confluence orbiter. But yeah, that's me.
All right, cheers. Next up on the affirmative is the Horseradish. That's me. I host debates here in the DMZ every Friday and Saturday night, mostly on Twitch, but we are trying to break into the YouTube sphere. So if you guys don't mind, give that a link, give that a click and a follow or a sub or whatever the fuck they do over there in the YouTubeverse. Yeah, hopefully we can bring this home for the moggers. I don't even know what a mogger is, but I guess that's what we're doing tonight. Now, last but not least, Mr. Hammer. Please tell the folks who you are and what you're about.
Hey, I'm Mr. Hammer. I come on every once in a while to some political debates. I'm a center left, like just moderate person. I like to have debates on philosophy and certain political issues. I do stream every once in a while, a lot less now because I've started college, but on stream you can talk to me about your political opinions or just watch me play League of Legends like a high rank player.
All right, cool stuff. Well, then in that case, we're going to go ahead and head right on back to you there, Confluence. Sir, who do you want to open on the affirmative team? Who is going first?
I want myself to open.
All right, sounds good. Well, then in that case, everybody, you know how this works. 5 minutes is going on the clock. Confluence, I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir. Tell us why you believe objective morality exists.
Right. The argument I'm going to be making is going to be relatively conservative in a few ways. I'm not saying out to argue that every moral claim is eventually going to be agreed upon by everyone. I'm not even going to say that there's a single moral claim that every single person on earth agrees with. My claim is that some moral intuitions provide prima facie justification for believing that certain moral propositions are objectively true, and that we have no good reason to reject that justification merely because it comes from intuition. So let me unpack that. I think moral claims are truth apt. That is, I think they're capable of being true or false. When I say that I think it's morally wrong for Brandon to be such a debate pervert, I'm not simply making a statement about my preferences. I'm not saying I don't like that Brandon is such a massive debate pervert, though that's incidentally true. I'm making a claim about the moral fact of the matter. But how can I justify this? I'll be starting with something called phenomenological conservatism. Our access to the world is mediated through our experiences. Everything we know about the external world comes to us through some type of cognitive or perceptual experience. Phenomenological conservatism is basically the principle that when something seems to us to be true, that seeming gives us prima facie justification for believing it, unless we have some reason to doubt or defeat that seeming. This is not to say that seemings are always right. What seems correct can often be wrong. It seems like a stick placed in water can sometimes bend, but we have reason to doubt it does because we can touch it, we can feel that it's straight. So we look into it further and find out about refraction and conclude that our initial seemings were incorrect. Notice what we don't do. We don't conclude that perception is inherently irrational because perception can sometimes be wrong. We conclude that this particular seeming was incorrect. So please don't mistake this for me saying if it seems true, it's true. Rather, I'm saying it's justifiable to accept something as true if it seems true and you have no reason to doubt it. We do this all the time in every area of life. I could be a brain in a vat and I'm just hallucinating all of this, but it seems I'm not. It seems I'm here, an external world exists, and so unless I have a reason to doubt these seemings, I'm justified in thinking I'm actually here and I'm actually talking to you guys right now. I'm asking you to do this with morality, and this is where my opponents will try to pretend this is somehow different. They'll accept this principle in basically every area of life, but when it comes to morality, they'll do some type of special pleading. Unless something is deeply wrong with a person, or they have some type of mental illness, or they're just retarded, they'll have the intuition to answer the question, is it wrong to torture an infant for fun, with a yes. This is something we all intuitively know to be true, and yet some of us go out of our way to try to pretend it's not, by saying it's just a preference, or by saying the statement isn't truth apt, or by saying that morality is subjective. We have a strong intuition on a lot of these moral topics, and I'm saying unless we're given some reason to think otherwise, it's perfectly rational to accept them as true. To be more precise, I'm claiming that there are at least some moral truths that can be known non-inferentially. They don't necessarily need to be derived from some previous moral premise. In the above example, if I ask you, is it wrong to torture an infant for fun? You don't have to perform some moral calculus to know the answer. You don't have to add up utils. You don't have to create a categorical imperative. You don't need any of that gay shit. You just intuitively know the answer. Now, of course, that intuition could be wrong. I'm also not saying people can't disagree with one another about their moral intuitions, but this happens in all areas of life. People can be incorrect about intuitions about math, for example. This doesn't mean math is subjective, or that we can't make truth apt claims about mathematics, or that we're merely expressing a preference or make an expressive statement when talking about math. We don't think math is cultural or that doesn't exist at all. Probably no one here is a math anti-realist. I hope we all agree that would kind of be absurd. These moral issues I'm talking about, these moral intuitions I'm talking about are something that everyone possesses in some form or another. And I'm arguing Unless we have reason to doubt them, we should trust them. Now, by intuition, should be clear, I don't mean emotion. I don't mean what makes me personally the most upset. I'm more emotionally upset that my Uber Eats driver canceled my order last night when he already had my freaking Taco Bell. He's already at my apartment than I am about Emperor Nero killing his wife and mother. But yet, I think that what Emperor Nero did was far worse. So I'm not just gauging morality by how upset something makes me or my initial emotional reaction to it. I'm using some initial intellectual apprehension of a situation, which can be modified by logic and argumentation, introspection, and dialogue to be refined. But in some ways, that's tangential. This isn't a debate about normative ethics or even the grounding of moral truths, nor is it about how we can precisely know the truth value of all moral claims. This is about meta-ethics. It seems that morality exists and is objective, and that it isn't just culturally bound or based on opinion or feelings. Hitler didn't just do something bad, in my opinion, or according to my preferences, or the preferences of my culture. He did something morally wrong. In conclusion, absent a defeater, I think it's justified to believe that morality is objective, that what is moral doesn't depend on what a person thinks or happens or feels or happens to prefer. I think I've established that moral seemings provide prima facie justification, and the mere assertion that morality is subjective isn't enough to defeat my justification. That justification, my opponents need to identify a defeater, a reason why moral intuition should not be trusted. I hope I didn't go over time.
Nope, you're fine. All right, now, Testes. Who's going to cross-examine Confluence?
So I am going to say that Hammer will be doing the cross.
All right. Bear with me just one moment while I get that pulled up. There we go. All right, Hammer. 5 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. This is your time again. You control this time. Cross-examine, ask questions, or just rebut. Do as you please. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, so I don't want to misword you. That last thing that you said, that your claim isn't based on, what was the word that you used? It's not based on human perspective along those lines. What was that?
It's not based on my opinions or on my feelings, right? It's not based on any morality. Is not like mind dependent. I would say I didn't say this in my opener, but it's not dependent on any human mind.
Well, okay, you say that it's not based on any human mind, but your entire argument is based around intuition and moral seemings, right? Things that seem to be true, intuitions that we have about things that are wrong, right?
Yeah.
So how does that parse?
Because it's not based on I'm saying in the same way that math, we can have like intuitions about math. We can know math. How we know something is different than the thing being known, right? If that makes sense. So it's like, we use our intuitions tell us that morality exists outside of ourselves, that it is actually wrong to torture an infant for fun. But I'm not basing that on my intuition. It's not like I'm making some argument that my intuition makes it wrong. It's completely independent. I'm just knowing this through my intuition. This initial seeming that you probably share with me.
But it's a claim that comes from you. The claim that to do this thing is wrong, it comes from you. You're the one.
All claims come from everyone. I mean,
you agree with that?
Well, every claim you make has to come from somebody. So, of course.
Okay, yeah. People make claims, but these are claims based on observations, right?
Well, no, but not all claims that are true have to be based on observations.
I would say that I would say that objective claims are always based on observations.
No, they're not. Like there's philosophical claims that aren't based on observations, right? You can base a claim on rationality and logic. You can construct a sound argument that's not based on observations at all.
Go ahead and give me an example of a factual objective claim that is not based on observation.
Well, think of syllogisms, about in philosophy textbooks where they talk about a bachelor is an unmarried person, right? And so there are no unmarried bachelors and blah blah. You can construct something that is just logically coherent. And it's an argument. It's not based on any observable fact. It's not based on empirics.
Right. Right, but any logical factual statement about the world is based on an observation of reality, right?
Yeah, if you're
these are also
scientific claims are based on observation, but there's other areas, there's other domains of to know something beyond empirics, right? I think you'd agree with that with math, with the laws of logic and stuff. You can take the laws of logic, you can take those as axioms. You could build things from that. You're not like observing something in a natural world, you know? You need your mind to do this. So if that's all you're saying, of course you need your mind to make any argument.
Well, no, like math is say observable, right? Like you could take like a formula or like a simulation to see that like your mathematical constructs play out, right?
What do you mean by
testable,
observable?
Like
you're not
like
like
I can see
math, so like what do you mean by that? Well,
yeah,
you're crossing
you
me, so
like,
I'm not trying to like ask you, but I
right. No, well, I mean, I'm like that. I can see that the claim that I'm making is true, right, and that it is acknowledgeable as true. Say that I make a claim of like exponents, right, like x like 5 to the exponent of 4, right? That's whatever number. I mean, I could take out a bunch of grains of rice and I can test that out, and I will observe that that claim is true. It is consistent, right? So what is the basis of your moral claims if it's not intuition?
I see what you're saying, but that's like an empirics question, right? Like, or sorry, not empirics. That's an epistemic question. Like you're asking how do we know this is true? That's a separate thing from is this thing true, right? Is morality objective is different than how do we take a truth claim about morality and test if it's true or false? Like, so what you're asking is an epistemic question, which is that's a different category of things.
Yeah, but your claim would be that you can claim something is objective, like an objective truth, without having any way to test that it's true or find out that it's true.
I don't. Again, those two things are unrelated. Whether something is objective has nothing to do with its like testability, right? Those are like unrelated things.
Sure. So how would you claim something as how would you claim morality as true? What is the basis for that?
I'm saying that
what is the standard?
So my argument, right, from the phenomenological conservative part of it, right, it's like if something seems to be true, unless you have a reason to doubt it, you should accept that it's true. Do you broadly kind of agree with that? Like, given like my brain in the vat example, unless you have a reason to doubt it, you know, your seeming could be wrong. It's something might seem one way, but it could be completely incorrect. But in general, you should accept, you know, reality as it comes to you, unless you have reason to doubt it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. The time's up. Okay. The time's up, but that's okay because it's now your opportunity. You can roll that right into your opening arguments. Hammer, 5 minutes is going on the clock, uninterrupted. I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
Sure. So the point at which this the exposition falls apart is with the definition of objectivity. Objective claims are factual and can be established as true without any legitimate doubt through evidence. Objective claims must be observable and recreatable and must come to the same conclusion every time it is investigated. A subjective statement is one that is built off personal opinions and perspectives. Value judgments can sometimes be objective, but only if you define the goal. If you want X result, you ought to do Y because that has been observed consistently to have the best result. Morality doesn't qualify because there is no universal consensus about what the goals for it are. So let's look at an example. The existence and nature of gravity is an objective claim. It can be observed an infinite amount of times, and the observation will be the exact same every time. Gravity is a statement that when an object with mass X comes close enough to an object with mass Y, they will be drawn together at a rate of Z. There are, in fact, formulas that we have created to calculate these numbers, and they will accurately describe the circumstances of gravity repeatedly. Now let's look at moral claims to see if it is also observable, recreatable, and provable. Stealing is wrong, or you shouldn't steal. That is a value judgment. And again, for something to be objective, it needs to be true beyond individual perspectives, and everyone would have to agree that every person's definition of what is wrong and what anyone should do is consistent, which makes them impossible to use as a standard to be proven one way or the other. My frustration with this debate is that they make morality out to be this universal constant that exists beyond humanity, but then they never establish what that universal force is. Does the universe act upon moral or immoral actions? No. Does the consequences for morality are purely legal and social? Does the universe communicate moral prescriptions? No. All ideas or claims about what is and isn't moral come from human minds. my opponent even said that none of this comes from human minds, but that's just not true. We don't have any way of hearing or knowing anything outside of us that is saying what is and isn't true. It is all a fabric of, or it's all a construct of society. That doesn't mean that just because it's a moral or a social contract that it's meaningless. It is created for us to live within society. Everything about morality exists for a society. What you should do to another person, that's a social prescription. It has nothing to do with anything outside of that. And it's also not meaningless. Just because we decided as a society what one person should do to another person does not mean that that's meaningless. It is useful for our purposes, but it's not objective. There's no absolute standard to verify these things. Unless you believe in God, which that may be the claim that some of my opponents will use. But if they make that claim, then their argument has to be, well, my argument is true, that there is objective morality because God exists and God said this thing, that this thing is moral. And so therefore my argument is true. And if that is the case, you have to prove God to exist, not only God, but the Christian God in the Bible who said everything that that is said in the Bible has to exist for your argument to be consistent. And that is my opening.
All right. All right, then in that case, Confluence, your choice. Who is going to face against, who's going to cross-examine Hammer?
Let's go with Steelborne.
All right. Steelborne, 5 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you. Cross-examine or rebut. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So the problem with what Hammer's doing is that he's just conflating objectivity with empirical evidence. That's my main issue with his argument. He's saying, well, because we can empirically demonstrate the effects of gravity, that's the standard for objectivity. No, it's not. Does something have to be, that was literally your standard, was something has to be empirically provable or verifiable in order to establish objectivity. Okay, real quick, can you objectively prove that the sun is going to rise tomorrow and not just blow up?
Yeah.
How can you do that? How do you have access to that?
So we have that. Yeah, we have satellites that observe the behavior of the moon or of the sun.
Now, and how do you know that the sun isn't just going to implode because we haven't determined that? Do you know with 100% certainty the sun's not going to explode tomorrow?
As much as we can know everything, then yeah.
As much as we can know everything?
As much as we can know anything. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, can the sun explode and not explode at the same time?
No.
What's the empirical evidence for the law of non-contradiction?
The law of non-contradiction? Well, we never see two contradictory things happen at the same time.
That's an argument from silence. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean it couldn't exist. So how do you know that the law of non-contradiction is true and that you can't have the sun explode and not explode?
Because those things are contradictory, but I don't.
Okay. How can you empirically verify the laws of logic? Can you empirically demonstrate them to exist? Are they under the rock? Are they at the bottom of the lake? Where are they?
To be clear, I never talked about being able to prove something through science.
The way that in your argument, your argument was empirical evidence. No, I know you never said it. I think my argument is, my argument to you is you're conflating empirical evidence with objectivity. That doesn't follow. You were literally just conflating and saying, well, because we have a formula and we can empirically verify, the laws of gravity or whatever. That's the standard for objectivity.
So the term that I use is that it must be observable and
why must it be observable? Why must it be observable
by us? Yeah, well, if it happens, then it has to be able to be observed, right? Like we have to know that it happens.
Can you observe a contradiction?
No, because it can't happen.
Hold on. So I agree with you that a contradiction can't happen, but how can you prove that it can't happen empirically? Can you empirically prove that universal standard?
Okay.
Do you have access to all of the universe?
Well, again, this is theoretically, it could be observed, right?
It could be observed.
So here's how I would explain it. So yeah, the law of non-contradiction. I never said that that's how you get to conclusions non-contradiction is by observing them. But because the law of non-contradiction is objective fact, then you would never observe that happening, or you would never observe two contradictory things.
How can you hold on? Is the law of non-contradiction universal?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have access to all of the universe for your empirical evidence? Are you universal?
I have.
No, you're a particular, right?
Right. So the argument is that because it's impossible for these two things to happen, if you were to observe every single instance of, like, theoretically, if you observed every single instance, you would never see contradictory things happen, right? And also, I would also make the argument that, like, yeah, things can be objectively true that are like the law of non-contradiction.
Is the past objectively true?
Is the past objectively true?
The past.
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, do you mean like our memories or like the existence
no, the
of the
past? Did it objectively happen?
Yeah.
Okay, can you access it?
Theoretically, well, you theoretically could, or you could
theoretically could
access, like, yeah, you could access evidence of the past. Yes.
No, I'm asking you, can you access the past?
Can you access the past? Can you go to the past? No.
So how can you prove? How can you empirically prove? Hold on. How can you empirically remember, empiricism is that you have to see it with your senses. It has to be. You have to observe it through your senses.
I never said anything about senses, and I never said anything about empirical.
No, my argument is that you keep conflating objectivity with empirical.
I never said empirical. I said observable.
Yeah, I know that. I said you're conflating the terms. You were using objectivity in place of empirical. That was the way that you argued. That was your opening statement. That was how you argued it. Was that, like, because we can empirically demonstrate gravity, therefore it's objective. And it's like, okay, that's one way to determine objective, but can you logically demonstrate objectivity?
Okay. So again, I said I never. So the problem is that you're saying that my definition is the same definition as empiricism. But then
I'm saying the examples that you gave. The examples that you gave were all just based on empiricism.
I gave examples. I gave examples of things that are objective. Yeah.
The only examples you gave were empirical specifically. So what I'm asking you is, can you logically prove objectivity?
Can you logically prove that something is objectively true?
Yes, just purely through logic with no empirical evidence.
Okay, I'm gonna have a long explanation. Are you gonna interrupt me through it?
I'll give you. Just let me know when you're done.
I'll actually go ahead and let you finish, and then we're going to move on to your opening, Steelborne. So go ahead and answer the question.
That's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Let him get the last word. It's his opening.
Sure. So, so, like, if you're talking about, like, logical concept, these are products of language, right? And products of language can technically be observed. If you look at, like, definitions for things, then those can be. The fact that those definitions are applied to certain things can be observed and verified and repeated to say that, yes, these things generally mean these things. So therefore, the establishment of language meaning things is an objective truth. Therefore, from that, you can get the law of contradiction, where two definitions cannot, or two contradictory definitions cannot coexist.
All right. So with that, 5 minutes is now going on the clock for you, Steelborne. This is your uninterrupted opening. As always, I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, so tonight I'm defending the proposition that objective morality exists. By objective morality, I mean that at least some moral propositions are true independent of whether any particular person approves of them, desires them, or believes them. If it is objectively wrong to torture an innocent person merely for amusement, then that remains wrong even if the person doing it sincerely approves of his own behavior. But rather than trying to make an emotional appeal for, an example of objective morality, I want to start a level deeper. I want to talk about normativity itself. Normativity concerns what we ought do, and what we ought to believe, and what reasons we have for acting or believing one way rather than the other. And the very fact that we have a debate tonight already presupposes normativity. If my opponent demonstrates that one of my beliefs is false, I ought to abandon that belief. If an argument is logically invalid, I ought not accept its conclusion merely because I like the argument. If the evidence overwhelmingly supports one proposition over another, I ought to proportion my belief accordingly. Those aren't merely descriptions of how human beings happen to think. People believe false things all the time. The claim is that they ought not believe false things. So here's my first argument. Premise 1. If there are standards for governing what rational agents ought to believe independently of their individual preference, then objective normative facts exist. There are standards governing what rational agents ought to believe independently of their individual preferences. The laws of logic, logical fallacies, for example. Therefore, objective normative facts exist. Consider a simple example. Suppose that I believe that 2 + 2 = 5. Does my sincerely wanting that proposition to be true make me rationally justified in believing it? No. The truth of the proposition is independent from my attitude toward it, and the normative requirement that I correct my belief is similar, not generated merely by my preference. So we've established something extremely important. There are objective oughts. Reality isn't exhausted by statements about what is. There are also normative facts concerning what rational agents ought to believe. Now, my opponent might respond, fine, you've established epistemic normativity, but you haven't established moral normativity, and that's a legit distinction. But now the burden becomes much more difficult, because I want to know why objective normativity suddenly disappears when we moved from beliefs to actions. Suppose I falsely believe that an innocent man committed a murder, and the evidence is demonstrated to me conclusively that he actually didn't do it. Now I have an epistemic obligation to abandon my false belief. But should I continue publicly accusing him of murder? If objective normative standards govern the formation and revision of my beliefs, those standards can have consequences for my behavior as well. And this brings us to morality. Morality concerns normative standards governing agents and their actions. What actions are permissible, impermissible, obligatory, virtuous, or vicious? So consider my second proposition, or my second syllogism. If some reasons for action are categorically binding on rational agents independently of their desires or preferences, then objective practical normativity exists. At least some reasons for actions are categorically binding on rational agents independent of their desires or preferences. Conclusion, objective practical normativity exists. So the major dispute tonight is going to concern the second premise. I'm arguing that some things give us reasons for action regardless of whether we happen to desire them. If I knowingly condemn an innocent man for something he did not do, the fact I personally enjoy doing it, it does not eliminate the normative reason against my action. And notice what the alternative requires. If all moral normativity ultimately reduces to individual attitudes and saying, you ought not torture an innocent child for amusement, ultimately cannot describe an objective normative fact about the action. At most, it reports it's just a psychological evaluation, and I don't really care about that. But then imagine a person who genuinely desires to torture the innocent, rejects our conventions, and approves of his own behavior. We can certainly say that we dislike what he's doing, we can punish him, and we can socially condemn him. But on a purely preference-dependent account, what grounds the stronger proposition? He ought not do this regardless of whether he wants to. That is the question the moral anti-realist has to answer. And then an additional difficulty with denying objective normativity altogether is if my opponent tells me there is no objective morality, and I say, why ought I believe you? If there's no normativity, why ought I believe him? If the answer is, ought I believe him? If he says yes, then presumably because my opponent thinks his position true and mine is false, and rational agents ought to reject false propositions in favor of true ones. But now objective normative standards have entered through the back door. Throughout this debate, my opponent will present arguments that he thinks I ought to accept. He will expect me not to contradict myself. He will expect me to follow valid inferences. He will expect me to abandon propositions demonstrated to be false. And none of those standards become valid merely because I personally like them. So my position tonight is not merely that I strongly dislike certain behaviors, it's that normativity is a genuine feature of reality. There are truths about what rational agents ought to believe and how they ought, or what they ought to do. There are truths about what rational agents have reasons to do. And at least some of those reasons do not cease to exist merely because an individual wishes they did not. Once we recognize that, the question is no longer, does objective normativity exist? We already rely upon it simply by engaging in a rational argument. So the question then becomes, what principle of reason is there for accepting objective normative standards governing rational agents while insisting that objective normative standards governing their behavior cannot exist? This is the distinction my opponent will have to justify tonight, and I will argue that they can't. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time if I have any.
You didn't, but that's all right. All right, Testes. Who's going to cross-examine Steelborne?
So I will be cross-examining Steelborne.
All right. Bear with me 1 second. There we go. All right, 5 minutes is on the clock now for you, Testes. Cross-examine as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Sure. So I'm just going to fly through a couple of these. You used a lot of words there. And I'm going to be honest, like I followed along for the most part, but I'm just going to, I believe you said this as almost your opening line, but I'm just going to ask you some quick fire questions, preferably just a yes or no, just so we can get like a ground here.
I can give you direct answers.
Sure. So this, I don't even need to ask the first one here. So you've already accepted that at least some moral truths exist or stance independent. So they exist outside of the mind. So regardless of what people desire or value or believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if every human agreed, like there's no consensus morality here. So if just because everyone agrees that something might be right or wrong, that doesn't have bearing on its I guess objective value or objective truth in this regard.
It would have no bearing on the truth of the matter.
Okay. So, all right, give me 1 second here. So, I think one of the things you brought up here was it had to do with the normativity. It was objective normativity. Is that correct? Is that the terminology?
Yeah, the principle of normativity. Yes.
Okay. So when you say normativity, I believe you said normativity is a feature of reality. Is that? Again, you use a lot of words.
I would say normativity is a feature of reality.
Okay, so you mean that it exists independently of the mind?
Yes.
Okay, so what evidence did you point to show that it's a feature of reality versus just a feature of rational agents just evaluating reason?
Because contradictions can't exist. That's normatively binding. The laws of logic are normative. They govern how you ought think and how everybody ought think. And if you try and think illogically, then you come to absurd conclusions. When you ought to abandon those false positions.
So sorry, you're grounding this in is it the laws of logic?
For the standard for normativity, yeah. But the precept,
Okay.
it actually is presupposed in debate itself.
Well, sure. Could you elaborate on that?
How normativity is presupposed? Yeah. If you think your position is true, then aren't you arguing that I ought to abandon my position because it's false?
I mean, there can. I don't think I would personally bite that bullet, but
you don't think. You don't think that if you're arguing for a position that I disagree with you on, you think you're correct. You think that I'm incorrect. You're not presupposing that if I am incorrect, I ought to evaluate the logical inferences that you make with your argument, and then if it comes to the position that your argument was better or your argument was true and mine was false, I ought to abandon that position and come to yours.
I mean, that would be preferable. I think we agree that like moral disagreements exist, right?
Not even about moral. It's not any. We can just have a philosophical disagreement about something. If you make the actual logical argument, let's say mine was illogical, I ought to abandon the false position and adopt yours. Correct?
Broadly speaking, I would agree with that. So
yeah, I ought not believe in false things and believe in true things. Correct?
Sure. I feel like you're baking in a fair bit there when you say when using the terms true and false. There, what do you mean by that?
Something is I don't know what do you mean if something's true or false. So I go with I actually mix correspondence and what's the other one? It's correspondence and coherent theory of truth. So I think that you need to have whatever you for a truth claim, it has to be it has to correspond to reality, and it has to be coherent at the same time. Because if you have just it corresponds with reality, well, reality is a metaphysical category, and if you have just coherent, well, you can have a totally coherent system that doesn't correspond to reality. So,
okay,
so I think you have to have both in order for something to be true.
Sure. Sorry, just checking the time here. I'll leave that on the back burner for the time being. Okay. Okay. Do you believe that? I guess this is more to the point. So, do you think that a perfectly rational agent exists? Do you think it's capable for a perfectly rational agent to exist?
From my view, I would say yes in God, but I'm not going to try and argue that here tonight for you.
Okay, I mean it's a bit odd that you'd bring that up, but that
would be like from my view. Yes, I do think there's a perfectly rational agent, but I'm not going to try and convince you of that.
That's
not here tonight.
That's fine. So God would be the only example. You wouldn't say that like a mere mortal would be capable of perfect rational.
Perfectly rational? No.
Okay. So perfectly rational agents, rational agents can be mistaken then. So how do you show? Oh, sorry. No, I think that's 1 second here. Okay, so somebody who is rational, they can still understand moral facts about the world, correct?
I would assume so.
So they could come to a conclusion, I guess, absent like a normative objectivity here. Like, could somebody who believes, I guess, in normative objectivity, or I guess you're saying this is a fact about the universe, two people could reach the same conclusion, even if one embraced, I guess, a subjective worldview versus an objective one.
Well, yeah, I would say most subjectivists and moral anti-realists would still say that like it's wrong to torture children for fun. They could come to the same conclusion that I hold, but their justification wouldn't be the same. I don't think it would be sufficient.
All right. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. 5 minutes is up. It is now time. Oh,
that was fun, man.
Sorry about that. 5 minutes is now going to go on the clock.
That was good. That was good.
5 minutes is now on the clock for you, Testes. This is your uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, give me 2 seconds here.
Take as long as you need, buddy.
So I'll take a 15 then. I'll be back. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So, so it's probably a little bit late for this, but I'm going to say that I'm just going to repeat my opening here. So, as you've, I guess, already heard, there's going to be a lot of philibro language tonight. So, normativity, metaethics, ontology. We've talked about normative. Excuse me. But I just want to keep it simple for a second here. And I just want to ask you to keep an open mind and to continue to ask yourself one question. Does this actually make sense? Objective morality, as it's been reiterated a couple of times, so its moral facts exist independent of the mind. Whether anyone believes them, values them, or recognizes them, they're true regardless. And we would consider these things stance independent. This makes complete intuitive sense when we're talking about physical things. If there's a rock sitting on the ground and I turn around, I have absolutely no reason to believe that rock stopped existing because nobody was looking at it. And if every human being disappeared tomorrow, we'd still intuitively say that gravity exists. Planets would still orbit the stars, objects would still have mass. So I want to ask whether morality works the same way. Imagine a universe with no humans. Actually, you know what? Let's imagine a universe with no animals, no conscious beings, and no minds whatsoever. Just rocks, stars, and empty space. Gravity still makes sense in that universe. But what does that mean for morality? Who is behaving morally or immorally? Who can be harmed? Who has moral obligations? Why should one thing happen versus something else? And what does wrong even attach itself to when there isn't a single conscious being in existence? I think that's a very basic intuition here. Morality seems to require minds in a way that gravity does not. Take away every possible moral agent and bring every being capable of experiencing anything, and it seems like you've also taken morality with it. Now, my opponents, and they've touched on this, they're going to bring up things like, we have a grounding problem. So if morality isn't objective, then what stops everything from simply becoming preference? If it's subjective, isn't a morality just like, I like chocolate and you like vanilla? Can't anybody just declare anything as moral? And this is probably the most important distinction I want to make in my opening. Subjective does not mean arbitrary. So how can I demonstrate that? Well, let's ask a more basic question here. Where do morals actually come from? And to be clear, it's not a simple answer. It's not a one-word answer. So morality emerges from human beings as social, conscious organisms. We're born with different biological and temperamental dispositions. We develop inside cultures and historical circumstances that we didn't choose. We learn things from our parents, our friends, our institutions, and society around us. We experience love, suffering, betrayal, fairness, and unfairness. And those experiences affect what we empathize with, what we value, and what we condemn. And on top of all of that, we're capable of reflecting on our beliefs, criticizing them, and changing our minds. So morality is not something arbitrarily invented this morning. It's an emergent product of human nature interacting with the human experience. And if we can see that complexity everywhere, and we can see that complexity everywhere. So just follow your intuition for a moment. When and where you're born influences your morality. If you were born 1,000 years ago, you would believe something completely different. Your experiences matter. Someone who has personally experienced discrimination or violence may come to view those things completely different from somebody who never has. And it may inform how they approach the world and others. Even our temperaments differ. Some people are naturally more empathetic, more aggressive, more sensitive to disgust, more concerned with fairness, or more responsive to suffering. So when somebody says that's just a preference, I think they're underselling the human preference, what human preference can actually represent. We're not talking about choosing chocolate over vanilla. We're talking about values produced by biology, culture, social interaction, lived experience, empathy, consequences and reflection, and all of them interacting with one another. Let's look briefly at major secular societies. People don't suddenly realize, wait a minute, I can't metaphysically ground my morality and then just start murdering and raping each other. They still love their families, they still condemn cruelty, they still care about fairness, they still care about the laws, which are a reflection of their morals, and they argue passionately about what people should or shouldn't do. So the actual human experience of morality looks more complicated. It's not a false choice between objective morality on one side and some completely arbitrary preference on the other. When my opponents tell you something is objectively right or wrong, don't ask whether you agree that it's wrong. I may even agree with them. Ask the additional question, what makes it objective? This takes us from humans deeply value this, or we have extremely good reasons to condemn this, to the much stronger claim that this moral truth exists independently of every mind, every attitude, and every human experience. That's their burden tonight.
All right.
And that's it.
It was indeed. And if I've done my math correctly, I believe I get to cross you. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock for myself to cross-examine you. This is kind of weird to do, but we're getting there. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Horse will
Sorry
start
about
the
that.
clock when he starts to talk.
I will start the clock when I start to talk. All right. All right. So first things first, Testies, welcome in. Appreciate you for showing up tonight and taking this debate. So my first thing I want to say is that I agree with you about the philo bro language. We're going to avoid that. We're going to try to keep this in layman's terms. I don't know all the fancy words that my teammates have been using. They sound cool, but I don't know. All right.
Yeah,
so
it's all nerd stuff. Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah. So question for most of this is just going to be just definitions and questions. Could you please define morals for me? I don't know that we got a solid answer for what that word means to you. What is a moral?
Sure. So morals are, I would say, attitudes and feelings towards things. I mean, in the context of this debate versus subjective versus objective, we're, I guess, sort of saying how firmly ingrained or instantiated they are. But I gave sort of an overview in my intro, so I won't draw this out. But yeah, I think what morals are like an amalgamation, if you will, of various things. Upbringing. I think there's a genetic component as well. I think the time and place in which you were born.
All right, so real quick, I got to jump in. You're describing how we find them or how we reach them, not what they are. So I'm asking you what they actually are. What does a moral represent?
So yeah, a moral is in this specific, I guess to me here, it's a specific attitude or what you ought to do in a situation.
Okay, what one ought to do. I like that. All right, so let's also use the word objective. Can you define for me one more time? I know you said subjective multiple times, but I'm not sure that I completely understood your definition of objective.
Sure. So the definition I used here is that it is a moral, or it's the proposition, I guess, that there are moral facts that exist independently of the mind, so independently of anyone's mind, and how people feel about them is they exist regardless. So this is why we consider them to be quote unquote stance independent versus something what I would propose, which is mind dependent, which is that they depend on minds.
All right, perfect. One of your teammates earlier was talking about things as having to be measurable, or they didn't use the word tangible, but it sort of seemed like it had to be a tangible thing. So let me ask you that: do you believe that that there is anything that is non-tangible but still exists regardless of our observation?
So I know we said we're not using the Philbro language. Do you mean in a metaphysical, in a non-physical sense?
I mean, is there a thing that you can't touch but you know to be real?
Yes. Air is an easy example. Sure. We know air exists.
Perfect. Yep. All right. So is it possible for a thing to have been bad even before you experienced it?
Are you asking about my normative stance? So
sure,
when you say
whatever normative means, yeah, let's go with that. Do you believe that a thing can be bad if nobody's ever experienced it yet?
So I'm relying entirely on my intuition here. I would say probably yes. I could think of a hypothetical where even if somebody has not experienced it, it would you could come to a consensus or from personal experience, etc., that it is a bad thing.
Perfect. One more quick question. On that same note, our captain made a comment about mathematics. I just want to make sure we are on the same page here. You do believe that 2 + 2 = 4 even before we had the words to describe that, right?
So I'm not a math. I suck at math. I know it's a very
Me too,
basic
but
question.
2 + 2 and 4, that we're pretty solid on that one, right?
Well, you're asking if I knew about if 2 + 2 = 4 before we were aware of what math was.
Yes, before we actually had the words 2, 4, or plus, 2 + 2 still equaled 4.
I'll probably, I'll bite that bullet. Sure. Even if we didn't have the language to describe it. Yeah.
It was still a thing, even if we hadn't understood it or didn't describe it. And would you also say that throughout human history, we are constantly discovering new things and developing new understandings of the phenomenon happening around us?
Yeah, that's a fair. Yeah, that's a fair.
Regardless of any sort of deity telling us what we need to do, or any books necessarily that were found in the sand, we find new things and say, oh, well, that seems to be true. And once we know it to be true, we can't make it untrue suddenly. Correct?
So I feel like True is doing a bit of heavy lifting there. I think
Okay,
that
well,
there are.
yeah, no. Good. Let's say
Sure.
good. When a
Well,
thing
this
is
this
good,
is
when-
well,
go
this is
ahead.
splitting hairs. I could say factual. So I believe that truth is,
Okay.
you know.
I'll take
So sure,
factual.
there are facts. Facts can change over time when we learn more things. But sure, yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for your patience, sir.
I'll thank you.
All right. Now let's see. Who am I? I am F3. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock for my uninterrupted opening.
Your
I will
horseradish,
start the
sir?
clock. Say what?
You said your horseradish, sir?
I am the horseradish, sir. All right, cool. So, welcome in, everybody, and again, thank you all for showing up for this debate, especially my opponents, because I'm sorry for what we're about to do to you. So, number one, I would actually define morals much simpler than anybody else here seems to have, and I'm going mostly by a dictionary definition. Good versus bad. What is good or bad? The pursuit of good and bad, trying to figure out what we classify as good and bad. Now, my opponents have made it clear that even though my teammates have not really invoked a deity, they still keep thinking that the only way to have objective morality is through a deity or through a book or through a god. I would actually pose that if morals are the pursuit of good versus bad, and we can all agree that a positive outcome would be a good outcome, then that which is good for the most people would be the most good outcome, the most beneficial, the most positive. So with that said, a simple belief in morality can go based on what is the most good for the most people. Now, beyond that, though, we did not know what 2 + 2 was until we knew what 2 + 2 was. Once we knew what 2 + 2 was, it didn't change the fact that if you have 2 sticks and 2 more sticks, you now have 4 sticks. We just didn't understand what that meant until we did. But once we did, it can't change. Now, we do change insofar as moving forward. We learn new things. So what I'm sure that my opponents are going to try to do is say something like, for instance, abortion. Is abortion good? This is something that we have moved forward and started allowing. I would say that by my definition, this is a nonstop pursuit. We have not reached the fucking end yet. We're still trying to figure out what is good and evil, what is good and bad. We are still weighing that one out. In 20 years, 50 years, we're going to look back over our shoulder and treat it just like slavery, where we can objectively say, yep, that was bad all along. Fuck, how do we not figure that out sooner? And that's the key. As we figure these things out, we don't unfigure them out. We look back over our shoulder and we understand that child abuse was bad no matter when it happened, even if we didn't know it was bad yet. Our society has an ethic. This is a big difference that I also want us to make sure and clarify. There's a difference between a moral and an ethic. I understand that a lot of people, especially the debate bros, will say ethics is the study of morals, but an ethic is a moral for a group. A group ethic is a set of morals for a group. Morals are individual perceptions of good and bad. These two can influence each other over long term. However, at the end of the day, our personal morals, yes, they might have been influenced by the things that we have experienced, but that's just like math. My understanding of mathematics is influenced by my exposure to mathematics. If I've not experienced those mathematics, I still wouldn't know that 2 + 2 = 4. Everybody else on the planet might already know that 2 + 2 = 4, and I look like a fucking idiot because nobody told me. But once you've explained to me why a thing is bad, and once you've explained to me why a thing is good, if I choose to ignore it, that doesn't make it not good. That doesn't make it not bad. So, yes, I can make a choice to defy what is or is not good, what is or is not moral, but that doesn't take away the morality of that thing. So, my opponents are going to need to prove to me that math wasn't math before we had the word math. That those planets that Testi described floating around with no humans didn't have still an objective good or bad for the group of planets. And that if two planets smash into each other, that is not ultimately good for those two planets. Now, I will go ahead and concede the rest of my time and present myself for cross-examination. Now, Testes, I do believe, if I'm not wrong, that means Mr. Brandon is going to cross-examine me. That is
Yes,
A3
that's
into.
correct.
All
Brandon
right.
is up to bat. Yeah.
A3 into. Bear with me, Mr. Brandon. I'm getting there. Boom. All right, sir. Putting 5 minutes on the clock. This is your time to talk. I will start the clock when you start to talk. This is your cross-examination of me.
Perfect. This kind of gets into my opening, so we'll start with the basics. When you say, we'll start with like a simple moral proposition like abortion is wrong. What do you mean by wrong?
Good or bad? I don't
Wait,
don't
wrong,
necessarily
can you
mean
mean good or
wrong. I
bad?
mean good or bad. That's what morals are. Morals are what
No,
is
no, I'm
good
not-
versus what is bad.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking what you're defining morality as. I'm asking
Got you. Sorry.
the subset of like wrongness. What does wrong mean?
Bad. Something that is bad for the most people.
That does not convey any additional content. What does bad mean?
Bad is what is less beneficial. There you go. Let's get beneficial. Like, I'm going to have to use a word to define the words no matter what. So is beneficial an acceptable descriptor?
Well, that kind of gets
Something that is good is
once-
beneficial. Something that is bad is not beneficial.
Well, that kind of gets once again into my opening, because then it's not clear you're actually conveying like a clear concept, because you're using these sort of loaded terms, but they're synonyms, but they're not adding any semantic content. So when you say something is wrong, I ask you what you mean by wrong. You say, well, that means bad. Well, what does bad mean? Well, that means that it's less beneficial. But beneficial is one of those terms that is usually normatively loaded. So is there like a further reduction, or do you have a further meaning of what less beneficial means?
Productive? Like, again, I can keep playing the synonym game, but yeah, what moves the needle forward for a group or for an individual, I guess, but the group of individuals. So what is most productive, beneficial, or forward moving for the group?
Do you see the
So
issue
if
that
I can give you an example,
Yeah.
mass murder, bad, because most people or a lot of people die. So we have less people, so we are now worse off than we were.
Oh, are you tying this to like, so, okay, that makes it a little more clear. So you are reducing it to some sort of utilitarian notion. So what
Yes.
causes the most suffering? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Group
well,
benefit. Correct.
Group benefit. Okay. So it was beneficial to enslave like 1% of the population, but it would raise utility. Would it be okay to enslave that 1% of people?
We would have to demonstrate how that benefit was reached. But if your actual question is if the sacrifice of the few is worthy for the benefit of the many, yeah, I would say yes. That is objectively true.
Okay.
I don't see any issue when it comes to the trolley car program. I think that it is objectively true that saving 3 lives and having to sacrifice 1, if you are in that situation, is morally justified. It
Right,
sucks
okay,
you're in that
so-
situation, but it's the right choice.
So you just bite the bullet. So I can come up with like the craziest hypotheticals. Like, okay, so if it were a good thing to, or if it produced the most good, still not sure what that means, but it produced the most good to grade women on Tuesdays, that would be objectively good on your view.
You would have to figure out a way to demonstrate that that is somehow showing the most good. And I would say that there's not going to be a way you're going to prove that. But if you did prove that that was objectively true, then yeah, I would have to say that is something that is good for the group. But again, we can come up with crazy hypotheticals in both directions that are never actually going to hold water.
And that
So-
seems, and I think that right there, I mean, that's like a clear reductio to the position. And I think that if we're weighing intuitions here, I think most people are going to hear that, and that's going to seem implausible to them. So I do think that is a point against the moral realist view. If that is something that would be objectively good to grape a subset of the population because it produces.
I know it's your cross-examination, but I just want to make sure, is reductio a spell from Harry Potter?
That's exactly what it is, actually.
All right,
it's
fantastic.
It's used by Hermione.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, no, a reductio is just like some sort of, well, it's in two different senses. In one sense, it's used to just talk about a contradiction, and in another sense, it's talking about some sort of counterintuitive or absurd entailment of a view.
Gotcha.
That's all that means.
Right on. So yeah, so
I'll
yeah, you're almost out of time, but if you want one more question, I'll answer it.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Cheers. All right. Well, then in that case, sir, it is your time now for you are -2. There we go. All right, Brandon, 5 minutes is now on the clock for you. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, I'm just going to riff this. I wrote something out, but I think I'm just going to riff it, bro. So riff it. The proposition on the table tonight is objective morality exists, and in my view, it's not even clear that, at least in the sense that a lot of people are talking about, objective morality conveys a clear concept. Or if moral language like right, wrong, good, bad, evil, etc., does convey a clear concept. If it's not a clear concept, and the person using that sort of language is using that language, it's not clear that when they say something like X is wrong, that's even a proposition. That's even true or false, right? It could just be like if I said something like X is shibbly-doo, and then you ask me what shibbly-doo is, and I say, well, it's a gartle shoe. And then I just give these sort of synonyms, but it's not clear that I'm actually conveying a concept, like a coherent concept. And if that's true, when I say something like X is a whatever the fuck I said, it's not even clear that that's a proposition, that's capable of being true or false. So that's the sort of view that I'm taking. Just to define terms, I'm taking objective to mean something like stance independent, pretty standard usage. And then morality, bare bones, what we ought or ought not do. And when I'm talking about objective morality specifically, I am talking about specific irreducible normative reasons. I think that's the sort of view that's unintelligible to me. And just to, I guess, give some reasons for why I think that moral realism or objective morality is unintelligible. And the first piece of evidence was kind of shown just now, but he did eventually reduce it to like some sort of most good for the most people. I'm still not sure if he's committed to irreducible normative reasons, but what you'll notice is when you ask somebody, well, what do you mean by bad? Well, that means that you ought not do it. What do you mean by you ought not do it? That means that you have a normative reason not to do it. What do you mean that you don't have a reason? Well, it's something that counts against doing it. Well, what do you mean by counts against, right? You get these sort of interchangeable synonyms that doesn't get reduced any further. And to me, it's not clear that, once again, a coherent concept is being conveyed, because everybody knows what a subject is talking about. For example, when they say X is wrong, they're just saying, I have a preference against X. Most of us have that concept. We know what it's like to want or not want something. So I think that's at least a piece of evidence against the realist view in that sense. Go to my bullets. I had more. Oh, and I think exploratory, it doesn't add anything. I don't think once we run these sort of intuition pumps and give our meanings of what we mean by the terms, I don't think it adds anything. And when you add on top something over and above things we already accept, you're adding ontological commitments to your view. If you're a robust realist, to be fair, you're adding ontological commitments when a competing theory can explain everything without that additional ontological commitment, which by definition makes that view less probable. I think explanatorily, it doesn't do much work. Like when we deliberate, I want X. This frustrates my desire to get X. This helps me succeed in reaching X. Therefore, I do the thing that helps me reach X. Right. All of that can be explained without these sort of spooky, strange, stance-independent moral facts. And do I have anything else? 1 second. How much time do I have? I'm sorry, I can't see the time.
You've got about 30 seconds left.
30 seconds, okay. Oh, and I don't think I do want to make one thing clear. You'll probably hear questions like, well, is torturing babies for fun wrong? I just want to point out, at least to preempt this, they're actually asking questions, because usually what they're doing is baking in like their meta-ethical stance when they ask. So they're asking two questions. They're asking your normative stance, which an answer can easily give. Like, okay, yeah, that's wrong. I disapprove of that. I have a preference against that. That's wrong, right? But if they're asking the meta-ethical sense, you can't just give like a yes or no, because they're baking in their realist meaning in those sorts of questions. But I'll concede. Fine.
All right. So that is time. That means that we are now to Confluence. You're now going to be cross-examining Brandon. 5 minutes is on the clock for that, sir. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, Brandon. So you didn't spell us out completely, but so you're like a non-cognitivist, right?
I think, at least how I use language, I am a cognitive. I think moral statements can be truth apt.
Wait, then why are you saying when someone says that something is wrong, you don't know what they mean by that? Then if you're a moral cognitivist, then you do know what they mean by that.
No, because a cognitivist can be a subjectivist.
Of course. Well, yeah, you would have to be. You would have to be. You can't be, or you can't be a subjectivist that's a non-cognitivist, right?
Well, subjectivism, what's baked into, at least in the literature, to that theory or view is cognitivism. So yeah, you can't be a subjectivist and non-cog, because then you'd be a cog and a non-cog. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you do. So I'm confused when you say you don't know what people mean. Like you had your back and forth with Horse, and you even said here, like when someone says what's wrong is what you ought not to do, I don't know what they mean. But if you're a moral cognitivist, then you absolutely know what they mean. Like it's not like you're saying these, like you said, you think these are truth apt claims. So you're not appealing to some type of like air theory position where you're just like, oh, no, that would be a different. Well, actually, that's a separate thing I want to ask about. But yeah, what are you? Yeah, what's the issue that's going on here? If you're saying you're a moral cognitivist, so you think that these claims can be true or false, but you're saying you don't know what someone means when they say killing babies for fun is wrong. Like you do know what that means then.
Don't tell me what I fucking mean, Confluence. Or what I know and don't know, okay? But no, I'm specifically talking about the people, and I think you take it too, that are talking about irreducible normative facts or reasons. What they mean. I know what the subjectivist means. I know what the moral naturalist means. And it sounds like Horseradish might be taking that sort of view. And that's a kind of realism, but it's like a trivial realism, I guess. So I know what some people mean when they say something's wrong, but others, especially the irreducible normative view, I don't know what they mean.
Okay, but I'm a little surprised, I guess, because I just assumed you were a non-cognitivist, that you were either going to pull some like expressionism or emotivism based on how you usually talk about not knowing what these things mean. But it sounds like you do know what they mean. And so I guess I appreciate that then. So then I guess
I know what some people mean.
Okay, you know what some people mean when they say this. So I guess would you consider yourself like an error theorist, right? Do you think that all of these things are truth apt, but you just think they're all wrong?
No, that error theory with a semantic thesis about what everybody or most people mean. I don't take that view. And the error theorist grants what the moral realist, I guess, do have the concept of what irreducible normative facts are, but don't have that concept.
Right. So then, but if
So
you're
it's not
not an air
clear.
theorist, then you would say that there's some truth claims, or there's some truth apt claims about morality that you could then answer yes to. So then, aren't you conceding that some things are like actually morally right and wrong? Because the air theorist
So it
would say,
depends
well,
what you
these are
mean
all
by-
truth apt claims, but they're all wrong. So these are all like legitimate things you can say, but there is no objective morality, so everything's wrong. But you're saying you're not an air theorist, so then like what position do you even hold?
What position I hold? Wait, what are you asking me here? Just to be clear, I feel like you
I'm
asked
sa-
like two different
I'm
things.
saying you're saying you're not an air theorist, and I'm saying if you're saying that, then there would have to be, but you're also not a non-cognitivist. So then you accept that moral claims can be truth apt, but you don't think that they're all just like false claims. So that means like logically that has to mean that you think there are some moral claims that have a definitive answer.
Oh, sure.
But then welcome
Yeah, like
to
the
objective morality.
No, that's not entailed, right? You can be a subjectivist, think moral statements like X is wrong is truth apt, but what makes that true is the person's stances. That's just subjectivism. So you can
Okay,
be a
so-
subjectivist and be a cognitivist.
Okay, so what
That's what it
are
means.
you? I guess what are you, a subjectivist? Is that what you say?
That's how I typically use the term, but I'm not sure if there's a clear answer on how the public generally uses moral talk.
Okay, so that seems very different than I guess at least how I heard your opening. But that's fine. So that's interesting to know. So you would say from your perspective it is wrong to torture babies for fun, but you're saying that's not always wrong. There's like, if you're not like a cultural relativist though, I'm assuming, or are you?
No,
You
I'm
can
not.
go ahead and answer that even though the clock's out, Brandon.
But yeah, on my view, that would be wrong with
But
how I'm
not-
using wrong.
But if I disagreed with you, you would have nothing to say to that. For me, if I love
I'd have
torturing
plenty
infants
to
for
say.
fun, yeah, but you
I'd
wouldn't
have
think I'm
plenty to say.
you wouldn't think I'm doing something wrong from my point of view, right? And you wouldn't say there's anyone to decide that. It's my opinion against your opinion, and who's to say besides, a he said situation. Yeah.
I'm to
All right,
say.
since he asked you another question, go ahead and answer that one too, Brandon. Then we'll move on.
Well, to say, but it once again, it would just depend on what you mean by wrong there. You would have to flesh that out further.
All right. And I'm sure he will get the chance later. But first things first, great job, everybody. Great openings, great cross examinations. Appreciate that as always. We are going to now roll into our first championship round. So I love it when it works out this way, just because for some reason it makes my tism itch, and I like it when they line up. So it's the threes versus the twos versus the ones. We're going to count this bitch down just like that. So up first is going to be myself versus Hammer. 15 minutes is on the clock. This is an open forum. This is just two dudes talking. So we're going to go ahead and just keep it above the belt, Hammer, and I'll even let you kick things off. The clock is going. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Radish. I just want to say that I appreciate you having me on the channel, and I appreciate coming on. And I don't want the fact that whatever I'm about to do, I don't want that to be taken away from. Okay. All right, I'll take that as a yes. So
Bring it, buddy.
you talked about how, you talked about how your foundation for for an objective moral philosophy is basically utilitarianism. Whatever creates the greatest good is objectively the best possible thing, right?
Well, if morality or morals are defined as good or evil, or the pursuit of, or the classification of good and bad, then yes, that which offers the most good for the most people would objectively be the most moral.
Okay. I'll get into like Brandon said, how there's a lot of like non-objective things that are built into that, but you don't think that there are any instances which something can be maybe utilitarian, have like the most positive benefit for people, but also be immoral. Say you take an innocent person and then you like pluck them off the streets and then you dissect them, take all of their organs and donate it to people who are dying. Do you think that that's morally admissible?
Mm, that is a really good question, Hammer. So basically, you're saying if we took one person, chopped them up into all of their organs, that one person would save the lives of more people than their one
Yep.
life. Is that what you're asking me?
Exactly. That is exactly what I'm asking you.
Yes, I would say that self-sacrifice is generally the most moral option. Yes.
Well, it's not self-sacrifice.
No, it would
It's
absolutely
external
be. Well,
sacrifice.
so it's the acceptance of the sacrifice, right? So to take
Well, no,
someone's
they wouldn't
free will.
accept it.
Sure. So let me establish one thing up front, okay? We don't know all of the answers. This is a continuing pursuit of morality. We are still trying to figure out what the most moral action in any given circumstance is, and it's not necessarily universal. So there are certain things that when we look over our shoulders, we can say it was always immoral for us to have done that. But we don't know until we've figured that out. So, like I said with abortion, there are certain things weighing a person's weighing a person's ability to self actualize, I guess,
Like-
is the best debate bro word.
Yeah, like
right?
their human
To be-
rights, essentially.
self freedom, personal liberties versus protecting the life of an unborn child. That is two moral quandaries, two things that we are having to weigh against. We are currently in the state where we're trying to weigh those two things out. We don't know which one's more moral yet. We will figure it out. I am confident of that. And again, 50 years from now, we'll look back over our shoulders and say, I can't believe we ever fucking thought that. But for you to assume that because we haven't gotten it all figured out yet, that means that morality is not real or objective, it's kind of mind blowing to me.
Well, okay, but your establishment of, or like your description of how we eventually figure out moral truths and we develop our moral understanding, that history contradicts with your statement of utilitarianism, because the way that we determine whether or not something is wrong or right through time is not based off of utilitarianism. We have a lot more values. We have we didn't build our moral, like your utilitarian moral foundation is different from the moral foundation we in America have, because we in America have values of personal freedom, which and you didn't really explore this or answer this, but like allowing people like such a high level of personal freedom limits our ability to be utilitarian, right?
Correct. And that is where that balance comes in. We're finding the appropriate
Well, if we're
levels
talking
of where you're
Well,
allowed. Okay, so you said it yourself, and I'll go right back to you, but I just want to respond to what you're saying right now. You're saying that we in America, for instance, let's say freedom of speech, we know that your personal freedom to be able to speak your mind and express yourself is a critical and moral thing. However, we also understand that there are times when you expressing yourself would be a net benefit, or I'm sorry, a net drawback, a net detriment to the community or the society. In those circumstances, you are expected, the most moral decision is for you to sacrifice some level of your self-liberty.
Well, no, that's not an example of you sacrificing your self-liberty. That's just you making the choice to do a moral action through your self-liberty.
Yes, because
if we're
you're
talking
right,
about
that's
sacrifice
right.
of
It is
self,
me choosing to do a moral action.
yeah, but that's not a question of liberty. If we're
Because
talking about
it's
a question of
objectively
liberty,
moral,
then
even before I wanted to do it.
right. But if we're talking about a question of liberty, then the moral quandary would be between allowing someone to use speech in a way that is harmful to their community versus like taking their liberty away from them. That is a moral quandary.
Of course. And again,
Also,
we're still trying to figure that balance out. But right now, we're getting there. We're getting pretty
really
close.
want to get into that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you're talking about a balance between the utilitarian good, the value of exploring utilitarian good, versus the values of personal freedom.
I would say both of those are utilitarian. Go on.
Well, okay.
My own personal freedoms and my self-liberty is just as utilitarian as the good of the group. Go on. Because we're all part of the group. So if it's good on an individual basis, it's also good on the group basis. I'm sorry.
But there
continue.
Okay, but personal freedom. Okay, so giving someone personal freedom, that is in itself a good thing.
Yes.
And that's
a good thing, but it is not necessarily the most good thing, which is why we are still struggling to find that balance.
Okay. So do you think okay, so the reason, okay,
Take your time. Get
I
there.
guess I'll go into yeah. So I guess if that's your answer, is like giving people personal freedoms is like a good thing, then I would have to go into the next question that I have, which is, what is your basis for determining what like benefits are for people, right? So we say the utilitarian thing, which is the most beneficial for people, but like, what is your basis
That
for
can also that can
determining what is-
absolutely be movable as well. I agree. We're still figuring that out as well. What is the best metric to decide what is the most good? We're still figuring that out. There are certain things, because again, I'm going to use the cliches real quick, Hammer. You can agree with me that it is objectively bad to abuse children, right? Like that is
Not objectively.
easy ground.
Objectively is a particular thing.
Sure. Okay. But so you disagreed as sometimes there are times where it is not objectively bad to abuse children?
So objectively is a very particular thing. It means right. But like whether or not something is objective means literally if it's true beyond human understanding. We can come to the
we have
conclusion
figured out
that we all
that
value.
abusing children has a negative net outcome on the development of that child. We know this through science. We know this through testable. I believe you asked for repeatable, testable, objective claims must be testable. We can test that abusing children has a net benefit or a net drawback on their development, right?
Right. Okay.
Every time we test it, we're like, oh, abusing kids makes shit go wrong. So we know that abusing kids is bad objectively. By your own definition, we can test that.
Well, no, because you're baking something else into it, right? So your reasoning is that abusing kids is bad because it leads to negative development through their history. I would say that's bad because I value the development of children, right? I value the fact that they will develop into like more like healthy individuals. But if you can't, right? But not all humans have that value. You have to.
Right, but that doesn't mean that it's not a correct just because you don't share that value does not mean that it's not objectively a value, that it's not objectively moral. We all agree. We can look back over our shoulder. Some people are incapable of conceiving of good and bad. We call them sociopaths, right? Just because a person is a sociopath doesn't make something suddenly moral, right? We as a group can agree that it is bad for the group, therefore immoral.
I mean, so again, these are like, you can call them sociopaths if you want, but like also you're using an extreme example.
This is what science calls them, bro. I'm sorry. Go on. I
mean, there is scientific debate whether or not like the term sociopath is actually descriptive of a certain type of person, right? Like these aren't absolutely definite. Like we aren't quite sure if people are sociopaths or if like these things are kind of limited or how we define a sociopath. If someone doesn't care about children and dislikes children, like you can't say that they have absolutely no moral basis. Maybe they just have a moral basis for other things, right? Or So
I could be wrong, but my understanding is a sociopath it doesn't understand the consequences of their actions. The concept of good and bad or right and wrong is beyond them. So they do what feels good. It's ultimate hedonism, essentially, with no concept of greater good.
Not really, but we don't have to get into this.
Again, we don't necessarily need to use that term for us to still acknowledge that just because a person doesn't see abusing children as being bad doesn't mean it's not bad. We all agree that it is bad, and that person is bad.
We all agree
in that behavior. Yes, we the masses, we the group, we the greater good.
That's consensus based. That's
exactly what morality. Remember, I told you earlier, morals and ethics are tied because one influences the other. One is the group. Ethic is the group morality. Morals are the individual sense of good and bad, or right and wrong.
Okay, so you say that there are like objectively more and less valuable values, right? So the value of the well-being of children is like objectively like high up there, right? And you should value.
I would weigh that higher than your personal need to get the rocks off. Yes.
Right. I mean, again, so you're using an extreme example and saying, well, and then the people who don't agree with this are like such heavy exceptions that they don't count, right? But like again, what if we were to talk about situations that aren't as extreme, like the value of abortion or the situation of abortion? There's two values, which is the value of someone's personal freedoms versus the value of like the life of that child, right? We haven't decided between those two which one is more important.
Correct.
But
we're still figuring that one out. Yes, we are at that phase in the development of mathematics.
What is the outside basis that you would use to weigh those two values to see which one is more important?
The ultimate greater good. So let's use this as an example, okay? Because
hold on. I'm sorry.
I can drill right into this one. Yeah, go ahead. Child abuse specifically.
Because no, we're talking about abortion specifically.
I'm sorry. We were talking about abortion. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I use that one as an example real quick to explain to you the differences? I understand the analogy you're trying to get me to explain. I can explain it really quickly, and I'll do it succinct. But we're running low on time, and I want to make sure we both get enough chance. So, in certain circumstances, abortion is immoral because you are preventing the life of an unborn child. In other circumstances, however, abortion would be moral because that child was going to be born into a terrible circumstance, whether that is for medical reasons or whether that is for environmental reasons or financial reasons. If a parent is aware of the fact that they are not suitable to raise a child and they realize that they have inadvertently created a child and they choose to terminate that pregnancy, it is possible. I don't know that it's true, but it is possible that preventing that child from being raised in an environment of abuse is more beneficial to the child than to allow them to be born. So we're still doing that calculus, we're still doing that math, but it's not necessarily clear yet that one of those is more moral than the other. We'll get there. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll figure out the most moral answer. And then we'll say, again, we'll look back over our shoulders and say, how do we not fucking figure this out sooner?
The reason I was very rudely interrupting you is because I recognized a circular reasoning that you were doing, which is that I asked you, how do you determine which of these two values are at a higher rank? This is a question that is needed to get to the core of what is for the greater good. What is the greater good? Because the greater good is built upon what are the most important values. And then your answer to that question was, well, the value that is most important is the one that more comports to the greater good. That is circular reasoning, because you're relying on, you're presupposing the existence of a greater good.
So benefits the most people, if you prefer that terminology. Brandon was a little upset because I was using synonyms. That's a great synonym, though. What benefits the most individuals? That would be the most moral decision. But yes, I will absolutely agree. Morality exists on a scale. Not everything is black and white, despite what some people believe. And so there are certain circumstances where things can become moral that were not moral in other circumstances. For instance, taking a life. If we just phrase it that way, there are most circumstances it is immoral to take a life. But if it is a self-defense act, it would be more moral for me to take a life in order to prevent an innocent life from subjugating itself to the choices of that other life. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. But again, the thing that you're saying, where you're like, whenever you say benefits the most people, you're still presupposing the importance of values, or that there is some way to find out what is the importance of values. And I don't think that you have established some way or some outside like formation to ever definitively decide how important should a value be.
Because oftentimes we don't know until we're looking over our shoulders. Because oftentimes we don't know until it's too late and we've already fucked up and we've already been mistaken and we've already let 14-year-olds get married because we didn't know that was not really a good idea. So, all right. So where our time is up, great debate, Mr. Hammer. I appreciate you, brother. I hope I did all right. And I hope that that was a fair and good faith debate. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next team of debaters. That is going to be Steelborne and Brandon Mize. You gentlemen are welcome to pick it up where we left off or take it in your own direction. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Gentlemen, have at it.
All right. Who wants to go first? You want to play rock, paper, scissors? I can't see you, though.
I'll let you go first. You can go first, Brandon.
Okay. I'll ask the same question that I ask Horseradish. When you say something's wrong, what do you mean by wrong?
I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, you could use the term wrong colloquially, but I would say something's immoral.
Okay, is this going to be an infinite chain too? If I ask you what immoral means, what are you going to say to that?
A behavior that somebody should not engage in.
Should not. Okay. And is there a further reduction for should not?
Ought not, I guess, but I think that's kind of synonymous. I don't get how you get more of a clear definition than behavior is somebody should not engage in.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure. Okay, then I take a view like that. I'm not even sure what you mean when you say something is wrong.
You can use the term wrong colloquially, but I would say from what I would say most time wrong would be like factually incorrect is the way I would use the term wrong. But like I really wouldn't usually say that when speaking about, questions of ethics or morality.
Right. Yeah. Well, when you say factually incorrect, you're referring to like the stance independent or objective moral facts, but that's what I'm having an issue with because as far as I can tell, I have no clue what realist is talking about when they say something is wrong in that sense. So,
oh yeah, you want me to give you my argument again?
Sure. Yeah.
So my argument. So I started my argument from the idea of objective normativity. Do you believe that there is objective normativity?
I don't even know I don't know what objective normativity means either. What does that mean?
That you objectively ought. So I'm talking about when I was talking about this, I'm talking about like normativity and reasoning. Mm-hmm. Like there's objectivity to the laws of thought and how they govern. So things like the laws of logic, logical fallacies, these would exist absent humans. These would still be true. That if A plus B equals C, but B does not equal, or if A equals B, then B equals C. If you say A does not equal C, that would still be illogical no matter if there was humans or not, right?
That would, that sounds descriptive. That doesn't sound normative.
No, I'm saying it would still be illogical though, correct?
And by illogical, do you just mean like breaking?
It's contradictory. It's contradicting itself.
But yeah, okay.
If that's the case, if someone believes that A equals B and B equals C, but A does not equal C, then they ought abandon that false position, right? If it's demonstrated then to be false, they should abandon the false position. That they ought to, or they change their reasoning, or they come to it there. They change their conclusion. They change their position because new data has been provided, or somebody has demonstrated that it was an incorrect position. So the basic question is like, ought you abandon, if somebody demonstrates something to you as false, ought you abandon the false position and accept the true one?
In the sense that I'm ought, yes, but I don't know what you mean by ought.
They should stop it. So they ought not believe false things. They should stop believing false things.
You're using the same words, but it's not adding any content. I don't know what you mean. You're using ought, should, they have reason to, but
ought would be behavior one. Behavior one, or ought would be behavior somebody should engage in.
Right, you just use the word should again, but that's the word that I'm having an issue with. I don't know how you're using it. I know how the subjectivists use it. I know how like Horseradish uses it. It sounds like he's a moral naturalist. I know how they use it, but that's all descriptive. You're talking about like irreducible normative facts, and that's where I get caught up. I have no clue what the realist is talking about.
So if I ask you, ought you abandon false positions? You don't know what I mean by that, really? You're going to play this game?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean because you're a realist. If an anti-realist asked me that, I would say, yeah, obviously.
What does the anti-realist mean when they say somebody ought not believe, or somebody ought believe true things and they ought not believe in false things?
They prefer. What do they mean? True things.
They prefer you to believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they mean. And so that's okay. So I can see where you might be getting a little slipped up there. So I'm saying it's a universally binding statement that everybody who believes in something false ought reject the false thing and accept the true thing if it's demonstrated to them.
A subjectivist could agree with that, but in their sense.
I would say it's universally binding. The reason it's universally binding is because in order to engage in debate, you're already presupposing normative rules.
But when you
the second you and I engage in a debate, you are now presupposing normative rules. Would the rules be true? Would the laws of thought and the laws of logic still be true absent human minds?
I'm agnostic on that. That doesn't.
Contradictions exist even if there's no human minds.
Well, when you say exist, contradictions exist. It depends on the logic we're talking about. A dialectic.
I usually go with free classical laws of logic.
Well, if we're assuming classical logic, then of course contradictions can't be true. That's just how classical logic is defined.
Yeah, but I think that so a lot of the time when a lot of the subjectivists and the atheists try and appeal to different systems of logic, they're actually misunderstanding what those different systems of logic are for. And they're not there to replace the classical laws. They are there to fill in when the classical laws can't exactly give you the direct answer because it doesn't have enough information.
I'm not a logic bro, to be fair. So I actually I'm aware.
No, I'm just saying that's the way that the different systems of logic they actually came about is like, okay, we can't get to an answer on this strictly from the classical laws, so they would essentially make a new form of logic that could account for it. But it wasn't replacing the classical laws. It was saying like if you gave the classical laws enough information, they could come to the truth of the matter.
Well, I don't know if we want to get into this, but like, how would you answer the liar's paradox? This sentence is false.
The liar's paradox is self-refuting because it's a self-referential statement about the truth claim that's negating its own truth claim. So it's literally self-refuting.
It's self-refuting in what sense?
It's self-refuting because it's making a truth claim. It's making a self-referential truth claim about itself whilst negating the truth claim.
Yeah, that's just to say that it's both true and false. But a dialetheist would say,
it can't be both true and false if it's incoherent. It's not actually telling us anything.
Well, that's what I mean. That's just classical logic.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable conclusion to come to with the liar's paradox, is that it's not actually telling us anything. It's not telling us anything because the subject in which it's talking about is itself, and it's refuting itself. It's negating itself.
Yeah, it's both and false. But if you're a dialetheist and you accept
it's not both true and false, it's incoherent, it's not telling us anything. It's a self-referential statement about the negation of itself. It doesn't matter who you are.
It is perfectly coherent. It's both true and false.
Well, then dialetheist would be wrong. It can't be both true and false. It's literally a self-referential statement about the negation of itself.
You're saying it can't be true or false, but that assumes classical logic. You're just begging the question for classical logic.
I'm not begging the question. I'm saying that it's it's not even pointing to anything when it refutes the truth claim of itself. Like if I looked at you and said every statement I said to you is a lie, or if I say every statement I will ever say to you will be a lie.
Yeah, that's just another case of the liar's paradox. It's just a different kind.
It doesn't tell us anything because if I make a statement and the statement's still true, well, that was a lie. So So if you make a self-referential statement about the negation of itself, then it doesn't actually get us anywhere. It doesn't tell us anything.
I'll give you my, because we shouldn't get hung up on this because I
agree. The liar's paradox was a fun rabbit hole.
Yeah,
but
to me, it's not even clear that
by the way, I've spent hours thinking about the liar's paradox from the classical logic paradigm to try and attack this, and this is the conclusion that I've come to, is that it's a self-referential statement about itself denying its own truth. So
you don't even have to say that. It's my view is it's not even clear that it's a proposition. To me, it's not even clear that statement.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not really clear that it's a proposition because it's not telling anything.
Okay, sure. Okay, we don't disagree on that. Okay, let's get back to the prompt. Okay, so okay, go ahead.
Is there normativity in thought though? So ought people abandon false positions if it's demonstrated to them that their position's false?
And when you say ought, are you talking about my semantics or your semantic?
The way that I defined it, behavior that somebody should do. I guess I know it sounds a little circular, but you get the idea that I'm saying. It's like this is something somebody should do. It's behavior which you ought to engage in. That's what I use. That's what I mean when I say ought. You ought do X. This is the behavior that you ought engage in. I know it sounds a little circular. I know it sounds circular, but it's like I can't think of a better way to describe what ought means.
Well, this is the issue because I don't know what you're asking me. Because you're
okay. Hold on, watch. I'll give you an example.
Sense.
If I say that you ought not curb stomp puppies, do you know what I mean?
In your sense, no. I have no clue what you mean. It sounds like you're saying, curb stomp puppies. What are you saying? That's what it sounds like.
If I look at you and say that you should not curb stomp puppies, you don't know what I mean.
If you're using it in the sense that I just laid out, I have no. If you're using
for the curb stomping puppies example, I think that would actually be a bad example. But the reason, so what I'm saying is, okay, if somebody would you believe in the statement? Would you agree to the proposition? You ought believe in true things and abandon false things.
In the sense that I use the term yes, in the sense that you use the terms, I have no clue what you're asking me.
Hold on. Is the validity of logic is that arbitrary to you, or would it still just be is it valid independent of us?
I am super agnostic about like the ontological status of logic and stuff. I have no, I don't take a view.
All right,
on
fine.
any of
I'll move on from there. But do you think that do you think there's that there is normativity to logic? Or how about truth? Is there normativity to
I
truth?
haven't- Normativity to truth. Maybe in the
is there-
sense that
okay,
I
is
would
there
use it like
epistemic
I
normativity? I
people-
guess the question I'm really trying to ask you is there epistemic normativity?
not in I'm not sure what objective epistemic normativity is, but in the sense that I would talk about normativity, yes.
In the sense that you would talk about epistemic normativity. What do you mean?
Yeah, I would just be talking about people's I'd be talking about like my mental states, like desires and stuff.
Okay, so hold
Like,
on.
I want to believe
So hold
true
on.
things.
So hold on. Should I? Are you saying that I desire to? I just desire to. Like, I
What
don't
do you
actually
think?
understand what you're saying.
That's all I mean by epistemic normativity. Like, I want to believe true things. So that's the sort of normativity.
But what is
I'm
true from your
talking about.
standard? What is your standard of truth? If you don't mind, I ask.
Oh God. I'm kind of a pluralist. I think it depends on the domain we're talking about.
I actually kind of tend to be a
similar to you,
pluralist a little
actually.
too. So did you hear my definition of it?
Yeah, but it's probably really similar, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So you agree with mine, but is something true if it's your preference that it is?
It depends on the proposition we're talking about.
Like, I don't know. If somebody says that like dogs can consent, is that
Yeah.
true?
I don't think so.
What if they prefer that that's true? Is it still true? Or it's not true, right?
Oh no, that I don't think like somebody's desire would serve as like a truth maker for that proposition or something.
Okay, I agree with you, right? So
Yeah.
if somebody walks up to you and says dogs can consent, I fuck Scooby every day of the week.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Hey, that statement's false. You ought to abandon that false position."
Mhm.
Are you saying, when you say that, are you saying merely that you would just prefer if they did, or are you saying no, like it's irrelevant to what even if I was agnostic on it, you should probably abandon that position?
Well, in the latter sense, I don't even know what I'd be saying to that person, but yes, I would say, yeah, you shouldn't fuck dogs, dude. Quit fucking dogs. Yeah.
Right, and I would agree that you should quit fucking dogs. But what I'm asking you is, do you agree that in order to engage in a debate, you have to assume epistemic normativity? That you have to assume the laws of logic. You have to assume fallacies. You have to assume that that you can have logical inferences.
Once again, it goes back to what you're taking epistemic normativity to be, because there's a popular argument called companions and guilt. It sounds like that's kind of what you're edging towards, but I reject.
I haven't heard this
like
argument, so I don't even know what it is.
You would love it actually. It's kind of like with the moral domain, epistemic normativity. It's a different ought. We're just talking about beliefs, but in like a mind-dependent sense, I have no clue what they're talking about.
Would it still be true outside of their mind? When it comes to epistemic
Like
truths,
they ought believe something independent of.
well, no, like
attitude they have?
epistemic truths. Would those still be true if all humans didn't exist?
Maybe it depends on the truth. I'm not sure.
Epistemic principles, like let's just, how about this? The proposition contradictions can't be true. Would that still be true if there were no humans?
Proposition. Well, when you say proposition, contradictions can't exist. Can't there is a modal expression. When you say can't, you're talking about classical logic. Then of course, yeah, by definition,
Okay.
that can be true.
Okay, so then it can't be. So it can't be true. Okay, it's even if there's no humans, it would still be it would still be false to say that contradictions can be or can't exist.
Yeah, if by
That would
can't
be
there
false.
you mean classical. If by can't there you're talking about classical logic, then by definition, yeah, that's trivially true. Yeah.
I don't think it's trivially true. I tend to reject the other forms of logic because they try and say that contradictions can't exist, and it makes no sense to me. It seems incoherent. But so what I'm asking you
All
is,
right.
oh, is that it?
No, go ahead. I'll let you get that last question and go ahead.
So my position is like, if there's normativity to thought in that you ought to believe true things and abandon false positions, right? If it's if it's demonstrated to you, if you don't know, then you're just ignorant. But if it's demonstrated to you that something's false, then you ought to abandon that false position and come to the truth. If that's the case, that's governing thoughts. Thoughts are a behavior. Why would it? How would it be? What's the categorical distinction between the behavior of thinking versus other behaviors? That if you ought abandon the behavior of thinking of false thing, then you ought abandon some other category. There's some other thing that's false. Like, you shouldn't fuck dogs. I think you should abandon that proposition.
You can go ahead and respond to that, Brandon, to close this. To close this.
That was a lot of fun, Brandon.
Yeah, that was a good time actually. I think a subjectivist can say the same exact thing, but when we're using the terms like ought and should, just talking about different things. But I think I hope I'm answering your question. But I think a subjectivist can say the same exact thing using the normative language that we're using in a different sense. So I don't think like sort of, okay, here, I'll end with this. If I was like a Christian, I would be a fucking aced anti-realist. I'd be like, yeah, you should do. God says there is this sort of epistemic normativity. All I mean by that is God wants you to fucking believe true things. So fucking believe it, dude. And when we start talking about like epistemic normativity or moral normativity in an objective sense, that's where it starts to lose me. So I don't know if that answered your question. I'm kind of just rambling, but I'll get there. I don't want to waste time.
No worries.
We'll talk a little more in the open panel about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, we'll get into it a little bit later. All right, so last pairing of the night is exactly as it should be. It is the captains going up against each other. We have Confluence versus Testicular Johnson. 15 minutes is on the clock, gentlemen. You can pick it up where they left off. You can take it a whole different direction. I'll start the clock. You go ahead and take it where you want to, gentlemen, as you were.
So,
Right,
Confluence.
Let's come to this. They say
Wait, can you see my? Yeah, of course. I mean, we can easily follow that. This is gonna be way more entertaining. So, wait, can you see my my image, my profile picture on the screen?
I can. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Just gotta. There we go.
Oh.
All right. So, there's a couple of things I wanted to go through with you. I guess first, because some of your fellow debaters have somewhat addressed it, but or have their own explanations. But in my opening, I brought up an example where if they're let's do bare bones, one step at a time. Do you think that humans would be considered to be moral agents?
Yes.
And I mean that distinct from animals. Like animals,
Yes.
we agree that would not be moral agents in this context.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said yes.
Okay, so absent moral agents, right? In the hypothetical world where no humans exist, or no moral agents exist, to be more accurate, what would you point to in regards to, I guess, an objective morality in that context? How do you make moral claims or substantiate moral claims in an objective sense?
Well, that's great. Yeah, this is something that when you said your opening, I wrote down. So I was like, I want to understand what you're saying on this. Because like I guess, yeah, it's like if there's no moral agents, then you can't do an action that is moral or immoral. But like I don't understand why you think that's like a point worth mentioning. It's like if we look at like math, it's like, do imaginary numbers exist if everything is rocks, right? Like imaginary numbers, they have their use, right? Like the square root of -1 that has its use in math. That's not as simple as just saying 2 rocks plus 2 rocks equals 4. It's still a true thing. It still has its use. It still is a.
Well, I'm asking. So I guess I'm
right?
asking.
But you don't need humans to do it. So the humans is how you action the morals. Humans is how you action the math. The math and the morals, they exist independent of those things. So I don't understand your example like really at all. Why you're just saying a universe with rocks and stuff. I don't get that.
That's fine. I'm just trying to just building blocks here. So, yeah. Do you think? So yeah, sure. And I think Horse's naturalism appeal probably hammered that home a little bit more, but that's totally fine. So, sorry, 1 second here. All right. I did have some other streams. Maybe we'll just get into the main portion here. So something that you brought up in your opening was phenomenal conservatism. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you're willing, I'm curious. Like, if you have issues with my opening, like if you're like, because I can go after you, but I would like to be gone after first.
I mean,
suppose.
well, first off, I don't think you can go after me. But that aside, so
Find out.
I just want to dig in like head first here. So
Please
let's
do.
just get like a baseline agreement, I guess, on definitions here, because we'll both agree that this employs intuition. So can we at least agree that intuition would be akin to something like a gut feeling or maybe a hunch?
When I'm saying intuition, I mean an initial intellectual
You
apprehension.
mean in the prima facie type of way, like it's the initial?
Yes. And it can be revised, but yeah, your initial, but it's not. I'm not saying it's it has to be an emotional thing. I'm not saying it's some like sixth sense or something. Although I do accept the preternatural, but that's a separate thing. But no, in this context, by intuition, I just mean some initial intellectual apprehension. So if I ask you, right, when Horse said, "Is it always wrong to abuse kids?" Like everyone knows, and that's why everyone that's on your side is just like lying through their teeth when they're like, well, I don't know if it's objectively wrong. Like you all know it's objectively wrong, and you have to like do these games to play. It's not.
To be clear,
like, that's fine.
To be clear, no, to be clear, there's a lot of loading there in the words objective, right? That's kind of what the whole debate is on here. Like what I would say in response to that.
It is objective though. You know that you're not gonna unless you're like
so
you're subjective.
I'm sorry, reasserting the claim. I'm obviously not going to grant that here, but I do have a response to that.
Okay. I just want to say, if you're a subjectivist, right, you would have to then admit that there's no actual moral fact of the matter about abusing kids. Like you would have to like definitionally.
So when you
have to bite that
so
bullet.
just to, I feel like we're going I kind of wanted to go building blocks here, but like just to I guess clarify really quick here. What do you mean by fact of the matter? Like I just need a very quick like clarification on that when you use that term.
What do you mean?
Like fact of the matter. So like you're saying it in an objective sense, right? Fact of the matter that's what you're referencing. So I feel like it's baked into what you're saying. Like when you say like it's wrong, it's objectively wrong. This is the entire debate, right? So I do have a response here. So I think Hammer mentioned this as well. So you're baking in two things into this, right? So if you were to ask for my normative stance, like I could absolutely say that that's wrong, and I can give you justifications, and I did even in my opening. It's the reasons why I would be able.
This isn't a discussion.
I understand
about normative ethics. It's not.
Sure. Well, I understand the extra claim that is being smuggled in my opinion, is that metaethical portion of it, right? So, like, it's just a very quick example here. So, because what this is sort of, I guess, how I interpret it, is that somebody who believes in objective morality and somebody who believes in subjective morality, do you believe that they could come to an agreement on, obviously, regardless of facts of the matter, they could agree that something is morally wrong, right? Regardless of how they get there, they could.
That goes into my argument of intuition. Yeah,
I'm just again, sure, and we'll get back to the intuition part. So let's say, and I guess in your grounding here, I don't think you brought up God. So are you just omitting that sort of part from your argument, or just for clarification? I don't want to.
Yeah, the grounding is a separate issue. How I ground my morals is not in the prompt. I mean, we could talk about that if we have time later, but yeah, that's not in the prompt.
Okay, so this is like an objective moral fact that does not require. I guess when you say grounding here, because I know that can be sort of slung both ways. It doesn't
require you could be a moral realist and be an atheist, right?
Okay, all right, that's fine. We'll just move on from that then. So getting back to the, I believe it's phenomenological conservatism or whatever. It's a bit of a mouthful, if I'm honest. But so if I understand just like the basic of that sort of stream of thought, and maybe for the benefit of the audience, so if something you have. I guess that prima facie, you have that initial impression of something, there is some level of justification absent a quote unquote defeater, so absent contradictory evidence or something else that justifies that belief. Is that about correct?
Yes. Yeah. If you have no reason to doubt this, and again, this I think you know this, but just for the audience, yeah, this isn't specific to morality. This is like an epistemic type thing. This is leading up to my intuition argument. But yeah, in general, yes,
sure.
We trust what we see and we ought to, and we do this all the time, unless we have some reason
Okay,
to
so
doubt.
we have a firm
Yes.
disagreement. We have a firm disagreement here. So
Oh, let's go.
I guess sure. So let's say that you have a friend, and you think that this friend is angry with you, just for whatever reason. That you don't have evidence of this, but it's an irrational thought. You believe that your friend hates you, and so you look at them, and they may have a neutral tone. They may raise their eyebrows slightly. They don't actually hate you, but you are interpreting their expressions as confirmation that they hate you. So I feel like this does fit your criteria. You have your prima facie, you have your initial,
Absolutely, yeah.
confirmations of sure, but this is a completely, in my opinion, I won't just, I guess I'll put it to you first. So in what way would you say that this is a justified belief? Or to what degree is this a justified belief? If we are, on the same page here.
If you truly have no reason to doubt it, it's a justified belief. Again, not all seemings, right? What seems to be true oftentimes is wrong. So like perceptually, right? Think about optical illusions, right? There's a ton of times where
I was going to bring that up next, so that's perfect.
There's a ton of times, where we can see something and it's not true. Our perceptions are lying to us. We learn this,
but
and we might not have any reason to doubt it. So that's a thing that can happen. I would never say that can't happen. You could have maybe no reason to doubt something; it could still be wrong, but you're justified in thinking your perceptions are correct. And especially, you wouldn't take an optical illusion and then conclude, well, I guess my perceptions are just wrong all the time, and there's no such thing as perceptions. That's my same thing with my math example, right? You could have a bad intuition about math. Math could seem a type of way, like that 0.99 repeated equals 1, and you would think that like doesn't equal. You might think that's
right. So sure, just
close to 1, but doesn't equal. And
I think we're wrong about we're agreeing. That, right? We're agreeing. Fine. We're agreeing here that I feel like we're agreeing, but you're putting so much weight on intuition, and I think we've just both demonstrated.
We haven't got to the intuition part yet.
We're discussing. We're discussing.
We're talking about phenomenological conservatism. So do we? Because you said you disagreed on that. Do you agree on that now?
Are you? No, I don't. But are we? So, but
why do you not? Okay. Why do you not agree on that?
Well, hang on. I just want to quick clarifier, and I'll answer your question. But if you think that your friend is angry at you and they're not, it is an irrational thought. You are interpreting their optical illusion, whatever your senses, and you're saying that leads to sort of a justified belief on a prima facie basis. Then what are you relying on if not your intuition?
But you're relying. Yeah, if it seems like this, then yeah, you're justified in thinking that. Again, so
can we?
Already said, I'm
disagreeing.
You could be a crazy person. You could be retarded. You could be any number.
No, but
of things.
then in what level? Yeah,
I've never said
no.
The seemings
in
are
what
correct.
level is it justified? What level? But then okay, then I don't know what you mean by it's justified belief. Like, do you add a percentage to it? What percentage is justified, or what degree is it justified as a belief?
I'm saying that's how all of us accept every empirical claim that we ever hear, even scientifically. Right?
That's not empirical, though. We're not talking about empirics.
It's the same thing. It all comes down to the same.
It's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. Because if I'm measuring,
we're talking about vibes. To be clear, if you thought you saw Bigfoot, if you thought you saw Bigfoot, let's say you thought you saw Bigfoot. We're not
talking about vibes.
Okay,
we're talking about everything, Testi. We're talking about everything.
Right.
Let me finish this for a second. Okay, I feel like there's some misunderstanding going on. I'm saying, like, when you're doing a scientific experiment, let's say you're trying to like determine if H2O is water H2O or is it not, right? You could do like electrolysis, and I think I said that right, and you can like put a current through water, and then you'll get like hydrogen on one end that's in a gas form and oxygen on the other end, and that's like a good experiment to do. But it seems like the hydrogen bubbles are coming up. It seems like the oxygen bubbles. Even if you're that's correct. You're correct in that case. No, the hydrogen bubbles are coming up. That's an example where the seemings are correct.
We don't have a lot of time left. I really want to just drill through
this. It's okay. That's my point. Okay, so this applies to everything. It's how we all live our lives. It doesn't apply to everything. Science,
no, it doesn't.
It does. Name an example where it doesn't. No, well, where do you not apply?
Yes. So if you were to thought, and I understand you're saying it's not the seemings or whatever, but I feel like if you thought you saw Bigfoot, the prima facie, right? Like you
have reasons to doubt it, though. That's the thing. You can't, like, you're straw manning what I'm saying.
Based on
you have reasons to doubt that you saw Bigfoot. I'm not saying
Because it's
take your
based on-
initial impression. Like, you're not understanding what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying take your initial impression and trust it. I'm saying if you don't have reasons to doubt it, if you thought you saw Bigfoot, you have a million reasons to doubt it. No one else has seen Bigfoot. He's never been captured on camera. You
Sure.
have all these other reasons
Sure.
to doubt
Okay.
it. So
Okay.
then you
Okay.
should doubt
Then
it.
this leads me back to the example, the most simple one of you think your friend is angry with you. I don't, in no way do I feel like until I get confirmation or I get further evidence or further information, I don't think it's a justified belief to just assume that your friend is angry with you, and because you're misreading their facial expressions, etc., and it's an irrational thought. So I feel like intuition is actually an extremely flawed basis for a basis for anything. And then if we are discussing intuition, I don't understand. I asked you, how do you make these determinations? I said, is it not intuition? And you agreed. So how are we not speaking about intuition?
The intuition part is coming from if we want to move into the morality, we can. You keep going back to
I mean, we kind of have to. We have a minute left. I feel like we haven't really drilled into this. How does this relate to objective morality? Can you tie this to objective morality?
This relates because I wish we had so much more time because that's
kind of my bad as well. But go ahead.
This ties in because I'm saying, and I guess you don't agree, but I think in normal life we apply this to every area, right? If something seems true, if we have no reason to doubt it, we accept it as true, and it seems like there is moral objective facts. When you talk to somebody, it's not an argument from consensus, but when I ask you about torturing infants, right, that produces some reaction inside of you. You know that's wrong.
That's called an intuition pump. So you're massively because I will agree with you even on a normative basis. I understand we're not discussing normativity, but that is what you're doing. It is an intuition pump, or you're saying, well, so are you saying?
So it's not a fallacy. I mean, I don't know why I don't know why.
I don't think I said it was a fallacy, to be clear. But I already mentioned this. You are when you say that statement and you're saying, well, you can't say that that's an objective fact about the universe or whatever it may be. You are asking two questions. You're essentially interrogating my normative stance, whether you believe that to be irrelevant or not. And then the other is you are digging at this meta-ethical consideration. This has nothing to do with whether moral facts exist objectively, just for the record.
It has everything to do with this. It seems like you would, I wish we maybe went more into that, but you would not deny that these facts exist. You would not deny this. You're just going to say that you're a subjectivist and that, but I don't know. I guess, we don't probably have enough time to unpack all of this. Maybe
it's all right. It's all right. We'll get into this a little bit more in the after when we got some time. But what we are in the closing arguments. So we're going to go back through these in the same order that we went through in the openings, which means, for those of you keeping track at home, Confluence, you, sir, are going to start us off. 5 minutes is on the clock for your uninterrupted opening. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Please go ahead and put a cherry on top, bring it home for us. Tell us why objective morality exists.
All right, so Testi gaslit me into not preparing a closing statement. So I have nothing prepared, so I'm just going to vibes it out. I think I presented myself, at least, a convincing, what I find to be convincing, reason to think that objective morality exists. I think everything, we base our lives based on what seems to be true if we have no reason to doubt them, and it seems to almost everybody that, it's wrong to torture infants for fun. I haven't heard a defeater for that. I feel like none of our opponents have presented, I think, any good counter meta ethics. That's my kind of main thing that I'm taking from this. MC Hammer or Mr. Hammer was he was kind of doing talking on a different category of levels, and he was confusing empirics with objective and stuff. And I think Steelborne was right on calling him out. Testi, I didn't really get to hear him, but it just sounded like some type of limp-wristed subjectivity or something. I don't know. I feel like it's fair for me to make a negative argument and what is the better meta-ethical framework that explains the reality we live in. I haven't heard any of that from any of my opponents tonight at all. So at least from my point of view, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about everyone or just myself, but because everyone goes, I guess I'll just talk about myself. But I would want to hear some better competing meta ethic. I'm proposing a meta ethic that I think on its face seems to be true. That's my whole argument. We all of us on this panel think it's torturing infants for fun is wrong, right? every sane individual on planet Earth would agree with this. And so it seems like that's an objective fact. So if there's no defeater to that, there's no reason to doubt it. Why would we not just accept that it is an objective fact? Again, we do this in every other area of our lives. Again, the brain and the fat example, to go all Cartesian on your asses, right? It's like, yeah, is it possible that I'm a brain and a fat? Of course it is, but it seems like I'm not. Unless I have some reason to think I am, I'm not going to think that. But when it comes to meta-ethics, we get to some special pleading, we get to some hackneyed meta-ethics that really amount to nothing, that no one can actually describe. No one can provide a better explanation for any of this stuff. And so, yeah, I feel like that's really all I have to say. I want to hear a more robust meta-ethical argument, because there's like 5 meta-ethics that you can really hold, and some like confluences, if you will, and you must, of like multiple parts. But really, it's like 5 main ones. And it's like, if you're going to deny what I'm saying, then that's fine. But then like present a robust meta-ethic that counters it. I haven't heard that personally. And maybe in the after, whatever happens, I don't really know the format of this, but maybe after there'll be more time and we'll figure that out. But I personally have not heard it. And I'm not sure if the audience has heard it either, but I guess I'll leave that up to the straw poll, assuming there is one. I can cede my time. I cede my time.
All right. So real quick, I do want to remind you, chatters, if you guys want to go ahead and start queuing up your questions, couple bucks in the tip jar. You can see the link that Kay has pinned to the top of the chat. Just a couple bucks, and we will definitely get to your questions in the voting period. With that said, we're going to go ahead and go on to our next closing. That is you, Mr. Hammer. 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Go ahead and bring it home for us. Tell us why you believe that objective morality does not exist.
Right. So I just want to start with a couple of responses. Number one is that the affirmative side does have the burden of proof, and they need to be able to display that you can objectively establish a moral foundation, objective standard moral foundation, right? If they can't do that, then they haven't done their due diligence. A second thing I'd like to respond with is I feel like I've been mischaracterized in saying that I only believe in things that are empirical are objective, or objectivity is tied to empiricism, as in like provable through science or provable through human senses. I never said anything like that. All I said was it needs to be observable and repeatable theoretically, right? In order to for us to claim that it is objective. And I also admitted that you can actually have ought statements that are objective, right? But however, you can't just have a free floating ought statement be objective. If I say you should run, that is not an objective statement. I would need to say you should run because a dangerous person, you should run if you want to be safe because there is a dangerous person running at you, right? That is an objective statement. If you want a certain result, then you should perform this certain action. That is a provable, truthful, factual statement. The problem, and I've tried to get into it with multiple of them, and I think, and my allies have tried to get into it, not a single one of them, when pushed over and over and over again, have been able to establish a standard, an objective, absolute standard for what we ought to do, what we ought to value, what our standards and values should be, and how can we prove that those things should be like objective, or should be our standards, right? I pushed this with Horace, and he said, well, what we need to go for the greater good. Well, the greater good is established upon values, right? What things do we value in order to determine what is the greater good? He never gave me an answer to this. Our opponents have, I mean, surprisingly, they stuck to the kind of secular arguments that you can use logic to find out what is the most beneficial or most good actions that you can take, and then they would call those the moral imperatives, objective moral imperatives. But again, to do so, you need a foundation. You need an objective foundation. They haven't been able to do that. They have refused to do so. And without that, you don't have objectivity. You just have free-floating ought statements based on based on a population of people who all have different values. Everyone has different values. Everyone is trying to achieve different things. And that is my closing.
All right. So our next up for closings is going to be you, Steelborne. Steelborne, 5 minutes is on the clock for you. I will start the clock when you start to talk. This is your opportunity, uninterrupted closing. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Yeah, so the premise of tonight's debate is, does objective morality exist? Well, my argument was very simple. There already is objective normativity. It's presupposed. Normativity, especially in epistemic normativity, is presupposed in order to engage in a debate. It's literally a prerequisite. In order to engage in any kind of rational thinking, there's epistemic normativity. If that's the case, and epistemic normativity governs what you ought to believe and why you ought to believe it, then it would follow to me, or at least it would make sense to me, that since thinking is a behavior, and I would say what is, for a super simple reduced definition, what is moral is what one ought do, or behavior one ought engage in, and then what is immoral is behavior one ought not engage in. So with that, if that is the case, that there is epistemic normativity, there's prerequisites to even engage in rational discourse to begin with. That there are prerequisites. Okay, the laws of logic are a prerequisite to engage in discourse. There's, you have to assume fallacies are illogical in order to engage in a debate. So if we engage in debate, we're assuming epistemic normativity. You ought to believe, and the whole point of debate, the whole idea, the concept of it, also expects that if someone demonstrates your argument to be false, you ought to abandon the false position. Right? If somebody comes to me and I have a position, like it could be any position, like let's just say for, in the hypothetical, I say I'm a pro-lifer, and somebody comes up to me and demonstrates that my position is false to me, I ought abandon the false position and I ought believe the true one. But if you're going to deny epistemic normativity, and you're going to deny normativity in and of itself, then, well, yeah, I could see how you would come to the conclusion that morality is not objective, because, it's just whatever I think and whatever I do, and there's no rules to any of this shit. Now, there are some rules to this shit in order to have a rational discussion. So with that being the case, if there is epistemic normativity, it doesn't seem like a far stretch for me to say, well, then if that governs how I think and how I think is a behavior, then why wouldn't it not make sense for, there to be a normativity to how I behave? There's a normative way in which I ought to behave. And if that's the case, that would be a objective standard. That would be an objective morality. I didn't even say necessarily whether or not you could know what the standard is. But that there is a standard is what the prompt, or tonight's debate prompt is there a standard? Is morality objective? Seems to me that if there's already standards for how my behavior is governed when it comes to thinking, standards that govern my behavior when it comes to how I act in the world, that's not a far stretch from my view. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
Magic, it's your boy, not your boy. Thank you.
All right, not a problem. That means that our
Clearly, I
next
appreciate the support.
closing is going to be from you, Testicular Johnson. 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Wait for it.
Testi's loading up his
Okay.
obsidian node.
So yeah, similar to Confluence, this is a little bit off the dome. I have some notes jotted down, just because it's fresh in my mind. Just to address the last thing that was said by Steelborne, establishing an epistemic normativity is fine. What's the strange thing is that this doesn't necessitate an objective standard. He's saying that there's some prerequisite, just due to rational thought. There are sort of these assertions that are made, and I think Brandon did a good job pointing this out, that you can just throw out ought statements, and just because of your capacity in order to be able to engage with rational conversation or conversations of morality, that there must be some underlying objective fact of the matter, which just does not follow in my head here. Just to kind of roll through these really quickly, Confluence and I had a bit of maybe a derail conversation. I think it could have been a little bit more pointed, but so with phenomenal or phenomenological conservatism, again, quite a mouthful, a prima facie justification is not objective truth. So again, they're not driving towards an objective truth here. So it might explain why you might be justified in an initial belief, but it's not explaining that the proposition exists independently of minds, which is, again, that's what their burden was. So when they say things like torturing a baby for fun is wrong, or Hitler did horrible things, or anything of that nature, I can just simply say, well, I agree. So what we're really disagreeing about is on the basis of these things, right? But in those examples, they're using it's an intuition pump, very strong emotional force to say, well, how can you not say that that's objectively wrong? But again, the burden that they have is to show an objective standard. Again, I would make that akin to maybe something like an appeal to emotion. And again, I have fully, even in my opening, I justified my moral basis based on either historical upbringing, parents, or institutions, the time and place in which you were born. There are many factors that go into a moral basis. So again, it felt like a little bit of a hand wave, just trying to say that it was either preference or at least that was my inference. I don't think they outright said it. So we heard arguments about the this was with the objective normativity. I've already kind of addressed that. So rational agents have reasons that they go from that to say stance independent moral facts exist. So we never really got a bridge here. And one of the things that I think Steelborne tried to preempt was the is-ought gap, right? So they can make descriptive things about the world and then say, well, therefore this ought not, or this ought happen, right? And again, I can share that value with them. But what makes the ought a mind-independent feature of reality rather than something conscious social beings like us value? One of the examples I brought up in my opening was, again, secular nations, right? And it may seem a little trivial on its face, but I think that there is something to be said. And I maybe I should have pushed this a little bit more, but majority secular states. So they, again, in the context of this religion, I do feel like they had hit the ball a little bit because it wouldn't be a concession, but they didn't want to invoke God as like a standard. I think Steelborne at least mentioned it. But in places where at least you could say that the majority of people probably believe in some form of subjective morality, they don't have these metaphysical groundings, and they're trying to have this conversation. So I guess to kind of like put this together, and so it's not too rambly here, is that we can evaluate a moral statement, say that stealing is wrong, right? And we didn't quite get into these, right? There may be exceptions. Maybe they would invoke something of hierarchy. Stealing is wrong most of the time. There may be these exceptions. We can reach some level of moral agreement. The only difference seems to be that they're adding, and it's objective. So I don't quite understand what content that is adding necessarily. And they are saying that we ought to do this, or this ought exist independently in every mind. So just to kind of sum up here, sorry. Okay. Excuse me. So, you know what, just to wrap up here, and I am going to say this because at the very least, Steelborne said that, he grounds this in sort of, I guess God. If God is responsible for some level of morality or objective morality, God would be also capable of changing his mind. So if we accept that subjective morality simply means, objective morality, it's independent of the mind, then at least there is one subjective being that could be in existence. And I feel like this is also would be a point in our favor. Yeah, that's all I got for you. Thank you. Vote negative.
All right. Vote negative indeed. All right. So let's see. That means that it is up to me for my closing. All right. 5 minutes is going to go on the clock for me. We'll start the clock when I start to talk. Let's see. Where did I write my notes? All right. All right. So objective good is a net benefit for the most people. We have a moral basis there, that it is not just based on preferences. We can understand that morality can exist even before the mind does. Okay. Before the mind can exist, we can also understand that good and bad were already there. We just didn't understand what they were until we perceived them. Okay. Also, we can understand that the mind can perceive these things before we actually achieve them. So we know that a thing can be right or wrong, a good or bad, before we have actually experienced it, because we can look back on a thing and see that a thing was objectively bad before we understood why it was bad. All right. I also believe that humans would understand and would be able to process good or bad, right or wrong, regardless of their theology. Testes was mentioning the fact that God needs to tell us what is right or wrong in order for us to understand it. I do not believe that is true. I think that given a long enough timeline, we will understand what is good for the group, what is bad for the group, what is beneficial for the group, what is detrimental for the group. These things are what rolls straight into our understanding of good or bad. And again, morals means what is good, what is bad. Our understanding and weighing of those two options. Even before humans understood what the number 1 and the number 2 meant, we understood that 2 + 2 = 4 before we could put labels or words to those ideas. Beyond that, I think that it is also important for us to acknowledge that regardless of whether you are a Christian or a non-Christian objectivist, you can understand that God would want what is best for all of us, just like the humans would want what is best for humanity. So when we are asking what is objectively moral, what is objectively good or bad for humanity, we can all agree that there are things that were objectively bad for humanity even before we understood that they were bad for humanity. Things like subjugating another species or another society. We can understand that wiping out an entire another society, aka genocide, is objectively bad, regardless of our theology, regardless of our positioning in history. We can look back on things that we have done in the past and know that they were morally unacceptable, despite the fact that we didn't understand it at that time. Our understanding continues to progress as a species, and as we struggle through our newfound problems or concerns or issues, morals, things that we need to deal with as a group, things such as AI, right? Is AI moral? This is not a question that would have occurred to people in ancient Greek society. However, we now have to address that moral quandary. And once we look back on once we've completed, once we have figured out what is best for us as a species, as a group, as a human society, we can then agree that that was always bad or always good. There are plenty of things that my opponents are not able to objectively disregard. Things such as sexual assault, child abuse, murder, or the taking of another life. There are certain things that we have as a species understood was immoral all along. Even though when Genghis Khan was on the earth, he didn't understand why it was immoral for him to wipe out an entire fucking society. We can now look back at his behaviors and objectively agree that that was bad, even if he didn't know that it was bad. As we move forward as a species, we are going to continue understanding new things and understanding new quandaries, understanding new moral boundaries. And we are going to be able to weigh the right and wrong, the good and bad of these decisions. And we are going to be able to look back on ourselves and say, we were wrong when we did this, but now we know we should never fucking do this again. And that's why morality is objective. And last but not least, thank you very much. Our final debater is, sorry, I was not prepared. I was all riled up and fucking emotional there. Looks like that is, boom, Brandon. 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk. This is your last words on the subject. Tell us why you believe that objective morality does not exist, sir.
Sweet. And first and foremost, thank you for having me. I don't really do formal debates much anymore. I just like having these sort of conversations. I don't get into the blood sports as much every once in a while because it's fun. But so thank you. And Steelborne, highly recommend, because that's basically at least one of your arguments is companions and guilt. It's a very popular realist argument. Highly recommend looking into that. It goes something basically what you laid out. If objective moral facts don't exist, then epistemic normative facts don't exist. Premise 2, epistemic normative facts do exist, therefore objective moral facts exist. That's sort of the argument that you put out, and highly recommend looking into that. But just to close this off, I don't think we got a clear concept conveyed of language other than maybe horseradish, because every time I would ask, well, what does wrong mean? What does bad mean? What does ought not mean? We just get these sort of interchangeable synonyms and add any sort of semantic content. And this happens very often. People will say, like, I'm being dishonest because I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Like, I don't know how that's dishonest. I am being honest when I say I don't know what the moral realists, when they're talking about irreducible facts, are talking about. I don't think I have that concept. I'm not convinced they have that concept. I think it's probably more likely that they're conceptually confused with the sort of interchangeable vocabulary. And I kind of talk about Horseradish's view because I think I have a concept of his. It seems like when he's talking about good and bad, he's talking about like well-being and suffering and like this sort of calculus. But to me, that's just trivial. You lose this normativity. Now it's just purely descriptive. And an anti-realist could agree that if all you mean by X is wrong is X causes suffering, that's trivially true because that's all you mean by wrong. But I also do want to mention that if we grant these sort of spooky concepts of irreducible normativity, it seems, as far as I can tell, that they're explanatorily and causally inert. It's not like it adds any. A subjectivist can explain everything a moral realist can explain logically, why we think certain things are right, why certain things are wrong. And it's not like if there is an objective moral fact, it doesn't seem like it's action guiding. It doesn't seem like it would motivate us to act differently. Because I can give like a quick example. If it was objectively true, right, independent of any stance that you have, that you ought torture babies every Tuesday, would you give a fuck about that objective moral fact? I'm assuming not. I'm assuming most people would be like, I don't give a fuck about that objective moral fact. I don't want to torture babies. I'm not going to torture babies. And I'm going to make sure that other people don't torture babies. You can do all of that without this sort of spooky oughtness that people talk about. What else do I want to hit? Yeah, so I did want to kind of make that analogy. It seems like a moral fact is almost like a fact about how many blades of grass are in your yard. It's like a fact, but who really gives a shit at the end of the day, if we grant the concept. But I don't know how much time I have. I have a minute. Okay. Everything that
You have like a minute and a quarter.
Perfect. Okay. Everything a moral realist says is bad or good, an anti-realist can take that same view. It's not like an anti-realist is committed to that torturing babies is bad, graping is bad, or good or neutral. Like an anti-realist can say all of those things are bad just as much as a realist can. They don't have ownership over moral language and how it's used. To be clear. And I think that's everything I wanted to hit. Oh, I did want to, because kudos to Confluence for looking at nominal conservatism. I did want to ask him about, like, I have the opposite intuition. Am I justified? And if I am justified, do you have any further reasons for why somebody should accept your view? Because if not, it just sounds like you have private justification. I have private justification. Now we have conflicting intuitions, and it's like, well, who do we go with, right? You would need additional argumentation. But yeah, that's it. I'll stop there.
Oh, looks like I was muted, but that's okay. I've got it fixed so that I've got quick buttons that I can unmute. All right. Thank you very much for that, Brandon. All right. And thank you for all of the debaters. We have had a great debate tonight. Regardless of where you stand on this prompt, I think that everybody here brought their A game, even maybe that fucking horseradish dude. So good job, everybody, and I appreciate y'all. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat for everybody to vote. So remember, chatters, if you guys have a question, something that you think didn't get addressed in the debate, or something you think got left on the table, some more meat on the bone that needs to be chewed, drop a couple bucks, clip that link that you see. Oh, no, it's no longer pinned. Let me pin that again. So click that link that you see in the pin and give us a question. We're going to put 15 minutes on the clock for everybody to
Wow, thanks, computer. Everything just fucking crashed. Holy shit. Just like computer off. I apologize. Uh yeah. I'm trying to rejoin as quickly as I can. Everyone, hold up. Happens like once every like 5 months, and of course it has to happen now. That's cool. That's the thing that happens. That's the thing. Wait for all my applications to load. Fuck me. Oh, am I muted? I'm not muted. Fuck you. I'm not muted. I can see myself talking. I'm not muted, Big Soda. I don't right now. I don't need people to gaslight me. I don't need gaslighting right now. Okay, I'm trying to get all my tech stuff going. So please just like be dead ass honest with me. That would be super helpful. Thank you in advance. Okay. Okay, I guess I join the waiting room and then I wait for him to put me back. I can't join the live session. Bring back, horse. Pull me in, brother. Horse, pull me in. I'm in your fucking back chat, you little shit. Oh my god, pull me in, horse. Come on, man. Move me in. I'm just in the waiting room. That's cool. I'll just be in the waiting room. That's fine, actually. I'll just hang out. I'll just hang out in the waiting room. That's cool. That's cool. Horse, check your fucking DMs or notice I'm in the waiting room. Please, God. I mean, maybe he's just doing some like outro stuff. I don't, but there should be like Q&A stuff. Probably. Did they do the poll yet? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, that bothers you that happened to me? Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe it does. Oh. I am, yeah. Oh, yes, I am. Sorry, my computer hard crashed. That happens like once every like few months, and that's a bad time for it to happen, but everything just like shut off completely, which is the thing that happens. I'm sorry about that. I'm back now though. Okay, I guess yeah, probably stay there and try to fight it, I guess. Yeah, I think so. Stay there and try to fight it. I'm not gonna fucking leave. I'm not a fucking traitor. So stay there and try to fight it, yeah. Oh. Okay, well, yeah, my computer okay, I'll fix that. Thank you. I'm hard as fuck, Testi, in every sense of the word.
biological imperative, because there are times where I will choose to self-sacrifice my own benefits as a biological imperative for the greater group good as a species, which is to say that I understand that while I would be better to propagate my own lineage from a biological perspective, I get that propagating the human species or the human lineage outweighs my own personal best interests or benefits. So I would say that the interests of the group should morally outweigh the interests or the benefits of the individual. And last but not least, you, Hammer, would you say, sir, that morality is just instinct that we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative and inherent in our very nature?
So I've been thinking about my answer. I am a social construct theorist of morality, right? So I believe that we build up moral systems so that they can have the best benefit. They can have the best benefit for us living in society, and then, so they can facilitate us living amongst each other, right? So I think that at its core, moral rules are things that we can rationalize through, right? There's also moral instincts, just like we have all types of social instincts. We have evolved to like there are some social behaviors that are built into our genes, so we can observe some moral instincts in the same way, but that's not all of them, and that's not like the end-all be-all of moral rules.
All right, fair enough.
Do I get to answer? I'm back. I fixed my shit. I fixed all my shit. Finally, it took a long time.
All right, well, we're still not seeing your face, but I'm going to go ahead to you anyway. So, Confluence,
okay.
Do you believe that that morality is just instinct that we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative and inherent in our very nature?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of agree with Brandon in the sense that I don't like. I think this is a not what biological imperative means. There's a lot of things that I don't like about this at all. But it's not merely instinct. It is an instinct. I wouldn't say it's a mere instinct. I think an instinct is how it gives us a reason to think there could be something more than that. But no, it's not just an instinct. And if we're going to like an evolution argument, I would say the same thing with like math. It's like we have developed, obviously we have evolved in a way that we can understand math. We've evolved in a way that we can perceive the world, but then we don't then conclude that the world is false and that math is false. And in the same way, we could make evolutionary arguments for why we hold certain moral views or have certain moral instincts, but we would never, why would we conclude that then morality doesn't exist? Like we wouldn't do that with anything else, just with morality if we want to be a subjectivist or something.
Good answer. All right, so we got another question. We actually got two more questions. Keep them coming, chat, because we will keep giving you guys voting time as long as you give us questions. All right, so does the collective subjective agreement on a thing make it objective? If so, please explain. I'm going to go ahead and try to read that one more time. The Canadian whiskey is fucking with me. So, does the collective subjective agreement on a thing make it objective? If so, please explain. That's going to go to you first, Confluence.
I have no idea. I have no idea what the question is trying to
okay,
ask.
Me neither. So I'm going to read it one more time. Does the collective subjective agreement
I heard
on a thing make it objective? So in other words, I think this is leaning into my argument. Yep. Let me try to parse it through. This leans into my argument, which is to say that we objectively and subjectively agree that a thing is bad. Therefore, basically, once we all subjectively agree it's bad, it then becomes objectively bad.
Okay. So the consensus argument, I would say no. I would never make it. Yes. I would never make an argument from consensus. I think the consensus gives us reason to maybe think that it's wrong, right? Like I think it's noteworthy that almost everyone you would ever ask if you torture infants for fun, right? That's most people say that's wrong. I think that's a reason for it. I never use it as a justification to say just because a bunch of people believe something doesn't mean it's true, but it gives us pause to maybe consider it. But I would never say that makes it objective.
All right, fair enough. Testes, your question. Same question. I'm going to reword it the way that, unfortunately, I'm sorry there, chatter, but I think that was Razor.
I think
Do
I
you
think I got
do you
it.
believe that
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
collective subjectivity makes something objective?
No, I don't believe that like morality by consensus is a thing. I think it's a fairly common like straw man. No, I'm not saying anybody here did this tonight, to be clear, but I do think it's a fairly common straw man of like subjectivity. But and again, not even the person who asked the question. I'm saying here implying this, but yeah, like everyone on Earth could agree that something may be moral or immoral, but like group consensus does not impart that it's stance independent or that it's in some way like an objective fact of the universe just because everyone has a consensus on it.
Steelborne, you're up. Do you believe that do you believe that collective subjective agreement leads to objectivity?
Not in the slightest. It's a category error for one. But even if I just assume what the guy was trying to say, no, because the appeal to consensus doesn't make it true.
All right. Brandon, do you believe that collective subjective agreement leads to objectivity?
No, that's just like mixing definitions. Objective is what that means, at least how it's standardly used, is that which is stance independent or mind independent. When you're talking about everybody collectively agreeing, that's typically defined as intersubjective. Everybody could agree that portion is wrong. That doesn't mean it's true independent of our minds, because you're asking, well, if everybody agreed, if everybody agrees, I think that's dependent on the mind. So it's just a confusion of terms.
Yeah, I was right. It's a category error, right? Like, wouldn't it be?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I will actually disagree with you. I will answer the question. Does collective subjective agreement lead to objectivity? I would say that yes, it does. That if everybody who looks at a thing agrees that the thing is A, then objectively the thing becomes A. If we have all agreed that we are going to call the color purple purple, the color purple remains the color purple. 2 + 2 will always be 4 because we have all agreed on the terms 2, 2, and plus. So we know that 4 is the product of 2 + 2, regardless of some crazy meta understanding of what numbers means. Us agreeing on a terminology or a perspective means that that perspective becomes reality. Last but not least, Hammer, do you believe, sir, that subjective agreement leads to objectivity?
No, because the human mind is flawed, and like you can't just get a bunch of human minds together and suddenly they're not flawed. So,
all right, fair enough. All right, we got one last question. I know we're past the time, everybody. I'm going to drop the link one more time in the chat for you guys. Get your votes locked in. I have not taken a peek. Brandon, we have lost your camera, just so you know. I have not taken a peek to see if we are close, but I will drop that link one more time in our chat, as well as in the Kick chat, as well as in the YouTube chat. And everybody else out there, make sure that you guys have dropped your link one last time to give everybody a chance to vote. Last question for the night. Suppose that objective morality does not exist. This is agreeing with the negative. To the ath, would your morality change? If not, why does objective morality matter? And to the negative, so what if morality is subjective? Why does it matter if peoples believe it's subjective? So this is a double-angled question. I'm going to start with you first, Confluence.
I'm sorry. Can you
Would your morality change if objective morality does not exist?
No.
If we were able to prove that objective morality did not exist, would that suddenly change your personal morality?
No, it might change some things,
You're
but
muted,
in
my
a
friend.
general sense, I don't think it actually would.
Confluence, we cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, one sec.
We still cannot hear you, Confluence.
You're
Okay,
muted on
sorry about
Discord.
that. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that.
You're good.
Okay, so no, in general, it wouldn't change much. It's not like I'm about to go out and like do a bunch of like untoward things in general. So so I will. I think there's a lot to say about this, but everyone has their thing to say. But no, my honest answer is no. It wouldn't change much.
Fair enough. Testicle Johnson. This is to the negative. If morality is subjective, why does it matter if people believe that it is objective?
So this actually ties into my broader point. So to answer the question directly, it doesn't matter. But when I say it ties into the to the point, and I don't know if I elaborated this during the debate, but you know, and even Steelborne said at one point, he's like, I haven't even mentioned or argued that I have access to this like objective moral standard or this realm, right? So for me, it's kind of like if morality is always vulnerable to people's subjective interpretation, if there is an objective moral standard or if there is objective morals or whatever it may be, it will always be fallible to human interpretation. And so it behaves as a subjective thing. So for all intents and purposes, it kind of doesn't make a difference, especially if we're able to, still have moral agreements or disagreements or reach some level of agreement or disagreement, I guess, to be able to argue these things. So yeah, hopefully that's a decent answer.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so let's see. Next up is Steelborne. Same question. To the AF, would your morality change if objective morality was to decide a thing that you disagreed with?
So if somebody could demonstrate, well, in order for somebody to demonstrate that morality is objective, they would have to prove, from my view, they'd have to prove Christianity is false. And let's say hypothetically someone was able to do that, then yeah, absolutely it would change. I would probably be a total degen because there's no actual reason not to be.
All right. And now for you, Brandon, do you believe, sir, that if morality is subjective, what does it matter if people believe that it is objective?
I'm not sure. I think that would be highly contextual because if they think like, I keep using this, but if they think torturing babies is objectively good, that's going to matter to me and probably a lot of other people. So in that sense, it's going to matter. But in everyday life, I'm not sure it matters too much because we generally share the same values. We want generally the same thing. So I'm not sure it matters too much, but maybe in like edge cases, it matters.
Cheers. All right, over to me. If it is proven that objective morality does not exist, then would my morality change? If not, why does objective morality matter? Okay, so yes, actually, I would say that if we were able to demonstrably prove that it was somehow beneficial for the group for what we perceive to be an immoral act to take place, then yes, I would have to reassess what I consider to be objectively moral or immoral. I still believe that morals are objective, but I would believe that we would have to reassess based on new evidence introduced, which is why I said that we are currently in a situation where there are many things that we cannot necessarily decide what is most moral or what is more moral. We have to weigh one versus the other. And if something proved that one thing was more moral than the other, we would have to agree as a society that the thing was immoral based on that evidence. And last but not least, Mr. Hammer, do you believe that if morality is subjective, why does it matter if people believe that it is objective?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, so I guess so. My answer is it depends on the reason why they believe that morality is objective, right? Because obviously, I don't think that I think that's untrue, and I think it comes from a misunderstanding of something, right? So maybe they believe that there's an objective morality because there's such a thing as a God, right? And I think that I think that as an atheist, forming your beliefs because there is a entity limits your ability to make more rational decisions, right? Because it's like, well, God said so, thus I must have this belief. Versus a more rational belief, or if you like have some misunderstanding of the terms subjective and objective, or what classifies something as objective or subjective, then I think it's worth like trying to get someone like a better idea of what these terms mean, so that you can better have conversations about morality and philosophy and ethics and et cetera, et cetera. It's not like the end of the world, but I do think that there's a value in that.
Right. Good stuff. All right, everybody. Thank you very, very, very much for tonight's debates. Objective morality exists. Do we believe that that is true, or do we believe that is false? We are now going to go ahead and go over to the audience votes. We do not have judges tonight, so it is just falls in the hands of you, the jury. Let's see where you guys fall. Do you believe, or do you believe not, that objective morality exists? I'm sorry, I got to take the sunglasses off so I can fucking see because I'm old. Show results. We've given you guys 15 minutes, plenty of time, plenty of conversation. Yes?
Lame for you for taking the glasses off. I'm just giving you shit, Ori.
So, yeah, no, you're good. So we have got a shit ton of votes, and I appreciate that. That is super cool. I always love it when we get to see a lot of people speak. It is so fucking close. We are talking 21 votes versus 20 votes. Unfortunately, we the affirmative must concede that a 51.22% versus 48.78% margin, a 21 to 20 vote margin, decided that the negative has won tonight's debate.
Oh shit.
That objective morality does not exist. And that, unfortunately, it is perfectly fine for you to abuse children or grape your partner or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all about your feelings. Fuck me. Huzzah. Let's go.
I'm having a
Good
fun
job.
time tomorrow. So thank
Right.
you. Thank
That's
you,
my view.
voters. I'm having a great time tomorrow. I hope you
Yes, me too.
sleep
But-
well.
Me too. There are no longer
hold on.
any fucking rules, everybody. We can do whatever the fuck we want. Let's
Wait,
go.
hold on. By Steelborne's own standards, since he lost this debate, he should take on our beliefs.
No, that's
That
not my
is true.
standard. That's not my
I
standard.
think it is.
No,
No,
my
no,
standard
that
is
was my
this. Somebody
standard.
can demonstrate to
That
me
was
the
my
position is
standard,
false.
not Steelborne's. Steelborne believes that it comes from God. So does Confluence. I'm the one who says that group morality
Yeah.
is what matters. So it is me who decides that what y'all said. If a 51% majority has decided that abusing kids is fine, I guess I have to either choose to leave your society or agree with you guys. I don't feel good about that, but that's okay. All right,
No,
so
what
real
I'm saying
quick,
is Steelborne said that if he
before we
loses the debate,
proceed,
then he has to
we
take
are
the other
going to go
person's
into this, I
position.
promise. But like I said, I put way too much whiskey in my fucking body. I need to go piss. So if anybody needs any personal moments, go get a refill, go get a drink, go take a shit, take a leak, whatever you need to do. Take a moment. We're going to come right back. We're going to run until 10 o'clock, which means 45 minutes. If anybody out there in the chat, we got now y'all are putting fucking questions in. Cool. Anyway, if anybody wants to jump into the chat and discuss this with us, jump into the waiting room. Please, y'all, keep it above the belt while I disappear for a moment, but talk amongst yourselves. We will be right back, chat. I appreciate y'all. Great fucking debate.
Well, while Horse is gone, I personally want to say that we do demand an alternate slate of electors that will be processed and that will go through the courts. So our side, we don't accept these results, to be very clear, okay? And so
I also
Oh, no. Hold on a sec. Confluence. It doesn't matter.
There's an
Here's why.
insurrection.
No, look. Here's why it doesn't matter is because if there's no objective morality and it means there's no normativity for ethics or not ethics. There's no normativity to there's no epistemic normativity. Then it doesn't matter. We don't even have to accept the poll because if we win, we win. If we lose, we win because it's just our opinion and our feelings, man.
it's true. It's just,
That's
it's
true.
just our
Yeah.
preferences.
say-
My
can I just-
preference is that we won. That's true.
But wait,
Okay,
before
I
we like, I
prefer-
know
can I
we're
just
wait.
say
I know.
that being
Hang
a
on.
sore loser is objectively wrong.
There you go.
It's
I know we're gonna
objectively-
get into it,
it's an-
but I just want to
it's an
say that.
objective truth
wait,
that you
before-
obvious subjectivist. Sorry. Go ahead.
Am I? Oh no, I was just gonna say because I know we're gonna get into it, and we're probably just gonna now it's the time to have fun and be bad faith and just shit on each other. But I just want to say that it was a fun debate. I really did appreciate talking.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with you guys.
Yeah, and like
It was a good time.
I'll be real, man. Like I was up on the ropes a couple times. I stumbled, and you know, I I will say, before kicking this thing off, I made a point. I was like, the first thing I'm going to ask Confluence is like, well, we can agree on the definition of intuition, right? I know for a fact that you use like a different definition of intuition. I was like, win or lose, at least I can fucking needle.
I didn't hear. I do use a different, but I didn't in the debate. I believe in the sixth sense. I believe in some preternatural thing. That's not what I punted
you read
to
the
though
tea leaves.
in the debate. Yeah, I do that, but that's not what I said in the debate. I kept that hush hush.
Sure, yeah. I should have pushed you on it, but one thing that I will say that we probably should have pushed you on more was that you guys do have very different like starting points, and so we could have said, well, if it's objective, why are there's disagreements even amongst the opposition?
Because that's called the disagreement fallacy. It's irrelevant.
Sure, but I'm just saying we could have pushed that.
Well, hold on. Are there different scientists who are two different, like, let's say two different like astronomers like that? Do you think there's two different astronomers who disagree on, like, let's say for hypothetical, like how old the universe is or how old the Earth is?
Yeah, but sure, yes, I will bite that.
Because
sure,
they disagree is irrelevant.
They are not
the truth of the matter.
No, because
yes.
but they're not. Neither one of them is claiming that they're objectively correct.
But there is an objectively correct fact of the matter, and the fact that
sure, but in the example, I agree. I agree, but in the example, both if you're scientists or your pursuit, they are not saying I am 100% objectively correct. In your cases, you are.
I'm not, Testi. I never said that. I never said in my case I am. I'm saying there is objective morality.
Not you.
I'm not saying I have access to that. I'm not saying I have the empirics to possibly. That's a different question. It's a different debate. We're debating about meta ethics, right? And that was like lost so many times on all you leftist people. On all you leftists, it was lost consistently, right? It's not a debate. If I have access to that, that's an epistemic question. I don't know that, right? So I don't know if I can access that. That's it's a different topic.
Yes, the only point I'm making is you guys took like wildly, which again I'm memeing a little bit, obviously, but yeah, you guys took like such drastically different approaches. So
yeah, we did.
Whether or not you would consider bad faith or fallacy, I'm just saying that is something that we probably could have hit on.
Wait, I have like a question. If God exists, why did he make you lose that debate?
You're fucking wrecked, dude.
It was by one, first of all. It was by one.
I thought you guys were
21 to 20, bro. That is as fucking close
probably.
Confluence, you're being a sore loser right now. I'm just saying. You should congratulate us.
It's like I said, I'm
not going to congratulate.
Objectively morally wrong.
The people who think that in some world it's okay to torture infants to death. I'm not going to congratulate.
Is that what we agree on?
No. That's what
you think it's possible. You don't think it's objectively wrong. You think it's just your preference, or there's like some subjective fact of it. It's not objective. I'm actually not even slandering you, weirdly enough. I mean, I'm saying it in a slanderous way, but I'm not.
It used to be okay to grape your partner in a marriage, that those people were on the moral high ground.
Yeah, let's
all give them a high five.
Yeah, I mean, if
it was objectively good to do that, should you do it?
Well, I mean, yes, if it's objectively good, we should do the thing.
I just wouldn't give a fuck about that moral
normative.
Is objective good not normative? I'm sorry. Okay, so
no, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, okay. Testes and I agreed that we weren't going to use the debate bro, like philo bro conversational.
I hope that I didn't. I felt like we
normative. That means that we think it should be normal, correct?
Sure. Yeah. For like. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So if everybody else in society agrees that it is normative for us to have sex with our partner regardless of their consent, then yeah, ultimately, I guess that we're supposed to fall in
Wait,
line. We're supposed
Wait, are you
to.
roping me
we're
in
supposed
with
to
this,
agree
or
with
what?
them, right?
What are we doing? Wait, what?
Nobody
what are you
argued that
saying?
that moral consensus makes something right. Like you should always follow moral consensus. That's not even part of the debate.
Well, I will say no. I will say, Horse.
Absolutely
you kind of made
is.
those appeals.
Moral
Well,
consensus is exactly what I'm saying. That is what founds ethic. Ethic is
Well-
based on moral consensus. And if we agree that American ethic says that a behavior is acceptable, then we should all fall in line or leave leave America. Leave the
Or you
group.
could try to influence America to like change. There's like a difference between like the moral, like the consensus of society on what's moral, and then you can have your own personal morals, and that's kind of our that's kind of our imperative.
That is the difference between ethic and morals. Yes.
Wait, no, I would object though. I
Right.
wouldn't say that ethics are based on like a moral consensus, and part of that,
But that's literally the definition. Ethic is the definition of a group moral.
Right, a collective.
It is the morals of a group.
Yeah. Well, sure. So you're saying that
So
it would
American ethic
morally be permissible? No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that exactly. If American ethics decided that being mean to immigrants is morally acceptable, then I guess that is what we have to agree is what morally acceptable behavior within the American ethos is. That's what it defines as.
Wait, didn't you just describe how morals and ethics are different things?
Yes, but they're also the same. Okay. Ethic is the group morals. A group of a whether that is a profession or a society or a inclusive group, the ethic of that group is their definitive morality. So if you do not fall within the definitive morality of that group, you do not fall within the ethic of that group. This is Google this shit. Like this isn't my.
Was it not part of your argument that I guess moral truths, even if they are like I guess currently undiscovered, that they would at some point be discovered? So what is to say that? Okay, so are you making two separate like?
So it may not be considered morally acceptable by the group ethic at this time. However, the group ethic can change. That doesn't change the fact that it was historically moral or immoral when it happened.
But are you not saying that the morality itself is changing by this? Because this is one of the things I don't even know.
The ethic changes. The group consensus can change. However, once we realize what right and wrong means, when we look back on history, we can still apply those standards and they still hold water. So when we look back on ancient Greek society and their societal ethic of acceptable grooming of young boys by older men, we can look back on that and say that was immoral behavior.
No, you could say
even
it was
though
unethical.
at that time they felt that it was ethical.
Yeah,
we now know that it was immoral.
No, I feel like you're talking a little bit both sides of your mouth here because you're. If I make, and I will broadly even agree with you. I think moral deals more, and even maybe a broader thing. I think morals, personally, I think they're like more.
Guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I got other stuff to do tonight.
Sure. Yeah, it was good talking to you, man.
Dude, running from the debate.
Yep,
I'm leaving.
That's all right.
Yeah, no,
have a good night, buddy.
Lost by 1%. So,
yeah, I enjoyed speaking with you, man. It was
yeah, it was a lot of fun
as always, buddy.
Yep, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Everybody take care and God bless.
Great debate, buddy.
Yeah, have a good night, buddy.
I have to bounce to be that guy that does the follow-up bounce.
Oh my god!
hitters?
Running from the debate.
Brandon, I was ready to rip your balls off.
Wait, you're leaving all the idiots to talk? You're leaving all the dummies now?
Quickly rip
Whoa,
it
now,
then I should leave
easy,
too.
Yeah,
easy,
sorry.
Brandon, I'm gonna 1v1 you on this actually. This went. I think I still lost against you, Brandon, but I think I did way better than I expected to do.
No, just deny it. Don't ever. No, he retires after.
You've been reading. I can tell you've been reading.
I have been reading. Yeah. Thank you, Brandon.
Steelborne, Brandon, both of y'all. I appreciate you both. Yeah, keep coming back, and yeah, great performance tonight.
Yeah.
Regardless, y'all get the win. So obviously, you are a better debater than the rest of us. Huzzah!
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
can
you.
I just say
Horseradish.
one thing
bless you,
before
Brandon.
you leave, Brandon?
Oh, and I'll message you, Horseradish. All right, bye.
Yeah,
Cheers. Appreciate
yeah.
you.
Just Just Brandon, make sure next time that you wear your glasses, okay, buddy?
Oh, right. Fuck.
I did DM
I
you at
was
one
told
point
I
when you
had
were
to wear these.
mid-debate.
I fucking
Yeah.
spent $30
Yeah.
goddamn dollars on these things today.
Yeah.
I want you to know that.
There it is.
Because
Barely
Confluence said I
lost,
couldn't be
but-
his teammate if I wasn't wearing aviators.
That was my one
Yeah.
condition. That's my one condition. Yes.
And I had pre-knowledge, so that's why I put some aviators on myself.
That was because of fucking Steelborne. Steelborne
It
fucking
was.
said it on my panel, which I don't know why he did that. It was supposed to be like a Mog surprise.
We would have been mogged. You guys probably would have won actually.
we
if
would have
didn't
won
know.
probably, yeah. And he fucking said the
Yeah.
quiet part loud. Holy shit.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
which,
I don't know.
Which part did Steelborne say out loud?
The
aviator thing.
I was like, wait,
Yeah.
I got a message Horse about something. He's like, wait, you should tell Horse that he should wear aviators. And I was like, that's what I was gonna tell him, but like,
Yeah, like, as I'm
don't
sitting in
say
chat,
that. And so
I'm like,
Testi's in
that's
chat.
a good idea. That's a good
So
idea.
it just,
And that's why Hammer rocked the fucking sunglasses too.
Yes,
so for
that's
what
why
it's worth,
all
I-
these fucks, all these leftist
Dude,
fucks.
I almost put on the Care Bear costume. Auntie had to tell me, bro, you put on a couple pounds since the last time you rocked that. You do understand that, right? And so she talked me out of being in full Care Bear costume, but I figured that at least going bald, since Let's Chief says that I'm not allowed to stream bald because it goes so against my brand. I was like, all right, cool. Well, at least I'm out of pocket whenever y'all are seeing the fucking glare. So
just to quickly touch base on this, if you guys want, I'm down to just chat. I mean, you know what? These
yeah,
things
we
aren't
got
mentally
30 minutes left
draining.
on the clock before I got to call
Okay.
it. So.
Yeah.
So, well, are you familiar with like moral relativism? Because that sounds more like what you're sort of describing, which is, and I even brought this up. Yeah, so I brought this up during my argument, or in my intro, I should say, or maybe I mentioned it later. But, yeah,
Appreciate the tip towards the sunglass one, Bellatrix.
a classic example would be slavery, right? Like at a certain
Yeah.
point in time, slavery was considered to be moral, and if you existed within that society, nobody would ever question that boundary or that.
Correct.
It's part of the economy. These people are property. it's in the zeitgeist. It's in everything. It's in your education, your
Yep.
partners, everything, right? So
And within
Um,
that definition, that means that morality is based on society's perceptions. Go on.
So if I bite that bullet, like, and because I do believe that, I think one of the two biggest factors is where you're born and when you're born. So like historically speaking, to me that just screams that is morality then not subjective. Because one of the issues I had with your argument, and I'll let you respond. I'm not trying to like filibuster or anything, but one of the issues I
No.
had with your argument, or what it felt like,
Debate's done.
was that
filibuster.
it was this moving goalpost of like, well, there is this subjective moral thing, we just haven't discovered it yet. Similar to mathematics or similar to scientific discovery. Eventually we'll reach this sort of
like it.
end point, right? But I guess it felt like a little bit of a conflation, because I feel like those other fields, maybe less so mathematics, but at least in a scientific endeavor, I don't feel like there's ever a point where they will ever claim that something is like an objective moral fact. It's sort of like, it's like the speed of sound or the speed of light. It's like, within a vacuum, within these parameters, we know that these are the properties of that thing, but they won't say that like they definitively have this measurement and this is what it is across the universe, right? Like, so it feels a lot more like of a commanding, firm statement to make the moral claim on that one.
Sure.
What do you think of that?
I mean, again, speaking for myself, I'm clearly not speaking for our team. Excuse me. Sorry. Goddamn, Canadian whiskey fucking gives me the hiccups.
Hell yeah, my Canadian.
Yeah. So,
Mine's giving me
so-
hiccups too, so it's fine.
repeat your question for me, Testi. I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it was a little bit long-winded. So
It was a little convoluted.
sure, yeah. So in a moral relativist sense, you're sort of saying that, well, it was moral, quote unquote, it was moral for the time, but your argumentation was that that we just hadn't sort of discovered the morality of it, or it took time before the moral was discovered. So you're sort of arguing that it was never moral at any point, right? But then it sounds like now you're saying that, well, because of a consensus, it was moral back then. So I just want some clarification on what
Sure.
you're
No.
saying here.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand. So our understanding of what moral or morality means changes over time. I think that once we have achieved an understanding of morality, again, I'm going to connect this to mathematics. once we understand that E equals MC squared, when we look back on our over our shoulders, we understand that E always equaled MC squared, even if we didn't understand that that was the calculus required in order to achieve that answer. So, with that said, even though we understand, we at the time didn't understand why it was bad for an adult man to sexually groom a young boy back in ancient Greek society. We can now look back and understand why that was detrimental to the development of those young boys and why it would have a negative impact on society.
I get $19 more.
Yes,
that's my grade.
At that time,
that's my truth.
It was morally acceptable. It was ethically acceptable to behave in that way based on the group understanding of morality. Once morality has achieved a deeper understanding of the impacts, we can then apply those deeper understandings to previous calculus and come up with a conclusion that it was still bad back then, even if we didn't understand why. Is that a better explanation?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I guess that I would, because to me, especially when moral, this isn't exact moral relativism, but I guess in this regard, to me, that always screams more of like Confluence would probably give me shit for this. Like, it screams of like more of the subjectivist stance, because I would never, I guess, make the full claim and say that it was moral back then. As like an objectivist, I would say it was in fact never moral at any point. And then and then you could say, well, it took us time to discover sort of the moral facts of the case or the.
I would agree with that assessment.
But the bait and switch feels like when you're saying ethical, you're saying, well, and I'll agree again. Like, I think moral again is a little bit more on a personal level. Ethics is maybe more of a group societal type of agreement.
Yeah.
So I could say maybe
is personal. Moral,
right? So
Big
I get maybe it's a semantical thing. I could say maybe you could say it was like ethical back then, but I feel like for the sake of your position, I don't think you should bite the bullet and say it was ever a moral thing. That's bizarre to me.
Sure. Once again, it was at that time ethical, but perhaps still immoral at that time. We just didn't understand why it was immoral.
Okay, that's fair. That was the only confusion, because I think before you said you used the word moral, and if we're just talking ethics, then I'm a little bit more like amicable to that.
No,
can I jump in when
no, you may
continue.
Go ahead.
I would love it. Thank you very much.
The thing that makes me that I've been like so like ornery throughout like almost all of this is like, normative ethics is not what we're fucking talking about. Fuck deontology, fuck utilitarianism. I understand. So if the debate's over, right? So, and I
we done lost, homie, but by virtually nothing.
Yeah, we basically came. Yeah, we basically won. Probably some alts again. We're gonna do an alternative slate of electors. We're gonna win this. We were defrauded on this, so that's what's gonna happen. To be clear, but I feel like there's been like so little meta ethical talk. And I want to like go into that because that's what the debate is. It's not about normative ethics. The debate is morality objective. It has nothing to do with normative ethics at all. In any sense of the word. It's
ethics are inherently
they're not related. They're unrelated. They're like
I'll agree.
Ethics are definitionally normative.
No, yeah, but
that's not what
I understand. No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But the thing is, and I think this was part of like I felt like Steelborne like dove on this head first because he committed to like objective normativity. But the thing is that I guess part of my critique is if we're only speaking about this in like a meta ethical sense, then I don't know if I quite heard how you deal with like the is-ought gap. And just for the philosophy, like I know so we wouldn't use philosophy terms, but so you go from something descriptive where you can describe wrongs about the world or certain things, and then from that you derive oughts. So I will agree, even if we had the realm of conversation, that would have been
it's impassable, what's impassable, right? The is-ought gap, it can't be crossed. That's
from objective and moral standpoint.
Can you provide a way that the is-ought gap can be crossed? Like I fucking hate Hume,
let me try
right on that.
Let me try a thing. Is it possible that morals are ought, ethics are is? God, that sounds like such a philobro fucking argument, but ethics are is, morals are ought.
No,
We
I
hope
would.
that
I
our
love
morals.
you. I love you, Horseradish.
We
I
hope
love you
that
so
morals.
much, but
We
no.
hope. Hold on.
But
Let
no.
me finish pulling this part. There's a whole lot of Crown Royal in here. Morals
Hey.
are what we believe should become the ought, but we do not necessarily see them as an ought because morals are individual. Ethics are group, therefore become the is.
I get what you're saying, but
Ethics
that's like
are morals
not.
made rules.
That's not like Hume's is ought gap. Hume's is ought gap
I don't know
is
who
saying
Hume
that
is.
like. So David Hume, right? He's saying that basically you have
Very
like
human.
you have statements about the universe, like something is something, like basic facts, the boots on the ground facts. I'm gonna like try to say this in like non-philobro terms. You have like basic boots on the ground facts about
Sure.
the world. You could say that like an apple appears to be red and it is red and whatever, but you know what I mean. You could say that gravity
But
is a
for us to
force
say
and
an
whatever.
apple ought
But
to be purple is irrelevant in that circumstance.
Can I give a
Well,
quick
yes,
just
but
'cause
what he's saying
let me
is that even if you say like
Hold on,
someone
Testi, we'll
like
go to you next.
I kill you, Horseradish. I find you and I kill you. That's an is statement. I'm just describing something as I went and I killed Horseradish. But now to make an ought from that, to say I ought not have or I ought to have, that's the is ought gap. Like how can you connect an is statement to an ought statement? And that's the gap. I think it is uncrossable. And
What is and is not acceptable is based on ethic. What ought or ought not be acceptable is based on morals. So real quick, Testi, before you do, I'm sorry, but Razor has been very patient. Razor, what are your thoughts on the subject? Go ahead and weigh in, and then we're going to all pile on you one way or the other.
Probably, yeah. So yeah, with the topic being objective morality existing, I was in the side chat the entire time, having my own little small conversation
more,
about it.
I think $18 more, and we opened
basically
the
stating
panel
that
and Confluence streams
it's
for another
basically stating that
two-ish
all
hours,
morals are subjective.
$18. How much you love
no
your
matter
boy?
what.
And remember,
We
it might
just
be my birthday right now. It might be.
use
It
our
might not be,
subjectivity,
but it might be.
our
Yeah,
subjective. The collective will collectively decide.
I'm not Andrew Wilson.
To grasping the subjective and make it. That's why I asked the question I did.
Come on,
to make it objective to our society. Like it's a rule. It's the same way that if you play chess, chess has set objective rules. You can only move a piece a certain way. You can only play a certain way because there are objective rules to that game of chess.
There's a set deciding factor of what is and is not a win.
Yes, and but when that game was made, it was subjectively made. It was a made up thing that humans made. And
if anyone drops $10, sexual match
is buzzing.
Yeah, you can jump in there,
all of
Testi.
the
Go ahead.
regulars. All of the regulars.
Sure, so to Razor,
sexual
and I
match.
still do want to get
it
Confluence a little bit, but
so
what I would say is that
$10.
You are,
that's all
in
we
my
need.
opinion, you're essentially using objective in sort of two different fashions. Like we could say that
anyone. Let's fucking
right.
go.
Okay. Well, then if you sort of recognize that, so to what you've described would almost it's not like a rule utility. Or I'll try to not do the philosophy bro stuff, but like, let's say we create a rule and we say that regardless of like the
okay,
that the actions themselves are what is right or wrong. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. This would be sort of the opposite of the utilitarian thing. This would be like a deontological thing, right?
We just need
like
that
feels like this is a little bit more in the realm of what you're speaking about. I could be wrong.
So that's all we need.
Like if I were to tie it back to the whole morality part,
that's not a hard ass.
I'll basically give my example where I'm going with the morality. If I were to go back to said morality, it's what I'm saying is that society picks out what does the least amount of harm to our species because we instinctually want our species to survive and thrive. So we pick out subjectively good quotation marks things to help us thrive as a community. Thus making it a quote objective standard for us to follow to help our fellow man, but it's still subjective because we did it subjectively as people.
Sure, and this maybe this does kind of tie into my issue with Confluence, and this is because like sure I can kind of like semantically or colloquially or whatever I can sort of bite those bullets. I don't have a massive issue with that, and you seem to understand like how you're arriving to that point as well. Like you're accepting the subjectivity of it, and for all intents and purposes, we can call it objective because yeah, there's no exceptions to that rule or however you want to put it. Um, when Confluence is kind of like getting extremely angry about about the is-ought gap, where he's saying this is strictly a meta-ethical thing, I think that this is sort of one of the cruxes of my thing. And again, this is why Steelborne threw me for a bit of a loop because maybe he understood this and he jumped headfirst into it. But even if I accept sort of the is-ought gap, and even to put it more simply, like you could describe somebody suffering, right? You could see a homeless person and say that their circumstances, this is really bad, they're missing a leg, they're this, that. But how do you get to what you ought to do about it, right? And so this is kind of what Hume described as that is-ought gap. And I'm, again, I'm not like a super philosophy bro guy, but
you sound like
yeah,
one.
I guess the issue that I would have, or the question I would have for Confluence is how do you go from the meta ethic to the normative? Because I think there is if you're going to claim that there is objective morality, I don't know how you can just ignore the normative implications of that. Like, so to me, that would be like a central contention of what I would, this is kind of one of the things I was going to hit you on, but we never really got there. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, I would say they are separate issues, right? Like the metaphysical is separate from normative ethics, right? And by the way, just as an aside, like you also, Testi, you wouldn't disagree with, like David Hume was an atheist. You wouldn't disagree with him on the is-ought gap. Almost no one does. Like there's some people who try to, but like
I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, I'm just okay. I'm clarifying.
Yeah, okay, okay, yeah,
like,
just to be clear,
yeah. Most people, don't disagree on the is-ought gap. It's a very hard gap to cross. But yeah, I would. So that now we will go this. So this is me taking my debate hat off. Of course, I do ground these things. Again, debate is not about grounding, but yeah, of course, me personally, I ground these things in God, and I think we can, if we are talking about normative ethics. I think then we can cross the bridge between meta ethics and normative ethics. So I think that like things that align with what I know to be God's nature or what I think about God's nature, then those inform my normative ethics, right? And so that's fine. You might not think it's fine, but that's what I think.
I feel like you guys hit the ball a little bit, and it was a good strategy because I think like you guys should have maybe called us out on it because in my opening, I think I mentioned God. I'm pretty sure Hammer's opening mentioned God, and I feel like you and Steelborne's. Steelborne I kind of got it out of Steelborne, and he's like, I'm not talking about that. I don't need to talk about that. And I think that from a debate strategy point, that's a good idea. And I think
Confluence and Steelborne both avoided the God-reliant
Yes.
arguments intentionally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's maybe if the audience felt like we were sort of like treading water a little bit, and when I kept saying like, well, how does that create like a mind independent, or how like
they were just appealing to common sense,
right? We're sort of asking for that normative thing, because if I were to say, I guess the child torture thing is maybe like an example that it's funny that you said that in your opening, because I feel like you've definitely brought that up before, and I have a whole tab in my Obsidian specifically on baby torture. So I don't know if I handled it super well, but
someone take that and clip it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was ready. I was ready for the baby torture conversation.
Monkey, where did you go, buddy? You were about to be pulled in. If you've still got a comment, jump back into the waiting room, buddy. All right. So yeah, last thoughts for Razor. Anybody have any last comments, or Razor, any last thoughts? Go ahead.
Nice glasses.
Yeah,
I'm so jealous of his fucking sunglasses. You don't even know. I can't buy them now because he fucking got them.
I appreciate your perspective, Razor, and I also thought you sort of eloquently expressed like where you were coming from. It was easy to understand, like when you clarified. Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah. Apologies if I go ahead. My bad.
No, you did great. Appreciate you as always, Razor. Again, and if you stick around in the waiting room, once we're done with the 5 minutes for Ponder Monkey, if nobody else jumps in, you'll be back up in here. So thank you very much as always, and we'll see you in a bit. So we're going to go ahead and bring in Ponder Monkey. Long time no see, buddy. Glad to fucking have you in the chat as always. Ponder Monkey, do you believe that objective morality exists? Why or why not?
Man, I think I'm still torn on that. I think I lean towards yes.
Based red pills. Let's fucking go. I
Cheers.
like this guy.
Go on.
I like
Hey,
this guy.
no.
I
It's a
don't
fucking
think-
purple pill. Don't you take credit for my fucking pill, Confluence. Tell us
I'm
why or
taking
why
all
not.
your pills.
Ponder.
I
all
would
your
say
pills,
probably
Horace.
my definition of morals, though, is probably different than everyone else's. So what does it matter if I think it exists?
What is morality to you, Ponder?
Morality to me is, I guess, kind of what I alluded to earlier. It's kind of an instinctual, like, hey, I don't know necessarily why this is right, but I'm driven to believe so.
Almost like an intuition. Would you say that?
Almost like
like
you
an
just know it
intuition.
inside for some
Right.
way.
Intuition can also be based on logic. You know what I mean? It's not like intuition is
also-
And
purely.
I was
Oh, my
about to
gut
say,
tells
when
me
you
this.
can prove your intuition was correct, that doesn't change the fact that it started as intuition, though, right?
I
Doesn't.
feel
Doesn't.
well. I
Intuition is a
brought this
starting
up in
point.
the
seeming. Yeah, absolutely.
I brought this up in the
Phenomenological
debate, but
determinism.
I think intuition is an extremely poor metric to base morality upon.
It's not. It's not.
and ju-
That's a misunderstanding of the entire past 4 hours, Testi. So I wish
No,
the
it's
straw
definitely
poll happened now, but it's already happened. But that's a complete misunderstanding of the last 4 hours. That's fine. No, I'll allow it.
Well, can you elaborate?
Yeah,
Can you clarify?
explain to us why that's a misunderstanding, Confluence.
So,
We've got a few more people in chat, so we're gonna deal with Ponder Monkey for the next 2 minutes. Engage with him as much as you can.
And the intuition is not a foundation of it. The intuition is again how you come to know something, right? That's the key distinction. It's not. I'm not saying because I intuit something, therefore that thing is true. I'm saying we have baseline intellectual inferences on the world at large, and we accept all of those. And so some of those are moral things that we take on, and therefore, unless we have reason to doubt them, we ought to accept them. So it's not. I'm not basing it on my intuition. My intuition is entirely separate. My intuition can be wrong. It can be completely it's not subject to the subjective criticism or the cultural relativistic criticism. Intuition, that's just how I'm getting to think that there could be something that is morally objective, right? So we're confusing the
I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. Just like instinct, you can have an instinct that says, "Hey, run away from fire," but then you can also use fire when you overcome that instinct to cook. Or, "Hey, my kid's in that house; it's on fire. I know I shouldn't run in there. Everything in my body tells me not, but another instinct tells me I need to save my kid."
Which is why something can
moral?
start out as subjective but lead into objectivity.
I mean, so can I offer maybe, and I sort of touched on this, because I did have some empirics. I know Horse and I talked briefly last night, but one of the things I guess is an explanatory thing. I personally wouldn't use the term instinct, and I guess even intuition with that. I think that these things can be valuable. But one of the
But we
things
do
I
have
mentioned,
instincts. Humans have instincts.
I'm not
correct?
denying. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not denying that we have instincts. In the realm of, I guess, morality, this is one of the reasons I said, and it didn't. I thought maybe they would attack me on it. I said it anyway. But this is why I think that morality is somewhat of an emergent property of being human, or the human experience, if you will. And what I sort of grounded that in is that when you look at studies for children who are under the age of 1, they have done testing, twin studies that show certain things like empathy and these other types of things. And the objective moralist may point to that and say, well, there is some sort of thing that is present there that is instinctual, that is moral, right? And there is even
there's a biological. I want to use imperative again, but biological motivator to make those, people being happy. Well, people want to hang around people who are happy and not kill them, so they survive longer.
Sure. So I'm saying that I'm absolutely accepting and saying that there is a biological basis, and I think that does inform it. Also, temperament is another thing. So some people are just naturally going to be more aggressive. Some people are going to be more passive, and those traits themselves have implications upon your morality and what your moral falling, or what you will end up thinking is moral or immoral. So I do think that there's a
But those
message.
traits aren't inherently bad. Being aggressive isn't necessarily bad. You know what I mean? Aggression is not
100%.
necessarily in the moral.
Yeah, I'm not making
perspective.
any sort of
All about
judgment
context.
on these things. Yeah, yeah.
But Tessie,
Yeah.
that seems like I would not deny that. That seems similar to like a moral luck argument, where it's like, of course, yeah, like moral luck is a thing. It's an interesting thing to talk about, but it has nothing to say about if morality is objective or not.
I agree. That's
Well, but
somewhat the
if
point of what I'm
it
getting
exists in
to.
our genes and we're genetically programmed for it, then it exists. It may not be the way we perceive it. Just like there is no such thing as a perfect square. Plato's forms, there's no such thing as perfect morals. Or maybe there is, you know what I mean? But it doesn't exist in our
We just
world.
haven't
Maybe the
figured it out yet.
concept
We
does.
haven't
Yeah, maybe
discovered
the
it.
concept does, but there is no fucking perfect square in this universe where the dimensions are exactly proportional and it exists consistently as a square. A perfect
But if we
cube.
ever figure it out, we will recognize it instantly as being objectively
We won't.
perfect.
But we won't
sorry,
because the universe is not that way.
I'll land the plane really quickly. So I guess what you were sort of I'm very descriptive in what I just said. So what I'm describing is sort of like that you would use as evidence to point to objectivity. I am pointing in more, I guess, even on a more fundamental level, is that if I'm accepting, or if my premise is that I believe that this is a trait of humans, then I believe that the subjectivity is sort of baked in. Again, if you are considering things like temperament, like if one person, and again, I'm not saying making any moral judgment on whether being aggressive or more meek or whatever is good or bad, but if we accept that people are naturally going to have these different traits and that those traits will inform their morality to some degree, then to me it just seems more likely that that's evidence for it being more of a subjective thing, because there's a lot of intersubjectivity at play between them and how they interact with other people. So
that brings to mind a question for me.
Yeah.
I totally understand what you're saying, and it brings to mind the question for me and I'll make it quick, but is morality a spectrum? Or is it just this is moral and this is immoral? And if there's a spectrum, then how do you define something that can be anywhere along that? How do you define what hot? There's no such thing as hot. There's only the spectrum of heat, and things tend to be hotter or colder, but there's no such thing as hot. Just like
I think
there's no
that
such
is
thing as
exactly
moral,
the right way
but
to
there is a
frame this.
morality
Yeah.
spectrum.
You just hit it on the head, Monkey. So something can be hot, but then there's something that can be hotter or colder than what is hot. And so it is absolutely a spectrum. Morality is a spectrum. There are some things that are more moral than other things. They may be immoral or moral based on the context of the situation. And I think that at the end of the day, we are still trying to find the right balance of that morality. What is the appropriate temperature of our morality to move forward as a species? So,
do you agree with that, Confluence? Just out of curiosity. Confluence, do you agree with that statement? What the horse just said?
That morality
he
is
doesn't want to
spectrum.
argue with me. He doesn't want to disagree with me on principle.
I'm just curious.
I'm thinking like I don't think, like, to use religious language, I don't think all sins are equal. So I don't know, like
exactly.
I don't know the
Not all
entirety
sins
of
are
what
equal.
Horse is saying, but yes, I think there are some things. I feel like it's omnicock to say to lie to someone is equal to like killing someone. I think that's fucking retardation.
There's a difference.
Sometimes
there.
Christians
Exactly.
misunderstand.
Would you call it? Would you say that there's? So would you say there's a hierarchy?
Not true. Yeah, there's a hierarchy. Yeah, there is. It's probably unknowable to some extent, but yeah, even
until we look back
go into
post.
religious texts, but yeah, even from a Christian angle, I think I can robustly defend that not all sins are equal, and even from a non-Christian lens, of course, yeah, not all immoral things are equally immoral. There is obviously things that are more immoral.
And so this didn't come up during
real quick.
Oh yeah, no, please go ahead.
Before you continue, Ponder Monkey, I appreciate you as always, brother. It's a fucking blast to have you in here. I do have a couple more people I'm going to jump in, but we will all have a conversation afterwards. So if you want to stick around,
yeah, I appreciate your perspective. Yeah,
thank you as always, buddy. All right, so I do have to bring in everybody's favorite fucking communist and ComSciCom.
The guy who wants
especially
drown
because
in a pity pool. That's crazy.
Especially
wow,
because Ancom and I do have a future
fucking
tag
crazy.
argument, a tag debate that is in the fucking pipelines. And I was worried that tonight was going to rub too closely to the tag arguments that he and I are going to have later. Ancom, do you
Well,
believe that
Good for
objective
you. I
morality
didn't
exists?
watch
Why or why
most
not?
of the debate. I watched the opening statements and then got bored when you got to the 1v1. So no, I don't believe an objective morality exists, and this is why. Objective can tell us what is. What ought to be is purely subjective. Therefore, morality being a series of if ought or if then statements based on what ought to be has to be entirely subjective. Now, you can create objective rules that say, if you want this, you must do that. But the if statement, the beginning of that portion, is still based on a subjective preference of how you want something to be. The fact that we all happen to share many of these ifs, many of these oughts, does not make it objective. It means that we have a shared morality because we are all humans. As humans, we share a great many factors: environment, genetics, evolutionary
Is a
history.
shared morality not definitionally a ethic?
Yes, but I'm not arguing about ethic. I'm arguing about objective morality. An ethic.
But if an ethic
simply
is a
because-
group
No, hold on,
shared
hold on,
objective
hold on.
morality or subjective
No,
morality,
hold
why
on.
would that not become objective?
Do you think just because something is shared between many people that it's objective?
Yes. We can have an objective experience because enough people have experienced
Is beauty objective?
Wait, this is a semantic.
If
overload.
enough people
No, hold on. I
subjectively
wanna
agree on it,
address this.
yes, it
Is
becomes
beauty
objective.
objective?
Yes, if enough people subjectively agree on it, it becomes objective.
Then what happens when
Horse,
one
don't
group
say
of
that.
people?
Horse, don't
What,
say
what
that.
happens when
Don't
one
say
group
that.
of
Confluence.
people?
Don't,
What
please don't
happens
say
when
that.
one group of people have an idea of beauty that is completely contradictory to another group's idea of beauty?
Then it's not objective until it becomes a primarily subjective. So again, if the subjective opinion of beauty is ubiquitous, then it becomes objective.
That's not how that works.
It's exactly how
go
it works. If we all agree that Marilyn Monroe's big ass was sexy, then it becomes sexy definitionally. However,
No.
if I like skinny asses, it doesn't change the fact that objectively we all agreed that a
That's
fat
not what
ass was sexy.
No.
Horse,
What
that's
you're-
not what
what
objective
you're going for-
means. That's not what objective means.
You are again confusing the is and the ought. We all.
I don't think that I am.
You are describing that many people.
If
find
enough people agree is, then
wherein
it becomes should be ought.
That is an is
No,
statement.
it's
Horse,
that is
you
an
don't
is
believe that.
Wait,
Horse,
one line.
Where are you
Whether or
saying? Wait,
not-
I want to speak. I want to speak briefly.
I need
to
one
Horse.
sentence. Can I get one sentence?
I will. No, I want a 2-by thing.
One
I'll
sentence?
let you have your
One-
sentence.
one
no,
sentence?
fine, one sentence. Fine, Testi.
Let my
Get your
cat
one
put
sentence,
me in my
and I
place
want to,
first.
because this
Sure.
is me on test on my own.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
violence.
So
Okay, thank you.
So there is something of
Oh,
a
you're not letting me
semantic.
go. Okay. Weird
No,
thing
I
to
thought
say
you were
then.
giving me a sentence. I thought that was what we agreed.
Well, I don't know why you said you'd let me go, but go ahead.
Somebody fucking speak.
So
Go ahead,
you're
Testi.
Many
confused.
people-
So it's a semantic overload. You're using objective in two different ways. What you're actually describing is intersubjectivity. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, and
Yeah,
I want to
that's
ask.
really good way
I
of
wanna ask
to
Horse,
say that.
unless I'm misunderstanding you, right? So if every, and I feel like I have to be, because if every person on planet Earth was like, yes, we love grape. Grape is the best thing. You wouldn't say that grape then is objectively right. If they were like, if everyone on planet Earth is like, you know what, we've all decided that grape is morally correct. Would you say grape is now objectively morally correct? I feel like you're not going to say that,
No,
right?
and for what it's worth, this was the same sort of weird like debate bro trap that my opponent tried to catch me in during the debate. So
No
what I will
trap.
say
No,
is
it's not a trap,
you would
brother.
need to make a compelling fucking argument for why that grape was indeed objectively
just-
better. But
you
if
just
what
gave
you
up the
offer
plot.
me is an objectively irrefutable bit of evidence that grape is better for the group, then I would have to concede
No,
that
Horse,
it is
Horse,
a
don't
net
say this.
good.
No, Horse,
And
wait,
if it
pause.
is a net good, then it is a net moral
Okay, that's a separate
decision.
Okay, this Okay, I appreciate what you're saying, but that's why I jumped in, because what you
The
were
burden
saying,
of proof becomes on the person who's trying to establish it
I get
as
what you're
being
saying,
objectively moral.
But earlier you said if enough people, if everyone believes this thing, you said definitionally it becomes objectively true. That's what I'm pushing back on. You don't actually believe that, because you were saying stuff like if whatever, I don't know, if Audrey Hepburn, if everyone agrees she's like the most attractive,
I said Marilyn
which, by
Monroe,
the way,
but
she
sure,
is.
whatever.
Doesn't matter
Fuck
who.
Marilyn Monroe, fucking 304.
Oh,
Audrey
you want to
Hepburn
go
is
with
what
you want to go with
wanna
the skinny bitch of Audrey Hepburn? Cool, I
I
guess.
absolutely do.
I like big asses, and I cannot lie. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Well,
The fact that I got the
I'm
app
objectively
arguing
right,
between
you're
themselves
objectively
right now
wrong,
is
but
a
that's
win for me.
fine.
No, see, objectively, we agree that the ability to twerk makes you sexier.
You can twerk with a small ass, brother. Okay,
That
to
is
be
not
very
twerking
clear.
if you have a small ass. That is just factually true.
It's definitionally, ontologically, anagogically twerking.
Okay, I want to get a last sentence in because I see the
Please,
timer's
Ancom,
run out.
go ahead, buddy.
Which is
Sorry, we're
that
talking about twerking now.
y'all have taken hyperbolic and extreme language and turned it into an argument that it just was never meant to be. Because people will say, ironically or hyperbolically, that something is objectively so, right? You were saying, if you have a small ass, you objectively cannot twerk or some shit like that, right? That is a hyperbolic statement. The problem is that this entire debate, what I've seen of it and now what I've interacted with, is just a bunch of people using hyperbolic statements as if they were true. And it's silly.
All right, so real quick, Ancom, in my defense, I am wearing the aviator sunglasses, so that makes whatever I'm saying inherently true. I like, regardless of objectivity, subjectivity, if I said it with these sunglasses on, you must accept it as being fact.
It's too bad that I am immune to the aviator sunglasses effect.
Then you know what? You just don't even belong here. I appreciate you as always,
Okay,
Ancom. I
bye.
love you, brother. I
Get them
and I
out of
appreciate
here.
your
Send
input.
them back.
Yeah.
Send them back.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring in Maida, because I do believe that Maida was up next.
Hello?
Maida,
Who's this
do you
guy?
believe that objective morality exists, buddy? Why or why not?
No, I don't believe that objective morality.
Get him out of
exists.
here, too.
I know. Yeah, I'm just going to chuck him too. No, tell us why or why not, buddy.
Why or why not? Because I think objective morality implies a specific set of standards that can't possibly be known or derived from action that is independent of an actor. In this case, you need an actor to be able to determine action. That action is contingent upon the actor. This is viewed within a subjective lens because we don't know how this affects individuals on any level or any basis outside of purely just the action itself. You work with the subjective systems to be able to create induction or deductions to determine reality. It is derivative of the actor and the action. You create an axiom, then those sets of axioms allow you to derive information from them to determine morality. Morality cannot be objective because it doesn't require, it has no point in which it is no longer contingent upon, I guess, what you would call perception.
Based.
So
I just
stupid.
got back and
so
I appreciate you
absolutely
being
stupid
on my side.
you know,
That's not
you're
a counter
fine,
argument.
Maida, but like everything
my
you
brain
said,
actually feels smoother hearing that.
everything you said, it's an epistemic claim. Everything you're saying is an epistemic claim. It's not a fucking meta.
I don't even know what the word epistemic means, but I agree with him.
Based, red pilled. Yeah, you're nothing. You're saying
can you
you're
tell me
talking about
what
like
was wrong about
how
what I
we
said?
can know this, like how we can know this from like what is the to not use Philborough language, like how would we know that an ethical claim is true? Everything you're saying falls into
This
that
isn't ethics,
camp.
this is morals.
How do we know this? We're not talking about
What's the
that
difference
at all.
between ethics and morals, Maida, please?
Micro and macro. Moral is individualistic, and the implications where ethics is macro, where you require one or more actors. In the case that I described, you could
just making sure we were on the same page.
Yep. In my claim, you could argue that the macro is required for the micro, since independent of another person, morality can still exist. But how to prove that it exists objectively is impossible, because you need an actor that is independent of the original to be able to derive that knowledge or information.
Why? So now you're
Oh, yeah,
words there that made my brain hurt. Try that again slower.
Yes, I can tell you why. Okay, I'm just going to engage with Confluence here, Horsey. I think you're a little bit drunk. But
please,
what I'm
I'm a lot of bit drunk.
All right, perfect. You're a lot of bit drunk, and I'm going to engage with Confluence.
He's drinking Crown now, and we fucking.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you how do you derive the moral implication of an action independent of an actor being by themselves.
This is why I said that's an epistemic claim. That has nothing to do with morality being objective.
This has to do with how we perceive morality and how we use induction or deduction to derive the axiom that the moral claim comes from.
That's not what the prompt is. Like we can talk. We can talk. I'm fine. Like I don't want. I'm not like trying to like be like a shit here. We can talk about like normative ethics, but I just want to say this has nothing to do with the prompt. If you want to talk about like normative stuff, I'm fine. We can just like who cares? We can talk about normative ethics. But it's nothing to do
just to make sure normative means that we all agree this is what should be, right?
No, it doesn't. Someone
what is normative? Explain that for all of us.
I think you said that, and then Testi agreed to that, and I was like so angry. No, normative.
Please redefine normative.
Normative ethics is like what you ought to do, like how, like it's like
that's what I just said. Should I said the word should?
Okay, maybe I misheard you. I thought you just said, but like what is like kind of normal, but normative ethics is like it's almost like similar to like applied ethics. Like, are you a deontologist? Are you like, do you follow like Kant's categorical?
What does deontologist fucking mean?
It doesn't really matter necessarily, but like.
Wait, let me just.
It's like how do you act? Are you you know what utilitarianism is, right? Consequentialism. Do you look at the consequences? Do you look at who's going to be affected?
Just to be
you
clear,
try to max pleasure. There's a lot of like stuff you can do but that's all normative ethics. That's it. None of that says anything about if morality is objective or not. That's all like a separate topic.
No, that is how you determine your moral axioms, by grounding them in a philosophical branch or tree. What you just described is different philosophical branches or trees with epistemology, ontology, deontology, etc. And then the derivatives, things like constructivism, utilitarianism, etc. You use those branches.
Those are all normative ethics. That's not meta ethics. This is a meta ethical conversation. It's not a normative ethical
how can you justify any meta ethical claims?
Thank you.
I did in my opening. I can repeat it again if you want.
Because they're contingent on you as an actor being able to, not just you as an actor, any actor being able to derive information from those actions. How do you get there?
No, that's confusing.
Yes, they don't exist in a vacuum.
No, that would be like saying you need a mind to know what math is. Yes, you obviously do, but math still exists.
So you've agreed that it's contingent and subjective.
That's like a basic fallacy, right? Like so. I have to have a mind to know math, but that doesn't. If I don't have a mind, it doesn't mean math doesn't exist.
Doesn't mean that math.
If you are going to accuse me of presenting a fallacy, tell me what the fallacy is.
Did I not describe it correctly enough?
No, you didn't. You didn't tell me what the fallacy was. You said that if something requires something else, that it's a basic fallacy. If the actor in this case is required, and in this it would be, to be able to derive knowledge from the action to determine whether or not it's moral, what is the fallacy?
You're going back to the norm. It's a category error. You're going back to the normative. It is. You're not making a distinction between meta ethics and normative ethics. I'm fine.
I'm making the claim that they're required. They're contingent upon each other.
I'm fine. They're not contingent upon each other. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. One is it's a one directional contingency. They're not contingent upon each other. That's insane to say. I'm being a little hostile. I apologize, Maida. Okay,
it's okay. We're drunk. It's fine.
The difference is okay. Okay, no, I understand.
Good. Then fuck you.
We saved it for this.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you. Fuck you.
I understand what you're saying. They're not contingent upon each other, but when you try to create a practical application for normative ethics, you require a meta-ethical theory to be able to do so if it is objective.
Right, yeah, a one-way contingency. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm asking you in this one-way contingency how you arrive there without using a normative ethical argument for the application of your meta-ethical theory.
All right, last thoughts and responses from Maida, because we're going to bring Circa in too. I got a bedtime. I got a hard out. So.
I love John Zerka.
I know, me too. He's bringing up the rear, if you know what I'm saying.
I do have a fight for him.
Response to Maida's thoughts.
Yeah, Confluence.
Yeah, no, wait. Oh, sorry. Can you repeat what you said again?
Yes, sure. How do you, without using a normative ethics claim, find a practical application for your meta-ethical theory?
I feel like you're putting the cart before the horse. I have normative ethics. So I start with the meta ethics and then I derive a normative ethic based on that. So I'm not saying normative ethics are not important, but yeah, and you agreed it's a one-way contingency, right? And it is. And so yeah, so I have my meta ethic, which is that moral realism, that morality is objective, and then yes, I use my phenomenological conservatism and intuitionism, and then from that I will derive normative ethics. And I'm fine admitting I can be wrong on that stuff, but that's the direction it goes. It doesn't go the other way around, and I'm fine saying that yes, once you punt into the normative ethics, you can be wrong in any turn, in any band. You can always be wrong, but that's what I would say. Yeah, you start with that and you go to the normative ethics. That's my answer. If it's not satisfying, you're always welcome to join the Confluence 358 panel. Always be plugging. I'd be happy to talk to you again, Mike.
He does this way more nights than I do because he's way more
every
committed.
day, pretty much every
All
day.
right,
It's
cheers.
every day, bro.
Mida, brother, you know that I love you, but I do have one more person I want to bring in here.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
pleasure
fine.
as always.
I can always come in
wish
later.
you'd fucking actually join us in debates someday. We'll be cool enough to actually have Mida on screen. So appreciate you as always, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
Have a good one. Love you.
Our last but not least, we have got Circa. So Circa, you a long time no see, buddy. I was starting to think maybe you didn't like us no more. Circa, tell us why you believe that objective morality does or does not exist. You are going to be our last 5 minutes. Go ahead. Tell us what tell us what you think.
Always good to see you.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, you're super
so quiet. You're so quiet. You're like a little mouse.
How about now? Better?
No,
yep,
not
much
better.
better. Thank you. Go on.
No, it's not bad. Don't lie to him, Horace. He's still quiet.
I don't know. It's more of something I just identify with a little bit more. Maybe it's something I think is deceptively kind of alluring or better for me personally in feeling and emotion. But I mean, the prompt is technically it's primarily meta ethical, right? And I just tend to identify with objective truth more. To me, it feels like something
it's like a preference,
not just want to be true, but what, a preference?
Would you say,
yeah,
would you
maybe
say
a little. Yeah.
I'm just teasing.
So part of that,
So I was following. Sorry, I have been. We've all been drinking except for maybe Hammer. But I was looking in chat, and I don't know if I misunderstood.
I gotta catch up.
So when I think of moral relativism, I've always thought of that and like understood it through like some sort of subjective lens, or like it supports sort of that side. But you were saying that it supports objective morality. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. So
can you maybe elaborate
you
on that?
really shouldn't think about this topic as subjectivity and objectivity. I know it's the prompts.
Sure, we go into
objectivity
cognitism or non-cognitism.
But I'm talking about moral. Like you usually want to use the words moral realism,
Sure,
naturalism, or a natural realist, or a non-natural realist, or
or
error.
cognitivist or non-cognitivist. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So a moral relativist, the name kind of gives it away a little bit too, right? So a moral relativist believes in good and bad, right?
Yeah. They believe in
so
moral.
They believe that good and bad are objectively true. They just understand that they come to it relatively. They do believe that this is good or this is bad. It's just relatively whether that's how you get to it. That's how they approach it.
I don't. So if I may, so to me, when I say something is relative, and I'm not talking about cultural relativism, and I'm just saying that to get that out of the way. Cultural relativism would be like, I don't know, if they sacrifice if they club baby seals in Greenland or something, then we should respect their cultural practices. That's a different thing altogether. But if we're talking about moral relativism, as in back in the day, slavery was considered to be a moral thing, and now it's not.
They thought it was good or bad, though. That's the point.
Yes, but not in I feel like because I consider myself to be a moral relativist in a lot of ways, and I don't see that as like a prescriptive thing. It's just like sort of almost like this is slippery slope in philosophy, but like saying it is as a self-evident thing. If we look back, we can see clearly the morality was different 1,000 years ago than it is today. They had a completely different set of values and beliefs and goals and all the rest of it. And then, so like they're quote unquote real, but not in like a moral realist way. That like they are like objective facts, I guess, in the sense that like morality existed, but not in like, because clearly we're the relativist is acknowledging that the morality has changed, and to me that inherently undermines the idea that there is an objective morality.
No, moral naturalism again, or this would include the relativist one, right? Is that moral facts and natural facts are reducible to natural features. So naturally, and we came to these relatively. Moral realism would be that some of the moral claims are objectively true, right? So the other alternative here would be something like a non-realist, right, or an anti-realist.
Oh, okay.
There'd be no room for that person to exist without you. With your,
okay, I think
the
I
way
understand.
you're explaining it.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay. No, I think I understand that clarification. So what you're describing is more so what Horst sort of argued in his, because he took a naturalist.
Moral objectivity does not mean like moral certainty. By the way, those are two different.
Right.
things.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is your definition of moral objectivity again?
Oh God. Sorry, I've heard. Start. Go ahead, sir.
Me?
Yes,
Me?
you, Circa.
Bro, you got to see his.
Describe
charts.
moral objectivity again, please.
So there's moral realism, and it's going to be in between moral naturalism and moral non-naturalism, right? So moral naturalism is moral facts are natural facts that can be reducible to natural features, right? And then the non-naturalism is something like moral properties and reasons are objective, but they are not reducible or irreducible to natural or scientific properties, something like that. Make sense?
Okay. So are you saying that you believe that there's like some universal law that establishes morality, or are you saying the opposite?
Like a maxim?
Yeah. Like what establishes?
I kind of identify with moral naturalism, even though I don't really know if I fully believe it. It's just I tend to think about it in identifying way. Like I have a large part of me that is the majority that feels this way, and then there's another part of me that rejects that. Yeah, that's exactly what. Yeah, it seems intuitive to me. I also, again, emotions play a big role in this. I want it to be true. Like I want the idea of good and bad to be
objectively
at least
true.
in the fundamental way, something that we all need to like strive for, right? Or to have some moral clarity in the universe. But
I think that's a very honest answer, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Because I the same thing. I
would
also
agree
want
with
it to be
everything
true.
he said.
I just can't bring myself there. But
Yeah, I'm just confused because you said that like moral objectivism is separate from like moral absolutism. Like so like you say that there are certain morals that are objective, but they're not.
He didn't say that.
Or something like that.
I never mentioned.
Wait, what you said? It, moral objectivism is different from what was the term that you used?
Moral certainty.
Moral certainty. Yeah.
Moral certainty. Yes. Moral certainty. So moral certainty would be like there are certain moral like establishments that are absolutely true. Right? You're certain of them.
Because certainty is more of an epistemic thing. It's essentially epistemic uncertainty is how you can come to moral certainty, right? So
okay, I think I get it. Okay, I think
we're combining like objective truth now with epistemic certainty or uncertainty. So the thing is, we can disagree about cosmology. We can disagree about like diseases, and that doesn't make these subjects like subjective then at that point. So there's an epistemic certainty that goes into this now. That's the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, and Confluence tried to push me on that to say that I love torturing babies. Just throw that out there.
That is what Confluence will do. All right, so real quick, everybody. So I've got to tell you guys, I've got a hard out tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'm getting up bright and early to drive to our local Renaissance Festival. There will be pictures of me in costume showing up in chat tomorrow, I'm sure, for all of you guys to make fun of. But I do want to say, and I want to read all of my little outro before we call it. Thank you again to all of tonight's debaters. I definitely hope that this has been as awesome for you guys as it has been for us. We are always open to feedback and suggestions, so let us know if you have any ideas on how we can improve this experience for you guys. Also, above all, thank you to all of our viewers. We would not be here without you guys. We do this every Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7 p.m. and 6 p.m. respectively.
Sex.
Sex
right?
PM.
That's that fucking Canadian
go.
whiskey, bro. It's making
making
me naughty. So please make sure you give us a follow, so you will get all the notifications every time we go live. Subs and donos definitely help keep the production to be improving, but also those become more regular. We will be sharing more and more with the winning debaters, et cetera, but that's another conversation for another time. So please help us out.
Who won?
But more importantly, we
I
can
did.
also help by spreading the word about what we are doing here. So please let everybody you know Friday and Saturday nights, tune in. And finally, if you haven't already, join the free Discord channel. That is where we take this conversation after the lights go off and the cameras go away. It is also where you can tell me if you are interested in participating and giving this whole debate thing a shot. So please let us know if you want to play this game. We are happy to have you. We hope to see you guys for the next round here in the DMZ. I'm going to go ahead and rate us out real quick. Does anybody have any requests?
Can I briefly say something? If
You can say it. You can say it more than briefly, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay,
That
if
means
you're done,
Confluence,
I am
Horseradish, and
continuing the
Steelborne?
after party on my channel. If you allow me to plug Confluence 358
Plug
on
the
YouTube,
fuck out of you, Confluence.
yeah,
As a matter of
okay,
fact, I'm even going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link for everybody to follow you over on Confluence's channel one more time.
I appreciate it.
And
It's an open
also,
panel.
I'm going to
We're
leave this.
fucking
I'm going to leave this
continuing on.
conversation open in the Discord channel for everybody. So, if you want to join in on Confluence's panel and conversation, you guys can jump right here and let's see. Hang on! Exclamation Discord. Jump into the conversation. One of our mods will be able to bring you into the actual room. Okay. Go ahead, Confluence. Plug yourself, buddy.
Yeah, Confluence 358 open panel. It's right now. It's right now. So come and join. Come and join. That's all I have to say. Continuing about meta ethics. Okay, for another hour and a half at least. Okay.
You're not streaming on
Thank you,
Twitch,
Horace.
are you, Confluence?
No,
You guys won, right?
No, he wouldn't
You
survive on
need
Twitch.
to start streaming on. You need to start streaming on Twitch so I can.
Yeah,
rate
the
it,
negative.
everybody.
It was 21 to 20. Yeah. Also, I just want to say
Probably
before you guys dip,
probably watch it,
thank
right?
you. Appreciate it. This was a blast, and it was. Yeah, I'm glad I participated. It was a good
Yeah,
conversation.
you know what? If we're going to do our shout outs like that, Testies, I appreciate you, buddy. Confluence, thank you for choosing me tonight to actually participate in this debate. This was the first time I have ever actually debated on my own channel, and it was pretty fucking badass. So I appreciate that, Confluence. The 3v3 debates are as much fun as I thought they would be, and I hope somebody chooses me in the future again. So
robot mode.
I had a great time.
Say what?
Robot
It
mode.
was okay for me actually, but whatever.
All right. Might have been Netflix. Yeah, you guys probably hear my dogs squeezing their little squeezy ball. So, all right, Confluence's channel, everybody, go ahead and I can't rate into Confluence because
Wait,
he's
does
a fucking
Hammer want to
YouTube bitch, so
shout?
we
Catch you guys later.
can't put
Thank
our
you.
Twitch viewers there. So
Have to
go
extend
follow
this.
That's way too
him.
late for me to stream.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and you know what, Hammer, you've been sitting there all quiet and sleepy, buddy. I appreciate you. Testies, I appreciate you. Confluence, I appreciate you, and all of you guys out there in chat. Thanks you again for tuning in tonight. We're gonna rate into a regular here. We're gonna go say hi to Adventurous for our Twitch viewers. He looks like he's playing D&D, which is also acceptable. But the conversation is going to continue over on Confluence's channel. I just dropped his link. Give him a follow. Follow the conversation over there. We will see you guys next week, next Friday, and answer those prompts. I'll get you guys in. We prioritize new voices. We always want new faces here in the DMZ. So we'll see you guys next week. Have a great night.
God bless you.
Bye, y'all. Bye.
Bless you guys.
Later.
Thank you. Take care. All right. Okay. Link has been posted. Let me see if I can maybe pin it. We got Tyler already clicking the link.
I'm fucking ready. You got your
go.
ass whooped.
Wait,
You got destroyed.
That's insane. That's insane.
You got destroyed with scoreboard. Scoreboard.
You lost by 1 point.
Oh, okay.
1 point.
Sounds like coke
1
to
point.
me.
I'm just
1 point is a cope.
Sounds like coke to me.
I'm just saying the facts on the
If the guy was like, "Hey, we only lost by 17 points," you know, like that's fucking bullshit. That would be
1
cope.
point. 1 point is different than 17.
Loser.
Yeah,
1 point
we lost 'cause of,
to
like,
get
it could've been
50-50.
anyone. Yeah, it could have been
Coach would have put you in. You would have went to state, huh?
You know, Testi, you should join. You should join the after party.
You would have went to state if
Unless
coach
you're,
put
like,
you
a little
in.
Empowered or whatever, you know, that's fine too. We accept that. It's 2020.
Could have went to college ball, changed your whole life. Coach would've
I
put
mean,
you
doesn't
in.
it? It's funny that you guys went towards like the like it needs to. I guess I guess it was Horseradish who was like, I guess then we're just gonna go straight into preference based shenanigans. When it's like, no, wouldn't the Christians just go straight back to where they're going? Like with only 1 vote difference, doesn't that make a Christian like a purge crusade actually worthwhile?
In fairness, I think that the F took it just based off of pure debate rules that you guys get to pick and lay down your arguments. And they constantly wanted to shift and try to pull out of you, where is this grounded in? What is this grounded in? And you kept fighting that. It looked weaselly, so I could see why people didn't like it. But at the end of the day, you get to pick the argument and they get to have to debunk it. They don't get to just dodge your argument and say, this is what I think they'd say, so I'm going to argue against that instead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that.
I never thought of that. Yeah.
It isn't a grounding thing. Like I feel like even people that I'm not going to specify, even people that were on my team, I feel like it's not a grounding thing. There was so much like stuff that wasn't about the prompt, and I'm just like stick to the prompt. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the prompt. It's meta ethics. It's not normative ethics. It's not a grounding issue.
People really don't like sticking to the prompt.
Related to meta ethics.
But even if it was the prompt,
stuck with me to meta ethics, and I think he's literally the only one that was willing to like stick with the meta ethics thing. At least when I talked to him.
even if it was the prompt, though, like at the end of the day, even if that was the actual prompt that was chosen, but whatever, you guys get to set the argument you want to argue within the realm of that as the F,
which makes sense. Yeah.
You know, they can offer a counter like hypothetical, but they have to like somehow relate that back to how that counter hypothetical. Like I watched Razor do that. It was like Trump was a better choice than Clinton in the election, and all he did was argue Hillary Clinton was better and or Hillary Clinton was good in X, Y, and Z areas, but never related it back to why it was better than Trump.
Razor who? Razor Fist?
No, the dude Razor that has the gay little cat ears on it.
Yeah,
he came up.
I'm not throwing. To be clear, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I think.
No, you're not throwing shade.
And Horst did a great job. I'm just saying. I wish the conversation. That's just my preferences. I wish it was more about the meta ethics of it, because that was what we're talking about. That's where because as soon as you allow someone to go into like, how do you ground it? What's the normative framework of this? Then you've left the prompt. You're in a separate debate prompt. So it's not like they all went and find avenues. I think everyone did a fucking great job. But
He came out of it looking kind of like a weasel for you guys not ever admitting that what your grounding was, though. You could have admitted your grounding and moved past it, and then they would have had something to argue, but you were giving them nothing to latch onto and argue against, in a sense. Brandon spent his entire time with Steelborne owning Steelborne.
Issue.
Yeah, I agree.
It has nothing to do with moral realism, in a philosophical sense. The grounding of a thing has nothing to do with the prompt. It has.
But it would give them something to attack.
Separate. Yeah, it would. Yeah, I guess I could give extra stuff, but it's not. It's actually has nothing to do with meta ethics. It literally doesn't.
In my opinion, you could be 100% right. You could be 100% right, and you could
right?
You could be wrong. It doesn't matter. You could be 100% right. It has nothing to do with the prompt, or you could be wrong. It could actually have to do with the prompt if they made the right argument to do so. It doesn't matter. You give them that information they're asking about, and then at the end of the debate, you say, this is what the prompt was, this is what my argument was, and their counter arguments were X, Y, and Z.
I never dodged anything. In fact,
I didn't
No,
hear
no, no.
any
He's not saying you're dodging things. He's saying like in the future you can set up traps.
Yeah. It was like I didn't hear an answer as to why you guys what your morality was actually grounded in. He just kept saying it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you set traps without knowing it, and then didn't pounce on them.
First of all, that's not with me. I said repeatedly that that's like it's not a grounding issue. But when I was asked, I did say I do define my morality. Like my grounding is God, but that's not the topic of the argument, which it's not. I'm not like hiding the ball here. I mean, everyone in the debate, literally all of them, except maybe MC Hammer, right? Maybe he doesn't know my religious point of view.
Somebody at one point said nobody said God though. Nobody said God. They were adamant about how like we didn't give any actual grounding. It was like watching someone try to nail Jello to a wall. And as much as like you guys might have prompt one, I didn't like it.
I mean, nailing Jello to a wall is pretty easy.
I get how you can see that, but like I'm just saying
It's more like nailing plaster.
You can reject this, but I'm saying we're talking about meta ethics. The grounding is irrelevant. It just is irrelevant. You can look this up on your own time, and you can come back to me. And
I get that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying that point is irrelevant to the debate. I get that. I'm saying that point is irrelevant to the debate. If it's irrelevant, you give them your grounding anyways and let them go off on some silly tangent and then say how this tangent was not effective enough to knock down the AF argument. You let them walk down that. You bait them. You don't say, no, this is the wrong argument.
That's a fantastic fucking advice because it's like you throw your grounding out there, which you can hold on to.
My opening has nothing to do with God, and it doesn't have anything to do with God.
I get that. That's what you're not listening to me because I know that.
Yeah.
Confluence, you're not listening.
You didn't want to use your foundation.
You're not listening. I'm not saying you even have to argue against them. I'm saying the fact that you guys wouldn't answer that question just up front, honestly, this is what my grounding is. No, eventually you did, but at one point your team was saying, oh my God, Confluence, let me get a sentence out, bro. Your team flat out said, we're not talking about God. Grounding doesn't matter. I'm saying you let them, instead of giving them hints during the debate of what they should be arguing against and what they shouldn't be arguing against, let them go down those paths.
You kept deflecting them, saying like, we don't want, like, well, this is not where we're coming from.
You tried to set them straight and get them to actually argue your point. And it's like, why are you doing that during a debate? Why are you helping them? That's my point.
I get your point. I just think that the more it went into like the normative ethics, I think if it stayed in meta ethics, I think it would have been a blowout. I think it's because we let them go down the normative ethics, all these other paths that are not the prompt at all. They're like tangential to the prompt. I feel like that's why we lost by only one.
I can understand that, but I feel like it's the fact that
back to the prompt, I think we would have like I think it would have been a blowout because only Brandon.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But the fact that they went down there and you didn't nip it in the bud when you could have, like that's
you let them get their whole thing out. You let them attack God.
I can't do that, Voltaire. It's not like an open conversation, right?
No, fair enough. I get you.
One person, right? And then, or two people, I guess.
I understand.
Someone else, so I can't like just jump in at any time. You know?
Yeah.
You say let them attack God, let them attack religion. Then you say at the end of it, well, I'm glad you got all that out of your system. Now back to the debate prompt. Here's my affirmative argument again. Notice nothing they said actually contradicted my real point. Now, would you guys like to actually address my point? And then boom, you just completely invalidated. They just wasted all their time, their opportunity cost to spend their time arguing against you. They wasted it on a tangent that they were obsessed with. You should just give them a little red meat and let them run with it more.
Okay, Tyler. I hear what you're saying.
This is just a critique, man. We're not trying to fucking say that you fucking.
I know. What I'm saying, I'm doing the 1v1, so I can't. So like Steelborne did go down, as Testi is saying, he went down the normative path. So I can't jump in on that. That's not something. So that's not a critique to me.
fair
I
enough.
can't. I'm literally not allowed to like step in on that. I'm not.
That's
allowed.
not all Steelborne went down on.
Is doing what Steelborne is doing, and he's doing a good job.
What? I don't even know why I laughed at that. He's got a wife, a child that's healthy. What are you talking about?
It's so juvenile. That's why it's funny.
That's probably why I find most of your jokes funny, but let's continue on.
Intentionally juvenile, like in between like well thought out points, you drop a 7th grader joke, you know?
Yep.
What was your argument?
I'm sorry for laughing at the juvenile joke. Confluence.
I don't know if you even remember me. Hopefully you do. You joined my panel one time before. I remember you. I hope you remember me. But
yeah. But Confluence, what was your argument for morality being objective?
So, how much time do you have? So, my argument is, and this may be a flaw, but I'll try to like speed run it. So, my argument was starting from phenomenological conservatism, which is basically saying that it's rationally justifiable to accept things as they seem to us if we have no reason to doubt them. So if something seems to be true, like it seems like I'm talking to someone that is called Toronto Bible Study without any reason to doubt that, I ought to assume that's true. My seemings can be wrong, but beyond other evidence or beyond some reason out, I ought to accept that. And then punting from that into intuitionism, if I think about like, is torturing babies for fun wrong? Then I would say, yes, it's wrong. Intuitionally, it seems to me that that's wrong. It seems to almost everybody that it's wrong. So given there's no reason to doubt that, I should accept that probably that's a morally objective truth, because it seems that it is morally objective. I don't, there's almost like no one actually would deny that. I think if they're being good faith. And so, yeah, I think I that was kind of the condensed version, but yeah, that's kind of my point. My grounding is God, but that's a separate thing. But yeah, I guess if you have follow-up questions, I'm fine.
No, that's a good argument, I guess. It's hard to say. Yeah, hard to give. I mean, I would also argue for the notion that everybody seems to, whether they deny objective morality or not, they seem to argue from moral standpoints anyway. You know what I mean? The people who would deny objective morality, they'll still say, hey, that's not right. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't enslave people. You shouldn't kill babies for fun, etc.
Well,
right? So
I would say that my view of objective morality would come from the fact that like I would base what you guys say God has bestowed upon us to just inherent to our level of sentience and being humane. So something that was born with us, but what we actually have is a pragmatic system. And I'm trying to, Emmett's not around, is he? Because I'm testing out some arguments a little bit here. And I got some people like Karen. I would say that we have abandoned what the moral code of the religion, but we've adopted the best parts out of it, the human rights, the putting humanity before other creatures and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, we have a pragmatic secular morality that's only objective because we voted on that.
Well, you're saying that secular humanism is kind of based on Christianity. Like
I would argue that I wouldn't even say I wouldn't even know if it's human. I'm just saying it's just pragmatic. I'm arguing this is how it actually plays out in reality because of the dint of our system. We elect one group that have views, moral compasses this way, and they change policy for 4 to 8 years in that direction. Then we bring in another group, and it ends up being a mishmash of different views of how morality, different interpretations of how morality is.
I'd like to know how I'd like to know how secularism was born out. Like to me, it was born out of Christianity. I don't believe there would be one without the other.
I think any atheist that denies that the Christian moral system is bad as a whole and not the fundamentals of even our secular version of morality is just somebody that just hates religion and doesn't want to give them credit for anything.
So you would agree with me?
Yeah, post-enlightenment values are the grounding of even my secular morality. There's a lot of good ideas in there, and we shouldn't just give them up because they came from
To me, that's a big thing that most atheists just can't comprehend, and they will not. They won't, because it's like, how could they possibly think that? Like, I know a lot of atheists. I used to be one, and we used to be like, what we'd say was, why would you need a book or a set of commandments to know what is right or wrong? But it's like our very society was built out of Christianity. All of our grandparents, parents, and they all went to, they all went to Christ's house. They all praised at his church.
I'll stop filibustering here, but I think I kind of hold a unique position because not very many other atheists go to church with their wife every week, pray before bed with. You know what I mean? Like,
God bless you, man. Oh, seriously, God bless you.
Open and if religion presented evidence to me to believe it, I would. I'm not resistant to it. I just don't. Yeah.
No,
You
that's
don't
fine.
see evidence.
I fucking love that.
Hold on, brother. You don't see there's any evidence to believe.
Well, no. Well, then right now you're about to go into the attack, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm not going into the attack. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah. Oh, I've heard a lot of arguments from a lot of people. I just don't find them compelling. I've given it a fair shot. It's not like I went in there with like, you're never gonna change my mind because I don't believe that stuff. But it just didn't. No.
Well, what about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, right? Like, just looking at that, right? Just that alone.
That's one thing most Christians don't even think about. Why is that something you brought about to try to convince somebody that's an atheist?
That's the basis of the whole religion of Christianity. If you don't have that,
is it really the resurrection of Jesus Christ is the basis of all?
It's the basic evidence, and if you don't have that, you don't have religion. The religion of Christianity, it's in vain. Our faith is in vain, as Paul said.
That is.
Hold up. I'm
I don't know. I believe that's completely fucked, and that's completely.
Hold on. That means the Mormons are Christians?
No, I didn't say that anyone who believes that is Christian.
So sorry, Toronto Bible.
It's a meme.
You know a guy named Objective Ethics, and can you vouch for him?
Oh yeah, he's all right. He's good.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, continue on. Welcome, Objective Ethics, by the way.
Welcome, Objective Ethics.
Confluence, can you speak into your microphone, please?
Yeah, you're a little quiet.
Am I
So I
quiet?
can hear you.
Yeah, you're quite quiet.
Oh, it's the champ, the captain of the winning squad.
Testi.
Oh yeah, it's better. Dude, I'm
Hey,
so
you give me some mod fluence yet, Confluence? Come on now.
Someone told me that to never mod someone that asks for a mod position. Someone told me that. I can't remember who.
Might have been me.
That might have been Testi.
Might have been.
I would say.
I think I've done enough, and like I never seek for a mod position, but I think I'm more situated to be a mod for you than probably anybody else.
Yeah, you kind of earned it if you think about it.
Brandon,
I'll consider it. Put in your application.
Brandon could have hoisted you up on his shoulders after the debate, Testy, but you were already.
I didn't even like you for the longest time. Fuck, but I still don't have like.
Wait, I want to tell.
Hold on, because like I quarter still don't like you because I'm allowed to have my difference of opinion, but I'm allowed to.
You know
promote
what I like,
you.
Voltaire? I like your little cutie wife. That's who I like. Okay.
Oh my gosh! No, don't
do that,
bro. You don't need to. You don't need to counter my position for wanting to be a mod. Now you're like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, don't covet thy
I'm
neighbor's
not saying
wife.
that.
Why are you coveting, bro?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just.
You literally
saying
coveted my fucking. You
If
literally
anything,
coveted my
I'm giving
name.
him a compliment. I'm saying his wife is.
No, that's
Join the
coveting.
heathens. Watch football.
Now I
on
definitely
Sunday.
deserve a fucking mod. My God.
That's all I'm
You know what?
saying.
I gave you three. What, two, three?
I'm gonna dip,
2, 3
brother,
looks
but
at my
it's done here, right?
I only gave you 2, 3 looks at my wife, so I deserve a fucking a mod fluence.
I probably made Toronto Bible Study leap with that comment. Actually, I'm realizing that now. I think last time someone like said like a basic curse word like fuck, and he
Tyler.
left on that. So probably me saying
No, it was
that
Tyler.
Voltaire's wife's a cutie. That might have done it as well.
What did I
Tyler got
say?
bullied last. You
You
said
know,
something.
you don't want to know why? Like I want a
Join
mod
the heathen
fluence.
side
It's
or
because I
something
actually
like
enjoy your fucking shit, and like today I could easily just sent it like the what the fuck is it called the straw poll over. Like I could have just sent it over easily. It just said vote here.
Yeah,
Like
that
I'm
makes
not.
me I feel
Did you
bad.
vote?
I'm not trying to be like. You honestly think that like what power am I going to gain from this? I'm not going to like Andrew Wilson or fucking any of them fucking people being like, give me Modfluence, Confluence. I'm just saying, hey man, I can probably help you out.
Did you
And
vote?
that's all
for
I
me,
try to do.
Voltaire? That's my main thing. Did you vote tonight?
Yes, and I looked at my wife's phone to vote, and it's like there's already been a vote from this IP address. It's like, God, for fuck's sakes! So I go into my VPN, and it's like, oh, you can't vote using a VPN. So there you go. See, I went all out. So what the fuck?
You're one VPN away from getting.
No, you can't use VPN, man.
I
that's
appreciate
the
you
one.
admitting that you were trying to cheat. That's yeah.
That's not cheating. Hey, his wife is a legit human being.
My
right?
wife watches the things I do. What are you talking like?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Wait. Okay, before you guys are done, Tyler, explain your insult.
I don't remember it. What was it?
There's something about being on the shoulders of Brandon or something.
Oh yeah. I said Brandon could have hoisted you up on his shoulders after the win, but you were already up there the whole debate.
What does that mean?
That means he carried you. I thought that was clever. I thought it was clever.
Oh no, okay. It's clear. All right, cool. Good one.
I thank you. I approve, but explaining it ruins the whole thing. So like, any chuckle I might have gotten is now
I'm a little
ruined.
drunk. I'm a little tired. I didn't put.
People are gonna remember my joke like remembering a family member that slowly died of cancer in the hospital.
What the pages coming
You could have
down?
made us win, Voltaire. You actually could have made us win. You listen to what Leshu says, but that's fine.
Oh yeah, drop your Wi-Fi.
You could have
and
missed
you go to the
high, I
correct
guess.
address. Yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
need
you could
more.
have missed high.
You made him debate in sunglasses. That must suck.
On top of that, if you own an Apple product, you could turn off your private IP and vote twice from your Apple product alone because it gives you a different IP. Then you'll get a public facing, and then you'll get your real IP.
It's good to know the levels of the.
I will never own a fucking Apple product again.
Oh yeah, well.
Yeah, I
Yeah, they literally wouldn't allow me to do what I wanted to do when I first bought it. They're like, hey, you only have a parameters amount of stuff you can do. And then I bought their fucking laptop, and it's like, yeah, the parameters still exist with that. And then my dog fucking came on my bed where I had a glass of water, or more likely a fucking can of beer, and spilt it all over my keyboard. And the thing to replace it was just the same amount as it was to buy a new one.
The only thing that
horses understanding what I understand. There are certain screens, that have polarization, and your sunglasses you can't see them.
Hold on, who the fuck doesn't have a waterproof goddamn keyboard?
You said a dog came on your bed?
I don't know if mine.
You let your dog come on your bed?
Yes, dogs jump on the bed a lot.
You said it came on the bed, though. The only thing that comes on my bed is me, and you could ask my wife about that.
All right.
No, okay.
Yeah, I think Kirk we would have lost.
Lame ass fucking joke, but you can
come on.
You can hold it as long as you want.
What the fuck are we even talking about anymore?
I think you're cooming on your keyboard.
Talking about my dog ruining my Apple. What I said, Apple's gay because first of all, they let me try it out. They let me try it out for free for fucking a couple months, and they wouldn't let you can't. It's it's not jailbroken. You can't do the things that you want to do.
Liquid damage, pretty much exclusively. I'm just saying it sucks.
What? Liquid damage? No, I do a lot of things on my phone. They apparently might be illegal. You can't do that shit on an iPhone.
What do you pause? What are you?
We fed posting. What's going on?
Yeah, what's happening?
I have
Voltaire.
almost 2 terabytes. 2 terabytes of
what?
fucking.
Go on.
Terabytes of what, brother?
Of things you'd want to watch if the apocalypse happened, and that's all you had.
What?
Wait, that doesn't clarify.
Yes, it does. Actually,
be more specific.
If you can't figure that out, then that's something.
I'm worried.
You said potentially.
I'm worried. I'm figuring this out. But I'm
what would you on TV on a television? What would you rather watch for millennia if the apocalypse
okay.
happens.
No, I get it. He's talking about like Netflix shows and like TV shows and movies.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that what you're talking about, Voltaire?
I cannot say because
no.
I don't want to incriminate myself, you idiots.
Okay, but that's like better than what I'm thinking.
No, I think that.
Well, what do you think I was fucking saying, you idiot? Like,
I don't know. Like I got like 2 terabytes of something that no one will ever know about. And in an apocalypse, who's gonna judge me? And I can watch whatever content I want.
who's gonna judge me in the apocalypse?
Yeah, like, I was a little.
You fucking asshat! You fucking asshat! That's fucked, man.
Hey, if no one's gonna judge you, why watch content? Why not just not kidnap somebody and make your own?
Can I just jump in here really quick?
Well, content is not usually for your own self. It's like,
I apologize for my rudeness. I'm probably
good.
cutting off the
Oh,
conversation,
you're
but
good, brother.
are you being rude?
Thank you for that.
We're just
when I jumped in here, it seemed like the conversation was about objective morality, which is something that I actually, that's like in my wheelhouse. And Confluence, first time I've been on your channel, and I do appreciate what you're doing. I haven't watched a lot of your content, but I did subscribe off the first video I saw because I do like the way you're rolling. So I started just in here, but are we talking about objective morality?
Yes.
Sorry, and you had a formal debate on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you a theist or an atheist?
A theist.
So you're arguing for objective morality from the theistic position. Do you mind if can you give me the quick rundown of your position? Because I heard I saw you say something about the normative claim. Is that what you're arguing from the normative position, right?
No.
He's arguing the meta ethic.
Yeah, the meta ethic.
Yeah. Do you mind? Would it be a derail if I asked you to run through that really quick?
Just go ahead.
I'm cool with
it. Hold on. Anybody else in the panel? I'm cool with it. Are you guys cool with it?
Give him your elevator pitch for meta ethic morality.
Yeah. Do the elevator pitch.
I'm gonna be at least
son of a bitch.
At least a minute. I'm sorry. I don't know how to condense it more. So I was arguing from something that's called phenomenological conservatism, which is that what seems to be true, if you have no reason to doubt it, you ought to accept that it is correct. So my example I gave is that we could be a brain in a vat, but it seems like we're probably not. And so we ought, without a reason to doubt that, we should probably accept our reality in front of us. Seemings can be wrong. I gave the example of if a stick looks bent in the water, right? It seems like it's bent, but then if you touch it, it still feels straight. Then you have reason to doubt it. So not all seemings can be true. And I connected that to intuitionism and saying that, if you ask someone if like torturing a child for fun is wrong, almost everyone, it seems to them that that's like just wrong. And it's not based on culture. It's not based on someone's personal opinion. It's not based on emotivism or expressionism or all of these fucking stupid anti-realist takes. It seems like it's actually wrong. And so I would say if I can't be given a counterexample to this, then I ought to trust what I think is correct, which is the seemings of it, that it seems to be wrong. And I want to hear a good meta ethic against it. That was kind of my argument.
It seems like the stripper likes me. And, you know,
I already preempted that in what I said.
I used to work in the adult industry. I started with strippers, and that's fucking hilarious. So,
hell yeah, bro.
Yeah. So for the intuition side, the phenomenological argument, I'm familiar with this. I'm an agnostic atheist. I actually also argue for objective morality, but I didn't get an ontological argument there. I got a normative claim, and I agree with you and that's one of the best arguments against emotivism. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think I didn't. Sorry, I didn't give any normative claims there.
He's a bit drunk at this point.
You did. This is part of our disagreement.
That's fine, but he's got enough.
I didn't give a single normative claim. I didn't give a single normative claim.
The ought is a normative, right? Like, why ought we do something?
I know. I didn't give any oughts in what I said. I gave no oughts.
I swear you said it seems like we ought to not like do something with babies. I can't remember how you said it. We ought not.
Right. Yeah, it seems like we ought, but that's the seems is like.
Hold on.
The
Confluence.
seems.
We need to know what the ought is that's in.
I'm not
in
so the normative thing would be you ought not like torture an infant for fun.
You're arguing against.
I know what I. Okay, so the ought claim would be, you ought not torture infants for fun. I'm not even arguing that. In my opening, I'm saying it seems like, and then in brackets, the bracketed thing is you ought not torture in front. That can be replaced with a lot of things. So I'm not actually talking about normative ethics. I'm just saying it seems like, and then insert anything that to most people, they would probably think that this is intuitionally true, right? I guess my argument, so like, the trolley problem, right? Like you have like, 2 tracks, right? I think well, the trolley problem, right?
I know the trolley problem.
5% of the tracks, right?
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah,
But then let me finish this. If you switch it up though, and you say, let's say you have one person, you can harvest their organs, one healthy person, you can kill them, take all their organs, and you can save 5 other lives. Most people, right, when they're polled about the trolley problem, will say, well, no, I would pull the track because I want to like minimize the amount of people being killed. But then if you ask them about the organ harvesting one, should I take one healthy person, kill him, take his 5 organs, and save 5 other people? Most people would say absolutely not. They're not doing some moral calculus. They're not punting to some normative claim. They're using their intuition to say, no, that feels wrong to me. That's a shared intuition across many cultures.
You're saying nothing. You're saying it seems like this ought to be the case. So you're saying, well, it seems like objective morality ought to exist, or not ought, but it seems like it exists because of this. So you kind of are wanting to have it both ways. It seems like.
No, that's a complete misunderstanding of my argument.
I understand.
Sounds like Occam's razor to me.
No, go ahead. Let objective go, because I
understand the phenomenological argument very well, and I also understand the trolley problem. And both the trolley problem and the patient problem you're talking about are actually arguments for dealing with consequentialism, which is not what you're really talking about ultimately. So the grounding is in the phenomenology.
Right. I'll just briefly interrupt. I'll let you keep going. I just want to say my reason for bringing it up is that not about what's actually correct or not. I'm saying that if you ask these people, they will have a baseline intuition judgment of those 2 things. That's all I'm saying about that. And they conflict.
That's not the choice you're trying to philosophically make. What are you trying to fucking state?
I want to let objective finish. I just wanted to like briefly put that in there.
Stealing,
objective, keep going.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So we're talking about grounding, we're talking about ontology. When we're talking about the normative, we're talking about teleology. And epistemology gets us from the ontology to the teleology, right? So that's kind of the chain that we're thinking of here logically. Am I on the same page with you?
Well, no, I'm not talking right now. I'm only talking about the meta ethics. I'm not talking about the grounding or the normative stuff. I'm not talking about either of those things.
That's what Maida was trying to get through to you, by the way.
What?
This is what Maida was trying to get through to you.
If you stay in the meta,
he failed to do that. That's not how meta ethics work. Like this is they're different categories of things. Like they just are.
Meta ethics don't get you to ontology or normativity.
I agree. I completely agree. They don't. This is a meta ethical conversation. I'm happy to go into the other thing, but. So we can talk about anything, but I'm saying the debate prompt, right? If morality is objective, it has nothing to do with normative ethics. It has nothing to do with grounding. Meta ethics is its own field. It's completely separate from the other ones, and yet you can use metaphysics and you can then punt into normative ethics, that's fine to do. But yeah, the topic of the debate was a meta-ethical debate, is what I'm trying to say.
So, can I ask the new guy a question? New guy?
Yeah, brother, I got you.
Who the fuck is that?
New guy. I'm Candace Owens.
Objective ethics. Yeah.
Yeah. You. What's your thoughts on Israel?
Oh fuck, bro. That's I don't usually do politics, to be honest with you. So from what I see is it's a genocide. It seems like from what I see in the news.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, what a cock.
Tyler. Fuck you, Tyler.
Idiot.
His initial seemings, it seems like a genocide. If he has reason to doubt it, then under phenomenological conservatism, then he might doubt it.
I fully admit that I'm ignorant, right? I have no problem if you guys can show me some data, and I'd be happy to accept it. So when it comes to
we
politics,
just want that. I don't want to. I'll send you a document if you ever
address my example, because it's what we talked about the majority of our debate. So if you have a friend, you keep going back to like, well, it seems this way, or the seemings can be wrong, or whatever. But like, if you have a friend and you think that they're mad at you, and it's a paranoia, like an irrational thought or whatever. And so you start reading their neutral facial expressions or their little twitches and stuff as further justification that they are in fact mad at you. So where am I like? So because like the core claim of your phenomenological conservatism is that you're saying that given or without a defeater, I guess for like the technical terminology, without a defeater, that's in some level is a justified belief.
It is, yes, but this,
though.
It is, but this, no, Testi, hear me out. Okay, so if, like, let's say you're maybe like either mentally unwell or you don't understand social cues and you think your friend is mad at you and that's the seeming to you, you are justified in believing that.
You're not.
The thing, I think you just are. I don't know what you're fucking saying. Like, this is not the point that you should disagree on. This is something that would be incontrovertible, by the way. There's points you can disagree along this logic train. This is not one of them. If you are mentally ill or if you don't understand social cues, you should have no reason to disagree with this.
Ill or fucking or whatever. Oh, I almost said the R word. Why do you have to be something mentally wrong? This happens all the fucking time. You could just think that your friend is mad at you. You don't have to add shit to it.
Right. If you have no reason to doubt it, then yes, it's a justified belief. But the thing is, and this is the thing that I feel like you're not grasping, and I think this is partially maybe my fault, because I kept getting like I kept underestimating how much or overestimating how much time I had. But the whole thing is a seeming. Even if it's justified, it can still be entirely wrong. Something that seems right, a justified belief that you hold, can be absolutely wrong. I've never said otherwise. So yeah, I think it is justified. You could have a justified situation where I think, let's say, Testi, you're mad at me, and I'm justified in thinking this. I have no reason to doubt this. My seeming can be wrong. I would never say it can't be wrong. That happens all the time, constantly.
Can I ask you a clarifying question, just because I'm the FNG here? So you said that it was a debate about meta-ethics, but the prompt didn't say anything about meta-ethics. So can you tell me what the specific prompt was?
The prompt was, is morality is objective? And so I was on the affirmative side. So if we're talking about morality being objective, then we're talking about meta-ethics.
Yeah, as the affirmative, you get to kind of set the ground. Okay, I can see why you said, because to me, that's like, I would argue that also from the affirmative, but I would get into definitions. And I assume you established a meta-ethical definition in your opening statement, right?
Yeah, by objective we mean something that's like mind independent. It doesn't have anything to do with based on any like person.
Well, phenomenology isn't mind independent though.
I don't know what that statement means.
The phenomenology
that statement doesn't make sense.
Mind independence is ontology. Meta-ethics isn't about mind independence. You can't. How are you? I'm confused right there from the go. Right.
Wait. What? No. So moral realism and moral anti-realism, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what those terms mean?
I do.
Okay. Right. So if you're a moral, if someone is a moral anti-realist, right, then they would say that that the claims that when someone says something that's morally true, they would accept them as truth apt, but they would say they're mind dependent. They're dependent on the mind, right?
Yeah,
so that is baked in.
Subjective or intersubjective, even, right? And
right,
what you're talking about under intersubjective.
Yes.
Phenomenology actually fails to intersubjectivity. This is why I'm a moral realist myself. I believe there are true moral facts, and I argue this all the time. I debate this all the time. As an agnostic atheist, I've got the ontology, epistemology, and teleology, all the arguments down. And so I'm curious how you landed that argument from phenomenology to mind independence. And I'm not throwing shade.
I'm really confused about the statement you're making about phenomenology. I'm very confused about that.
Phenomenology is based on perception. It seems like is mind dependent.
That word's made up.
Right, that's going in. That's okay, but that's not the prompt. That's my argument is talking about using. I'm starting with phenomenological conservatism. I'm building into intuitionism, but the prompt itself, right, is a meta-ethical prompt. like definition.
I think,
just
I
is.
think we need to
I think he's saying that your argument was bullshit.
bring up
Anything?
the Discord.
fine, but then he should say
join,
that.
Join the Confluence Discord. Because I think this will be a good,
Yeah, I need to. I'm so philosophied out. So just to be clear, objective. So he lost the debate. I was on the other team.
I just mean that we're all just trying to have a good time here, and I think this talk is getting into
I need to
dumbery, right?
Look, I didn't mean to bring the mood down, brothers. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not bringing anything down.
No, you're not. You're not. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to leave.
No, I'm just trying to put things into certain places.
Testi is trying to run from this. He's like, I'm going to take my one vote victory. And leave.
The debate started at like 6:15 and it's like 11 o'clock. We've been talking about philosophy for fucking 5 hours, and I'm drunk and I'm exhausted and I need to go.
Well, I can understand Testi.
Mental masturbation, bro. Need just to rehydrate. You'll be all right.
Bro ran. Let the record be shown that bro ran. I need Connie to tell me night rage page. Good night to you.
I just think I think the whole point of the open panel was supposed to be not actually talking about what went on in the in the debate, but more of just trying to chill with each other. We can talk
about whatever. We can talk about whatever. I'm fine with anything. So that's why I said we can go into normative ethics or anything. I was asked about the prompt, right? And so I was responding with the prompt. But yeah,
that's on me. Whatever. I came in late. I didn't
this
know what
isn't gay. Let's just say this is actually
on TBS coattails. I don't even subscribe to his channel, but the brother's been. I've had some run-ins, and he knows I'm an agnostic atheist, and I argue for objective morality. And he's talked about debating me on this concept because he doesn't think you can get objective morality from secularism. And so I've flirted with debating him on that. So I saw his channel popped up in my feed. I thought I'd give a like and just give a shout out to him because I try to support everybody who we're all brothers and sisters at the end of the day, right? Despite our differences. And I saw he was on a live and I recognized your picture in there. I was like, oh shit, he's on live with Confluence. I know that brother. And so then you guys were talking about objective morality. It's what I talk about all the time on my channel, objective ethics. I probably give it away. So I thought I'd jump in here, but I didn't mean to bring the vibe down, bro.
I don't think you brought the vibe down at all.
Hold on. When you say we're all brothers and sisters, have you ever met Kirk?
I don't know who Kirk is. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're going to dispute that claim pretty soon.
Well, we all brother. You're just like you deny having a retarded brother. That doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah,
you accept your retarded brother, and then you.
I didn't have to bring out the argument.
We all fucking everyone here. We all accept each other here.
The difference between respecting humanity in somebody and respecting their behavior. Two totally different things. And a lot of people don't really understand. You can draw a line, you draw a hard line there. Like we put people in prison, right? Axe murderers, we put them in prison, but we don't fucking torture them when they're in there because we respect their humanity. We recognize they have a human nature, a certain dignity needs to be applied to them, despite their sick behavior.
I get that. But Voltaire, don't you not use Mel's pronouns? Wouldn't that go against what you just said?
I call Melvin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do use pronouns. Yeah, for sure.
Well, Voltaire calls Melvin when Mel is Mel's. I
thought you were talking about Melanie. No, I thought you were talking about transgender lady Mel.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Voltaire
we're all talking about the same person.
Holier than thou fucking speech, and then calls Melvin when it's supposed to be Melanie.
Cosmic Fox. Yeah, Melanie. Yeah. For sure.
Hold on. How is me calling Melvin and any kind of like, hey, you fucked up your hypocritical shit.
we talk about Melanie Cosmic Fox, the transgender lady, or are we talking about somebody named Mel?
We're talking about the Furby that thinks it's a Furby that thinks that being a Furby and people referring it to a Furby is actually a bigger own than thinking you're a Furby. Yes, Melvin.
Fair enough. She goes by Melanie as far as I know. I just call people
Melvin.
I got no issues with that. It doesn't take any years off my life.
Well, I don't know who you're talking about.
We're talking about the same person.
I
But
think
I'm
you
just
do
saying,
better.
I would hope so.
You were preaching a higher lifestyle to me, and I mean, I'm not one that uses gender pronouns. I just avoid the whole thing and say the person's name over and over. But
that's the way you should, brother. That's the way you should do it. That respects your autonomy and their autonomy at the same time.
Yeah,
you don't have to intentionally misgender people, quote unquote misgender people, but you don't have to be an asshole about it. But
Voltaire does do that.
Ace.
You can still
Ace
hold
did
your
it,
own.
too.
What do I?
Ace.
Still hold
What
your
do
own.
I do?
principles and just use their
You
fucking name.
misgender Mel.
Yeah, just use their name. You don't have to
Intentionally.
misgender them. You don't have to give into their
No,
pronouns.
I don't do it. I actually do it accurately. I don't do it as like.
Melvin.
If you're
Has
saying,
anybody
if you're
heard
saying
me-
Melvin, that's not even Mel's original. You're not even like dead naming. You're like taking her new name and then you're like making it male. That is intentional, right? That's actually just intentional.
Dead
Why
naming,
would
bro.
you
I just
say
started
that?
to do with fucking
What are you
dead
talking
naming.
about?
Oh my god, you
There's
guys got all
nothing I've ever
Dead
done
naming is like so
intentional.
like Melanie wasn't always called
Intentional is weird
Melanie.
because you
Before
actually
Mel
gotta be
became
like have
trans,
some sort
Mel
of
had, like a
hate and
different
anger,
name,
and you gotta
using
put
her
towards
name.
some sort of
I'm picking
fucking.
up what you're putting down, but I never heard that before. I'm old. This fucking. I'm loving it. I learned.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
old.
yeah.
You're old.
That's the
I'm
term.
sure
So, I mean,
you're old.
like Ellen Page, right? People call it a dead name because Ellen Page is now Elliot Page. So if you say Ellen Page, you're dead naming. But I'm saying Voltaire's not even doing that. He's taking Mel's new name and he's making it into a male form. So like that's not an accident. That's not an accident to call Mel Melvin. That's an intentional thing.
Intentional misgendering.
I thought Melvin was his actual name. What are you talking
You
about?
didn't think that. You didn't think
Yes,
that.
I did. Well, yes, I honestly did. If you think I would call him
This is
his
just
not
all
Mel,
the-
like if I knew your name wasn't Eugene, you think I'd call you fucking?
You actually think Melanie's original like birth name was Melvin.
I'm saying it's possible. And it's more possible. It's
You're
more
being
possible
dead ass.
than
You
and
actually
it's
believe
more-
that.
There's a mix-up all along.
No, I'm telling you that it's more possible that was the
I'm
actual
asking
name.
what
of
you
the name.
actually believe. I'm
Is
asking
it
if you
even
I'm
more
telling you.
possible that- Could it
Okay.
be even more possible that you're a fucking asshole, or is that not on the table?
Yeah, that doesn't seem more plausible.
Okay,
to
you
me,
know
at
what?
least.
No, the biggest possibility
Yeah, I've been
thing
told
is
this
that
so many times.
my fucking
so many times.
Like, look at these. These are dollar store. They don't fucking hold your phone. They don't care.
Yeah?
That's
Is that
what I'm
right?
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying,
True
man.
that, dog. Type
Like,
shit.
Fuck.
Consider the source, people. Consider the source. You saw it here
Type
live.
shit.
Consider the source, the guy who doesn't have proper mats. Yes, to hold his phone. There we go. No, now it's like I'm like, see.
I can't believe Andrew
Yeah,
Wilson
yeah.
got owned that hard. That's crazy. He couldn't even name things about the case with
I
fact
can't believe he
checkers.
paid $300,000.
Yeah,
I
that's
learned
kind of
that
weird.
today. I thought
But,
BBD
but the
paid
funny
him.
thing is, like,
happened
she
with
had
that?
she had no evidence.
It was
That's the funny thing with
I'm
that.
trolling. It was an absolute slaughter.
Do this shit or what?
It's absolutely. There's no credible reason to question
Like-
otherwise. It was an absolute slaughter of a debate. She completely embarrassed herself. Anyone that wasn't already on her team, like, didn't change their mind because of it at all.
Wait, that's crazy, Tyler. That's crazy.
No,
I just finished
that's
it.
exactly
She absolutely
what's.
embarrassed herself.
Yep, it's actually
I don't think
unbelievable what she did.
I think Andrew wasted $300,000. I think that Candace Owens
300.
knew the facts.
Actually, no.
I think Candace Owens is completely wrong. To be clear, I think she's like freaking out of her fucking gourd.
Bro, but she didn't have. She
Or
couldn't
debate
substantiate
performance.
any
I think
evidence whatsoever.
He only put $100,000 down into that. It was Brian Atlas that put the first 100,000, and then the rest was, I thought.
Oh yeah, that's
crowdfunding.
true because he wanted it to be on his show. That's true.
I thought he put.
So
Someone told me he put two.
Tyler Robinson did the deed, but Candace Owen fucking failed the debate. Is that the deal?
Yeah, she did an absolutely terrible job. She wasn't
That's
able to
what
like
they
stand
think.
behind anything.
I disagree. I think Candace
It was-
Owens did way better than I expected. She knew the facts way more than Andrew did. Rhetorically, she won everything.
What facts?
It just
She did.
it was wrong.
She was just
She was
saying it.
wrong
What
about the
facts? She
actual
didn't give
argumentation.
any evidence at all.
She knew all 7 charges.
That's
He didn't know
all.
any
Oh
of
my
the
gosh,
charges.
That doesn't
you're
matter,
actually
bro.
going to use that
That doesn't matter.
That's one example. I can give more if you want.
That's the
only
Hold on. Listen to this. Hold on. Listen to this. I say she didn't actually prove any of her evidence, and she had no evidence whatsoever. And you're like, yeah, but she fucking knew the 7 charges that Andrew didn't.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, I can in my analysis, I compared this to like debating a flat earther. It's like I would not debate a flat earther. A flat earther is booked up. They know way more facts than I do.
It's funny debating flat earthers.
But I would never debate.
So it's actually funny.
The irony, Confluence, the irony that you wouldn't debate a flat earther, but you debated objective morality from a phenomenological position is fucking hilarious.
It's dude, like I've debated a ton of the Palestinian supporters and shit. Like you cannot prepare for every stupid, like made up bullshit that they're gonna come up with. There's just so much shit that these people can pull out of their ass. They have no shame. They'll just lie about anything. So you have to fact check what they're actually saying.
Where's the evidence of this? Yeah. It's like, oh, we're going to deflect from this. It's like, okay, they deflected. Do you know the 7 charges that he's been charged with? Well, I know he's been charged with murder. It's like, no. You're fucking wrong. It's like, well, he killed the motherfucker. He killed the motherfucker. Yeah, like that's all you got. Everything else got fucking wrecked, and you guys are like.
So you agree with me, Voltaire? You agree with me? She knew way more about the facts. I don't know why you're disagreeing with the flat Earth analogy. That's like such a good analogy. Like a flat Voltaire, if you debated a flat earther, you get your fucking back blown out again, not from your cough this time, but from someone actually just like fucking absolutely destroying your rear end. And I would too, because conspiracy theorists, they know all the facts, they know everything. So Candace knew. She didn't make anything up. She knew she was on the ground.
She did not do it. She didn't know.
You're so retarded if you think that.
I'm trying to give you an example before Voltaire won't stop ramping. I'm trying to give it. I'm not even on the same fucking political affiliation as Andrew Wilson.
Hold on.
I'm trying to give you an argument, but Voltaire won't stop drunk rambling over me. Give me a second, Voltaire.
I'm not even drunk rambling.
Okay, she brought up 1102. She said the entire thing was hearsay. That is not true at all. She said everything disputed at the pre-trial was hearsay. That's not actually what happened. The reason why it's considered hearsay is because they're not using the same standard of justice. So they don't want that information to go into the court process. They want the court process itself to play out more reasonably. So they mark it as hearsay. That doesn't mean everything discussed there was hearsay. They discuss a ton of factual content. Andrew Wilson kept bringing it up over and over and over again, and she just denied that it was that. Dude, she embarrassed herself. It wasn't even fucking close. And like, if you watch that shit trying to judge it, like all she has is better showmanship because she's more media trained. That's it.
First of all, what you're saying just like relates to what I literally just said.
It was the last fest.
She has bad reasoning. She knows about like the boots on the ground facts of what happened. She's booked up on those. Does she have a good understanding of the law?
That's the boots on the ground fact that she got wrong. Her entire claim
it's not. No, it's not. It was hearsay. But then you're just saying, well, okay, what we mean by hearsay.
This is retarded,
bro.
That's not how the court system works. Yes, she made it up, and you're just repeating what she said.
Let me get a point of reference.
I'm not repeating what she.
Do you think that
who argues hearsay?
Confluence. Do you think that Tyler Owens did it? Is the first question. Yes or no?
Obviously. Wait, Tyler Owens? Wait, no, Tyler Owens did not do it. Tyler
Owens is innocent. How dare you?
Son of Candace Owens? Yeah, he didn't do it. He absolutely
Tyler Owens is innocent.
Tyler Robinson might have done it, though.
Yeah, I think
he definitely did it. I think that guy definitely did it.
I don't think Tyler Owens did it, though, no.
No.
Wait a minute. What Tyler Robinson. Okay, so Confluence. Who did it? Did Tyler Robinson do it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And who won the debate?
I think. Unfortunately, I think Candace might have eked it out.
Okay. So
by what metric?
Candace Owens.
I already explained.
Who else is it? Yeah, Candace Owens. Do you think that Tyler Robinson did it? Yes or no?
I already answered that.
No, Tyler.
That's true.
Candace Owens. He's got his name up here. Candace Owens. Who's this person? There's 4 of us in here. Right?
That guy's name's Tyler. Just
Tyler.
To avoid confusion, call him Tyler.
Yeah. Tyler, do you think Candace Owens did it? Yes or no? I mean, I'm sorry. Do you think Tyler Robinson did it? Yes or no? Tyler, do you think? Yeah, Tyler, do you think Candace Owens? I mean, do you think Tyler Robinson did it? Yes or no?
Yes, it's basically
okay.
effective.
Who won the debate?
Hands down, Andrew Wilson completely decimated her. No matter how many unrelated facts Candace Owens can bring up.
We don't need the meta. We don't need the meta. We got two people who both agree that Tyler Robinson did it. We've got a split decision on who won the debate. Fucking Voltaire, you are the tiebreaker. First of all, do you think Tyler Robinson did it?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody on here on this panel, besides me, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what the fuck to think. But you guys all three think that Tyler Robinson did it. Voltaire, who won the debate?
I believe Andrew won the debate.
Did you watch it? Did you watch it, Walt?
Yes, but I watched it very attentively.
Tiebreaker vote, Voltaire. You're the tiebreaker vote. So what grounds do you give Andrew Wilson the win?
The grounds that he actually, Candace actually never gave any evidence to her claims. I mean, that's all I wanted to see. I wanted to believe her.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
No,
that's fair, brother. Because I've heard through the grapevine the same exact thing that people on both sides of the fence say that Candace Owens rhetorically was much stronger than Andrew Wilson, which is actually a big props to her because Andrew Wilson, he's a fucking troll, but he's rhetorically very strong in debates. So when Candace Owens rhetoricized him, or however the fuck you want to say that, right? Gish galloped him or whatever. The fact that she didn't have the fucking evidence at the end of the day, she couldn't substantiate the claims. That's what I've heard too. So it seems to me Tyler Robinson's fucking guilty as fuck. Let's hang the motherfucker and let's move on.
Based. And Shantae, I want to address this. Good to see you, Shantae. If you think Tyler did it, how the fuck do you think Candace won? So I'm separating those things, right? Like, so I judge on the panel I was just on horseradishes, right? I've been a judge multiple times. And I think most of the time, unfortunately, I will end up judging for an opinion I don't agree on, right? So I think Candace won a debate, but I'm talking about the debate strategy in that sense. I'm not saying who was correct. Andrew is way more correct than Candace was. When I'm saying Candace won the debate, what I mean is I'm talking about who presented better argumentation, who had better rhetoric, who knew the facts better. I'm taking all of that and I'm combining that and I'm saying who won. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
That's just wild to me. It's so wild because the entire second half of the debate, he just completely dog walked her.
Yeah,
the entire
even
2
your own
hours.
fucking your own fucking criteria. What are you talking about?
I agree. I will say, in the first half, I think Candace destroyed Andrew in or at least the first third. I
can concede that. I can concede that.
I just want to know, how did
Andrew came back? But then Andrew, there's so many rhetorical missteps when with the charges thing, right? I brought this up before. It was just a horrific rhetorical misstep when Andrew was
it doesn't matter though.
It doesn't matter. It's debate. Tyler. What
is the prompt of the debate? What is the prompt of the debate? What is the prompt of the debate? This is your entire argument for the debate you just did. Come on. This is your entire argument for the debate you just did. And now you're no, it's not legitimate.
That's not. You're misunderstanding both what I was saying. You're misunderstanding so many things right now, and that's fine. He got pop quiz and fell for it. That's it. He should have said, "I'm not doing a fucking pop quiz." I'm making an argument about overwhelming guilt. No. Did you watch it? Do you know what I'm going to say? What am I going to say about the 7 charges? What is my what do I think is the rhetorical misstep?
Because
you don't know. Did you watch the debate? Did you watch the debate, mother-fucker?
Yes, I did. I watched him completely decimate her for hours.
Okay, then it's weird that you don't know what I'm going to bring up, because what happened after Candace named the 7 things is Andrew accused her of looking it up on her phone, and then Andrew he's like, well, I think you looked this up, and Candace said, no, I didn't look this up. And then Candace said, how am I supposed to prove this? And then Andrew he said, well, someone else could look at your phone. And then the phone ended up being passed to the moderator, PBT, and Andrew was like, yeah, look through the text messages. And then PBT sat there for an awkward amount of time looking through Candace's text because Andrew was so certain that Candace had cheated in this debate.
Yeah,
and then
again,
when there was no text, then Andrew even said, well, maybe it's a Telegram message. Is there other apps? And that's a rhetorical misstep. That is like, you can't deny that's a rhetorical misstep.
That has nothing to do with the debate, though. I'm looking at like their arguments that they presented, and you're like, well, you did something petty.
Do you not think rhetoric has anything to do with debate, Tyler?
Him doing something petty is not like you're saying she won the debate because he did that.
Answer my question. Do you think rhetoric has anything to do with debate?
Generally, yes. Not the specific rhetoric.
Is that a rhetorical misstep to accuse someone of cheating and then have someone look at their phone and find that they're not?
Don't
just
answer
the question.
No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm doing what Andrew should have done. I'm not doing a stupid pop quiz where you ask a vague.
How is that a pop quiz? You don't know what pop quiz
You're
means.
asking a vague.
Fucking
You're
retardation.
asking. You're asking a vague question. Can this happen? Yes. That doesn't mean what you're saying happened.
Specific question.
Yes.
It was
rhetoric
a
matters.
specific question.
Rhetoric matters generally. Yes. That doesn't mean the rhetoric you're talking about matters toward the debate. How does this relate at all to the prompt? At all? How does this show that Andrew had a bad argument? That she brought evidence? How does it? Exactly. That's
Rhetoric
the fucking
is an element
point I'm
when you're
making.
judging a debate. Rhetoric is an element. You already agree with that. I don't know you're trying to fucking disagree. You're just being disagreeable for the sake of being disagreeable. I don't know why.
This is so fucking stupid.
I don't know why.
This is so stupid. This is wild. Like it has nothing to do with his argument.
Would you agree that debates are performative?
Yeah, but his argument was that Candace Owens was better equipped. But then he's saying that since Andrew Wilson did something petty, that means he lost the debate. But like that doesn't A, prove that Candace Owens was better equipped, or B, that he gave a bad argument in any way, shape, or form. He mocked her for 4 straight hours, pulling out one specific anecdote and saying this anecdote was too far for me, that thus he lost. It's just wild. It's wildly tough.
Tyler, obviously, I'm not saying that's the entire reason. I'm just giving an example of a rhetorical misstep that he made. I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm giving it to Candace.
Yeah, I understand that. I've gone through the 2 examples you've given me. I've gone through the 2 examples that you've given me. What else you got?
Well, okay, so you do acknowledge that was a rhetorical misstep, and that does play into a debate verdict, right? About who won.
In what aspect are you judging one? Because in terms of winning the debate, in terms of winning the actual argument, no, that matters zero to me. He called it. He could have yelled "you like sniz" at her for half an hour like he did to Charlie. That doesn't mean he lost the debate.
Tyler, you're actually being bad faith right now because I've seen you judge. I've seen you judge on grids. I've seen you judge on horses. You use rhetoric in your judgment. I've seen you do it 1,000 fucking times. So don't sit there and tell me that it means nothing.
I don't. No one's saying I don't.
Okay.
I'm saying that has the rhetoric specifically that you were picking has nothing to do with the argument. I'm saying the rhetoric that you specifically, in your specific example, has zero to do with the argument. So you cannot say that he lost the debate, that she was better prepared, and then use that as your example of him just being petty.
Debates are performative, and you know how rhetorical.
You're combining two things. Tyler, why are you doing this?
That was the example you gave me when I asked you.
Tyler, it can have nothing to do with the argument. It can be a rhetorical fumble. You yourself admitted that you have done this
I understand
many times.
That. You forgot the goalpost that you set here. I keep bringing it up. You brought up the goalpost that she was better prepared than he was. I asked you for examples. You gave me one example that she could name the charges, and he couldn't. I said that was unrelated to the prompt. What other examples do you have? Then you brought up this. I am keeping the original goalpost that brought us to this conversation.
Okay,
we're losing that goalpost.
If you want more examples, the fingerprint degradation. That was she knew more about that than he did.
Okay, so what? It doesn't.
What do you mean? So what do you mean? So what? What do you mean? So what?
The prompt was not who knows more information about the case.
Oh,
the prompt was who has the more. There's overwhelming evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson. That was the
What's the This is what Candace asked. What's the overall? I don't
He
even
gave
agree
a
with
bunch of
Candace.
evidence.
Right, and one of the evidence was the fingerprints, and Candace knew way more about the fingerprints.
It doesn't matter if she knew more. It matters who was right about it. It doesn't matter if she was a fucking expert on fingerprints. It matters who was correct based on the evidence that was given. And Andrew
Tyler,
was.
let me
He
ask
knew
you,
enough.
Do you remember about the fingerprints? Do you remember it all?
Yeah. Apparently, I remember he said something about it could have been brushed off because he was set in the woods. He was talking about how debris doesn't always fire for old guns. You could fire an old gun, the debris will still be there. I'm pretty sure those
that's a completely separate thing.
I don't remember exactly which arguments he gave, but I thought those were it.
No, I'm saying from Candace's, like, what's the actual facts of the fingerprints? This is me now doing a pop quiz, to be clear. You said I did a pop quiz before when I wasn't, but now I'm doing one. Do you know about the fingerprints?
Yeah.
So what would Candace Owens say is weird about the fingerprints? What would Candace Owens say?
That his were the most degraded of the 4 prints they found on the gun.
Okay, based, right? Okay, so that's the thing that Andrew Wilson didn't seem to have a good knowledge of or understanding of at all, right? That would be another example where she seemed to know a lot more about the fingerprints and that Tyler Robinson's were the most degraded, and Andrew Wilson seemed to be kind of stumbling his way through this and trying to explain why perhaps the fingerprints were more degraded, but he didn't seem to have a good explanation. It seemed like Candace Owens knew more of the facts of the matter. That's just another example I'm giving. Again, Candace is wrong.
He did not need to know every single aspect of the case. What he needed to know was his argument. Hold on, I just listened to you. He needed to know his argument. He needed to know how to get his argument out, and he needed to be prepared for it. If she brought up aspects of the case he did not understand, that's perfectly fine. She needs to then prove how those prove her argument, and that's what he drilled to her on. You're just bringing up trivia about the case that nobody else knows because nobody else has dug this deep into it.
Bringing up trivia. He's bringing up rhetoric. Is it possible that your presupposition might be influencing what you're saying right now? Because your presupposition, which is the same presupposition that the brother's holding too, you both think that Tyler Robinson is guilty as fucking sin, right? But one of you thinks Candace won, one of you thinks Andrew Wilson won. I've heard through the grapevine that Candace Owens' rhetoric was significantly stronger than Andrew Wilson's. You are apparently a debate mod or something. I'm just getting from this conversation that you like moderate debates or you judge debates. So you know rhetorical punch is extremely important. When you say the prompt, yes, you can lose points for the prompt, but if both debaters deviate off the prompt, that criteria no longer holds, right? So how are you gauging this? Because it seems like, as an outside observer, that your presupposition might be influencing some of the things you're saying right now, brother.
Again, I've already laid this out. Like, I can tell you again how I got to it. When he said in his defense of Candace that she was better prepared, I asked for examples. The first example given, I said, was trivial. It doesn't matter to his point. He researched his points and his argument well. He doesn't need to know every single piece of trivia. This is the same shit when Ted Cruz went on Tucker Carlson's show and when they were debating overseas conflict in Iran. Tucker Carlson asked him, do you know how many people are in Iran? And then he asked them their national makeup.
Right,
it's like, right. I don't know that shit. Nobody knows that shit off the top of their head besides somebody that's obsessed. But it has no relevance to the conversation. That ended up being a meme. People ended up saying Tucker Carlson completely dominated Ted Cruz. But then you watch that whole fucking 2-hour debate, and Ted Cruz is just smacking him around the whole time.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
We're looking at anecdotes and meme. If you watch that whole 4 hours, they're sitting down. Andrew Wilson is walking her around on a leash the entire fucking time. It's obvious he is bullying her around the conversation at multiple points for the vast majority of the debate. For her to just throw out some trivia and then make some shit up, it doesn't mean she did good. If somebody's lying in the middle of a debate, like the hearsay point, it doesn't actually mean they won. You just have to fact check after.
I hate that, Tyler. I hate that you're calling trivia what is like the most relevant facts of a case. Like, this is not some like obscure things. The fingerprints on the gun is like incredibly relevant. Andrew absolutely should have known that. He should know the charges. This is not like some weird pop quiz that's like unrelated. if you're doing a debate, Tyler, you know this. I feel like this is what I keep saying. I feel like you're being a bit disingenuous here, because if you did a debate on this case, I know, Tyler, I know you're a smart person, and I know you prepare for debates. You would know the charges. You would know the fingerprint stuff. This is not some like random stuff that Andrew would not have been prepared for. You yourself, Tyler, you would have this. You would have this knowledge. So if Andrew paid $300,000, I don't know how he wasn't prepared for that. I just don't know, because you would have been, Tyler, for being paid $0. You would have been prepared.
If the debate prompt was who killed, or if Tyler Robinson, what was the debate prompt? Did Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk? And somebody asked, what were all the charges that were filed against him criminally? I would not know. I would just say, I'm not here to talk about the court case. I'm here to talk about
I don't believe that. Otherwise, you have shit debate prep. And that's not the debates I've seen from you, Tyler. It's not obscure. That's not fucking obscure. Come on, man.
You're not there to debate. Huh?
What was it? Was it opening, rebuttal, cross-examination, closing, or was it open format with opening, open format, closing?
They didn't even do openings. They basically just kind of.
No, you didn't, Tyler. Did you even watch this? No, this is what I mean. I don't think you watched this whole thing, Tyler. They did long openings. They both did long openings. They both did closings. So when you say stuff like that, Tyler, I think you're just being a little partisan coded. And I understand, because then if you watch it, then how are you saying they didn't do openings? They did openings. They did long openings.
Candace
so then when you say that, then I'm like,
Candace
I don't know what you mean.
Candace Owens flat out said, Andrew Wilson did somewhat of an opening. Hold on. Andrew Wilson did somewhat of an opening. Candace Owens flat out said, I don't have anything prepared, so I'm just going to quickly talk to the audience, said a couple of statements, and then they got right into it. So no, they didn't both do long openings. Did you watch it? When you say things like this, I don't know if you watched it, because Candace Owens flat out said that in her opening. I don't have anything prepared. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to talk to the audience real quick. Said a few statements.
Tyler, Andrew did like a 10-minute opening. Candace did a 5-minute opening.
Candace
you even said
she had nothing prepared. She just was going to talk to the audience real quick.
Right. So you said they didn't do openings, and then you said in Candace's opening, she said this. So then you agree.
She said both did openings. I didn't have anything prepared. I'm just going to say some stuff real quick.
Then why you saying they didn't do openings?
Because I said they basically didn't do openings. They just pretty much got right into it, because that's what Candace Owens said. I didn't prepare an opening. I'm going to say something to the audience.
I don't know if you tuned in late, Tyler. I don't know if you tuned in late to the debate.
About 3 minutes later, no, I didn't watch it live. I got to rewind it and rewatch parts.
Did you use like an AI summary of it?
I don't think you were paying attention. I don't think you were paying attention, because you said they both did long openings, and that turned into Andrew Wilson did a long opening and Candace Owens did 5. Candace Owens actually did 3. I just looked it up. And in that, she said, I didn't actually prepare anything. I'm just going to say something to the audience because you said something. That's all.
Right. Well, long is subjective. Long is subjective, to be clear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the structure was there.
You deny that? You deny that?
The structure was there.
There were two openings. The thing Objective asked was, he asked if they did openings. You said, no, they didn't do openings. And I corrected you.
Is 3 minutes a long time?
It's about the structure. I was asking about the structure.
So they did openings. Yes, Tyler?
Yes.
So they did openings.
Yes. I never said they didn't. I never said
you literally did.
No, I didn't. I said they basically did it. I said they
basically that.
Holy fuck, I did not say that. I said they basically.
Objective. Did he say that?
Oh my god. Rewind it back. I said they basically did. They did something and then went right into it.
Both heard you say the same thing.
Holy
you said they didn't do openings.
Can I get a fucking sentence out? Holy Christ, you just keep yelling over me. I said they did something. I said they did something, and they basically got right into it. I didn't say there was nothing.
Not what you said.
Owens said flat out.
We know they did something. That's not the question.
Yeah.
We know the question was about.
Yes, and that's exactly what Candace Owens did.
Maybe you misspoke. That's fine.
I didn't misspeak.
That's fine.
I didn't misspeak.
Look, Testi is saying it. He's saying you said it. Objective is saying it. I'm saying it. You can rewind if you want. That's what you said, Tyler. That's what you said.
So we have an opening, we have open debate, and then we have a closing. So you said that Candace didn't really nail the opening because you said I'm going to wait for the open debate portion. Who won the closing? Was there a closing argument? I assume there was, obviously, right?
Yeah, Andrew clinched it in the closing for sure, definitely, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay, so it's really about the meat of it is in the open back and forth. Who moderated the debate? Just out of curiosity, was it on MDB or something?
Yeah, it was on Patrick Bet David, who I can't stand.
Oh no, that's not who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Modern Day Debates.
Oh no, I wish it was on. I like Modern Day Debates. I wish it was on there. Better channel to support. But no, it was on Patrick Bet David, Valuetainment. Fuck that guy for real. But yeah, it was fine. But yeah, again, my thing, yeah, I think in the first third, I think Candace was destroying. I think in like I think it was divided into 3 parts based on the ad breaks, maybe 4, I'm not sure. But in the second, Andrew then was destroying, and then in the third, then I think Candace kind of brought it back a bit. And again, there was a lot of, I think Tyler might disagree. That's fine. I think there was a lot of rhetorical stumblings from Andrew. I think Candace knew more information, but I think she couldn't like make the best arguments. But yeah, so I wouldn't give it. I wouldn't say it's a blowout for Candace, to be clear. Like, and so it was PVDs. I don't care for him either. Based. So like even like the poll,
I watched it.
Pretty close. I watched
it. I did misspeak. I didn't say they didn't do openings. Candace didn't do an opening. She basically said I didn't prepare anything. I'm just going to say something quick to the audience to rebut what you said, and we'll get right into it. So Andrew Wilson did a full opening.
Fair enough. I
appreciate that, Tyler. I appreciate that.
I appreciate now you said both of them did long openings. Maybe you could say you were wrong as well, but we can move on.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get
long is subjective.
All right, yeah, I gotcha. Good faith is only on one side tonight. Anyways, he completely dog walked her.
That Andrew Wilson won the back half and had the stronger closing. Maybe Andrew might have won that debate, brother.
He didn't just win the back half; he won the front half as well.
He had the back half and the stronger closing. I mean, the closing, the strong opening and strong closing really nails the debate for you. Unless the opponent can undo you in the open section, I mean,
not for me. Yeah, this is subjective, but like the closing is like, well, the other person isn't really like. There's no back and forth after that point. So I think Andrew I think someone in my chat was saying that this was like super like, oh, that's a good strategy, that he like is saving all of his energy for the closing. He's being like kind of like more mask off and less polite, and that's fine. But like for me, I don't know, like it clinches it. But I wouldn't decide a debate on that because it's like you're giving
Can I give you an example?
No time to respond.
Can I give you a counter example? So there's a guy who goes by Jill, Jesus is Lord, and he's notorious for gish galloping and dodging questions, right? So I focused on my opening. I gave up. I actually relinquished over half of my cross time just to get back into my closing. And I got an A++ rating from AI from that debate, and he got an F-. Focused on my opening and my closing and how I handled his cross. I gave up almost all my cross. I just literally just said, yeah, I'm not going to waste my time letting you gish gallop and avoid answering questions. So I said, I'm going to relinquish this time. And I got an A++ rating. So the opening and closing is huge by large because you have undivided attention from the audience, right? So debates are performative. We all know that. It's all about the rhetoric.
Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I feel like that's kind of like an aesthetic kind of almost preference in some ways, where it's like I'm not like saying what you're saying is wrong. It's just like for me, the opening I think is like more important. The closing I think is like, yeah, you're sealing it, but you're also giving like the other person like no chance to respond to what you're saying, so you can introduce new stuff. You can like be way more like harsh and stuff, and the other person really has no chance to respond. So like, but that, like, I understand what you're saying, like, and that's a fair perspective, but just I think that it's way more subjective. Like, I think for me, when I'm looking at a debate, I care way more about like what's happening in like the back and forth. But that's like, I'm not saying that's like right. I'm just saying that's what I care about.
That debate was about biblical slavery. I was debating in the affirmative that God of the Bible promotes chattel slavery. So I took the affirmative position. And so there's a lot of data, a lot of scholarship and stuff. So you don't have to get so much into the conspiracy theories or all the bullshit that you guys are talking about with this debate. So that might not be analogous to this situation. But in that situation where there's a lot of scholarship, a lot of data points, a lot of hard data that you can bring into it, nailing that in the opening, avoiding him fucking gish galloping into, well, Eleazar and Abraham loved his slave, and it's okay to have slavery in the Bible and all this other bullshit. I just fucking avoided all that, went right into fucking answering his stupid questions, and then right into my closing and nailed the debate.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You done glazing yourself? Can I get back in here and start fucking arguing for this fucking debate again? That first half of the debate.
And I'm actually leaning towards you. I was actually like not favoring you. Your argument.
It was a rhetorical question. It was rhetorical.
You're right, bro. I think you might be right. Actually, Andrew Wilson might get that W, and I hate that fucker. I shouldn't say hate because
it was rhetorical.
Humanity, but yeah,
I don't agree with the dude at all. Yeah. I don't agree with the dude at all. He wants to abandon Israel. Again, don't agree with him at all. The thing is, the entire first half of the debate, he also dog walked her. Like, being able to name, like, if you're having an argument of, like, should we save the endangered porpoises? And you're like, yeah. And then someone's like, the porpoise has 86 teeth. It's like, so fucking what? Well, the porpoise can swim upstream, and it does so every winter.
That's just such a stupid analogy, Tyler. You know,
like, okay, who gives
so
a flying
faith?
For flying fuck, but no, it's not. Because again, who gives a shit when you're talking about did he actually kill Charlie Kirk? Who cares if he got charged for a misdemeanor of endangering a fucking child? Something I didn't know until I just looked up right now.
Yes, that's fair. That's fair. But like the first third, right? Like if we're thinking, did Tyler Robinson do it? Fingerprints on a gun is pretty relevant. It's not how many teeth does a porpoise have. That's if you're trying to determine someone's guilt, you would want to know about the security footage, the fingerprints. Like I think that's pretty standard for like any criminal case. Am I wrong about that?
Who in the debate gets to set the argument that the other person has to address? Is that the affirmative or the negative?
The affirmative in the opening, thank you.
Oh, so when the affirmative doesn't actually use that as part of his argument, but instead use text messages, admissions of guilt, family member statements, and those things, but somebody brings up evidence that he didn't actually use, he can just disregard that, right?
I think she gave a pretty robust explanation of the text messages. Do you not think she did?
I don't think it was sufficient. She could have explained all she wanted. It was a great argument on his end, and I think it was unexplained as to why. And then when it was her turn to explain her side, she had nothing. He held his own.
Will you allow me to pop quiz you, Tyler?
Go for it. I'm pretty stoned.
Okay. What was her answer to the text messages? Why did she say that they don't matter?
I don't. Oh, somebody could have signed on his Discord. I think I remember that from this. Somebody could have signed on and used his stuff. She interviewed the restaurant owner, and the text messages did
You're not using AI right now, are you, you little shit?
No. I can put my camera on. I'm thinking.
Okay.
She reviewed the text messages and talked to the owner of the restaurant, so she knew he was there, and nobody knows who accessed his phone. That's what I remember for her response. There's no proof he actually sent those texts. And the wording says something about the text messages were weird, about how the dog sniffer or something like that. I never actually read the text.
Yeah. And then she brought up you're completely right. Yeah, she brought up the example of like that my husband has access to my, iCloud account, and so he could text from my phone, and that is a valid argument that she made. So she was saying that it could have been that like transferring guy that sent those messages. It could have been anyone else. And I thought that was at least like, again, I don't think it's true. I think Tyler Robinson is guilty, and I think you should probably hang for it.
But do you remember Andrew's argument after
it's
that?
Emmett. Wait, I didn't check if it's Emmett. No, it is Emmett. Okay.
Do you remember Andrew's rebuttal to that right after that when he said, do you have any proof of that? Or are you just making that up? Do you have any proof, like metadata, like Tyler Robinson's location? My sources told me. Oh, everything kept ending in a source told me. Someone I can't reveal to you told me. This person told me. And that was the end of each. And that was him winning on each of these. That saying there's no evidence. We're going to an anonymous source. He won't reveal to us. He won't reveal the messages to us. It's just trust you, bro. And that was her weakest point by a long shot, is like punting to sources that she cannot reveal. Yeah. She did it like 4 times in the first 2 hours. So that to me is him taking all the subjects they debated. I think but one I graded him getting the win for, because that's how every one of them ended, except for one of them. I don't remember which one off the top of my head.
Do you know your close friend Pisco? I think gave it to Andrew 10-9 in the first third. Do you know that? Your close friend Pisco.
I think it's indisputable.
Taylor, I want to ask you
10-9 is
something.
pretty close, though.
Well, they're all gonna be that close because they don't like Andrew.
I mean, everyone has their own different metrics of what they grade a debate on. It's like we try to all get something, but I don't know. I look at okay, these are the micro arguments taking place that are a proxy to the prompt. Who won those arguments? And Andrew came out W almost every single one in both segments.
Before we go into this, so each of us, so I would like in the horseradish kind of thing, I would give it, even though I completely disagree with Candace, I think she's fucking an insane person. I would still say 6-4 in favor of Candace, or I guess 4-6 if we're talking about affirmative negative, but whatever.
In the
6
first 2
points
hours?
for Candace. In the total debate, I would say Candace gets 6, Andrew gets 4, and then Tyler, what do you think? And then Emmett, what would you score it out of 10?
I gave in the first half, I gave Andrew probably a 7 because Candace was kind of at least holding her own. In the second half, he completely mogged her. I wish he would have been a little harsher. He was very nice and polite, but I still gave him like a 9. I think he won both prompts.
So what's your total of the whole debate?
I guess it'd be an 8-2, average them out.
8-2, okay. Emmett?
I would think about 8 to Andrew, probably 7. There were a couple of times when he seemed a little bit weaker rhetorically, specifically when they were making some kind of claims and she would move away from those and he had troubles getting her back to the claim itself. But she had absolutely nothing when it comes to the part of her affirmative claim. So there were absolutely no evidence that you would say he is a patsy. That you will end up at the end of that debate thinking, oh, that is why she believes this. Oh, this is the reason why she is saying next thing. In fact, she moved more and more away from it. So I would put it like 7-4.
7-4.
That doesn't add up to 10, but I'll allow it. We got a super chat from the guy who's just on the panel. Objective. Thank you.
He's a small.
7 to Andrew, 4 to Candace. That's what I mean.
That's
out of 10. That's 11.
10.
He's a small C conservative. He doesn't read math books.
7-3-8-2.
What do you mean?
It has to add up to 10. It has to add up to 10, right?
Oh, I thought it was like each individual 2-10.
Oh, no. Oh, I see what you. No. Yeah, no. Like it's a pie situation.
Yeah, 7-3. I would put it 7-3.
Okay, 7-3. Okay, Emmett's in between me and Tyler. Okay. Objective Ethics with the top 20. Thank you, Objective Ethics. I truly appreciate that. Great show, fam. Thanks for letting me hop on. If you want to talk about objective morality sometime, please contact me. I would like to have you stop by my channel and we can chop it up. Absolutely. Objective Ethics, you should, I don't know your channel. You could, I don't know. You can't, links are going to be like omni muted, but Confluence 358 on Discord. You could send it to me. And yeah, absolutely. And you're always welcome back. It was a good time. I enjoyed talking with you, and I appreciate that you joined.
He's being too friendly. He's going to serial kill you if you go over there.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. There's a non-zero chance, you know.
He's going to serial kill you. Hey, you want to check out this collection of music I got? And you're going to look. He's going to be putting a suit on like Patrick Bateman. You're going to be on
that's the John Zerka strat, you know. You go to Zerka's thing. He like sways you with the music, and then pretty soon you're fucking chopped into little pieces.
Yeah. Oh, Zerka has that fucking serial killer stare.
I want to know why you believe that Candace won Confluence.
He's fucking retarded.
So Tyler disagrees with me heavily, as it's been made clear. I think there's two things. So I think I compared. I think the best way for me to explain this is what I said before. No, I don't have any. I have no attraction to Candace at all. I have no attraction to Candace
because of the eyes.
I have zero attraction to Candace. I would zero. I would not with Candace. That's no, but I think that I compared this to like debating a flat earther. that like I would never take a debate unless I like was gonna spend a lot of time to study against a flat earther, because they know way more about the facts. They know they live in this, and so that the comparison is where Candace similarly has lived in Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories for like 6+ months. She's booked up on all the details. She knows all the argumentation, right? So she's
just
wrong.
one question for you.
Wait, I'll just let me finish. So I think that Candace won on like the actual facts. She knew the charges, which Tyler doesn't think is important. She knew stuff about the print. She knew like a lot more of the facts, and there was a lot of rhetorical missteps.
I'm pinging Andrew.
Well, we'll talk. Let me finish it. We'll talk about this. But she had Andrew had a lot of rhetorical missteps that I think took place, like the phone thing that happened. And so so just from that, but Andrew was more correct about like the argumentation and the logic, and Candace failed to prove it. But still, despite that, even though like I think Candace is completely wrong, I still give a 6-4 in favor of Candace, even though I don't want to do that, like because Candace is so wrong, and I think Candace is being monstrous, to be honest with you. But Andrew, even like stuff like pivoting to the Erica stuff, Andrew did so many side quests, and I'm just like, you don't have to. And Candace called him out on this, and even said like, you've shown 3 clips about Erica Kirk, which is a horrible thing. Candace has treated Erica Kirk horribly. I think Candace is like disgusting for all the shit that she's doing. But it's like,
I have something for you. This is
okay. Go ahead. But yeah, that's kind of my reasons.
Okay, there it is. So you can go. In fact, I'm gonna give you another pass. This is for you. Okay.
I don't know what you think that's supposed to do. That's
make you hard, I guess, because you have a little bit of a hard on for Candace.
That's what I think too.
Absolutely.
Give me the best evidence that was presented by Candace that convinced you that he's a patsy.
It's all we've gotten is she knew more about the case. She was better prepared. That's what. And rhetorically, Andrew had an embarrassing.
She was better prepared, and her rhetoric was better. That is. You're right, Tyler. Yeah, she was better prepared, but the actual facts of the case, and she had better rhetoric. That's why.
Can you answer?
That's why I give her the win.
Please answer my question.
That is pretty embarrassing for Andrew.
I think she casted some doubts on certain things, like the security footage, for example, right? Like the fact that she did point out that it's like, okay, the person said that, okay, the fact that they were wearing the same shoes, Converse shoes, right? That's not much. And then Andrew points to the messages. Andrew point. Let me say my thing, and then you can say your thing.
What is my question? My question is, what is the best piece of evidence that was presented that convinced you that he is a patsy?
I'm giving it, but you're cutting me off.
You're talking about anything but that. Just give me that. I want to be convinced too.
I don't think he's a patsy. I'm giving the best evidence. I don't know. What do you want me to say, Emmett? I don't think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I don't think he's a patsy. I'm saying the best evidence is the lack of evidence that has been proposed from Candace's point of view. So that's why I'm bringing up the security camera stuff, and you're cutting me off, and I'm not sure why, because we're on the same team on this.
I agree, but the security camera stuff is evidence that you might say it's not great evidence. Maybe you don't like that evidence in general, but that's evidence that he was there and he was the perpetrator. I'm asking you for the evidence that he is a patsy. Any evidence that was presented by Candace.
She admitted she didn't supply any.
That will tell you that she was correct on her affirmative claim that Tyler Robinson is a patsy.
He admitted already she didn't provide any. She didn't provide any at all. That's not what he's arguing. He's arguing that she had better composure in the debate. She didn't have an very embarrassing moment, actually, of like saying that she was looking something up on her phone when she just knew it from memory. And she just had her facts about the case generally down more. And he's saying on his grading structure, he would put her higher for those things, even though Andrew probably won factually throughout the entire debate.
I mean, the whole point. Are you talking about the time that he was asked about the charges and he just said that it was one of them is murder?
Yeah, and then he accused Candace of cheating on the phone, and then PVD looked at the phone, and that's like an olive jar.
I just wanna
level
be
moment.
completely. Yeah, I just wanna be completely sure about this. Were you confused when it came to charge being murder about the case? Like, does the fact that he said murder and not aggravated murder, like, gave you the fact that this guy is actually a patsy and this was done by some kind of conspiracy theory?
I already made all these arguments before you showed up, Emmett, and he already admitted that it probably has nothing to do with the actual prompt itself. It is just something you should know, and it looks bad when you don't.
Yeah, and I said this in the chat.
Okay.
I was in my Discord at the time. We were watching this live, and I even said I took away not a point because I wasn't like grading this in that like technical level, but I said like this is an L. Candace moment in the sense that she kept saying, well, aggravated murder is not murder, and aggravated murder is a subset of murder, and so I thought she was being retarded on that. It just is. It's like if I say that no one is ever charged with murder, it's going to be first degree, second degree, third degree, depraved heart murder. It's never just going to be murder, but like everyone knows that. I think it's a known colloquialism that you say, yeah, he was charged with murder. No one's going to call me out on it and be like, well, no, actually, it was first degree murder. It's like, okay, fuck off. Like, yeah, that's not the precise charge. So that was a Candace L. I think, and she repeated that. She's like, yeah, you didn't say the correct charge. I think Andrew's saying murder for aggravated murder. I think that's totally fair. I think it's totally fair, actually.
Yeah,
and so that's Candace L.
I just want to know, just to be completely sure, okay, that according to you in this debate where she was supposed to present a case that he is a patsy, there was no argument presented at all that convinced you or that you can remember that made you believe that he is actually a patsy, right?
Well, that's not how I'm judging debates, but obviously I don't think that he was a patsy. But that's why I brought up the example of flat Earth. There would be. I could watch a flat Earth argument. There's no argument that's probably going to convince me that the Earth is flat, but I can still judge the debate based on like how people are performing, right?
What?
So
if they're like, if you're gonna go into a debate and you don't have any kind of, how are you gonna do it if there's no convincing arguments? Are you gonna be like, oh well, he said stuff that make me think about stuff?
Emmett,
like,
so
what are you talking about?
This is a legit question. This is a legit question. Okay, so let's say you take a random guy who's like a normal person. He believes the Earth is round, and you take someone who's like super booked up on flat Earth stuff, and he's like super educated on this. But he's like, of course, he's an insane person. He thinks the Earth is flat, and you're judging this debate. And let's say the flat Earth guy blows the other guy out of the water in every sense, but right? You're not convinced at all. Like you're like, well,
no, I would think about the arguments made. So
right, but they're all but then you analyze all of them and they're shit arguments, and you're like, but no, the Earth is. You still at the end of the day, you're like, the Earth's obviously round. All of the arguments of the flat earther made is stupid. How would you judge that debate?
I would judge it in accordance to the argument. So let's say that he goes on and he presents an actual argument. Oh, the Earth is flat, and I have the model, and the model is this way. I would judge it in the basis of how coherent the argument is. I'm asking you to give me any argument that was presented that you in any kind of way that the fucking guy did not do it, and you haven't presented. Give me anything. I'm glad you said that. So that's not how I judge debates. So if the flat earther, I'm just being real with you. If the flat earther said an insane argument that I know is insane, but then the person that he's responding to has no answer to this, and let's say I know the answer, but the flat earther has the globalist or whatever they call them has no rebuttal to this and just gets dog walked, then I would probably say the flat earther won that debate. Even if I myself as the judge, even if I know there's so many defeaters,
I would be thinking you should have said those defeaters, bro. You lost the fucking debate. There were so many times where you should have done better.
Hold on, Emma, in fairness, you do. This is something I've seen you judge debates. When you judged a debate about me,
I judged one debate, and it was yours, and you're mad at me about it. Okay,
and
okay,
hold on. I made an argument about the Eagles being something that Gandalf could have conquered to drop the ring, and my counter argument was never addressed properly by the other debater, and you jumped in as the judge and said, "Well, the Eagles couldn't do that. Here's why." You added your own to the debate as the judge. And he's not doing that.
I lived and learned, okay? I'm not doing that anymore.
But you still are.
I live and learned. I'm not doing that anymore. So I get it, but if you listen to the debate, and this is what Taylor was saying a moment ago, it's like there were moments when they were literally going through the evidence, especially when she's talking about why she released its Patsy, and it ended up in, well, as an anonymous source told me, and I cannot tell you what it is. Oh, I feel that way. It's like what exactly do you think is the answer to an argument of I feel this way?
I agree. The where she said I have sources, those were her weak. Like if Andrew's weakest moment was the phone thing, her weakest moments would be saying I have sources. But you just have to trust me, bro.
I feel this way, and I have sources. How many times?
I don't care about the I feel this way. I think it's a semantic cope that the right does.
It's not a semantic cope. What?
It is.
Can you tell me that my feelings are wrong?
Thing,
yeah, can you tell me that my feelings are wrong?
It's not what anyone means when they say that, but that's a side.
I feel you're wrong. I just feel you're wrong when you say that.
It's a side quest, but no one, when they say I feel and then they start a sentence,
you are wrong.
They don't mean emotions. They're just like soft. They're just soft loading it, and people who have autism cling on to that, and they're like, "Well, why did you say I feel instead of I think?" And that's that's fine, but that's not what anyone means when they say that. Okay, that's not.
That's what everybody means. It is literally set up by the left. You can't be wrong about your fucking feelings. Yes,
you're sadly proving my point.
Because can you be wrong about what you feel? I'm asking that question directly. Can you be wrong about what you feel?
That's no, please don't.
No. Yes. Tell me how am I wrong about what I feel? Tell me.
No. Oh no, Emmett.
I feel that I'm correct in this. That's why I'm wrong. I just feel that I'm right.
I feel like we're moving into a different discussion, but I'm saying when someone says like I feel and then they like say a sentence, or they say I think and then they say a sentence, in general, they don't mean anything different. Those are the same sentences. One is just they're trying to soft pedal something. One they're trying to just like say it more objectively. They don't actually mean like I'm feeling in my emotions about this. That's what I'm saying.
That's what they mean.
That's not what they mean, because I say I feel this all the time, and you, Emmett, have called me out on this. And I don't like that you have done that.
Many a time, because I cannot tell you you're wrong, because your feelings are yours.
Yes, but Emmett, every time I have ever said in my life, right, when I say I feel, and then I go on to give like an actual like statement.
When you told your girlfriend I feel that I love you, you were actually meaning that you think that you love her. You don't actually feel it.
I don't think I've ever said to any girlfriend ever, I
said
feel that I love you. I feel that I love you. No, that's the thing. It's not I love you. It's I feel that I don't think I've ever said that, Emmett. Have you said that to anyone? I feel that I love you?
Yeah.
You've said that. I feel that I love you.
Let me
this
be
is
honest,
another autism check. If you have that, that's totally fair. That's valid. I'm not going to yuck another man's yum. You can say that. That's cool.
Yeah. Let me be completely honest. I'm an incel, so I never said anything to anybody about love, okay? Let's be completely honest here.
Yeah, that's right.
I have never touched a woman or seen one in my life.
Yeah, you don't know what a vagina even looks like, so I don't even know why you're trying to fucking talk to me about this shit.
So I'm gonna. It's a little bit complicated for me to say that, because I've never. Love is something that is like away from my capacity. But I think I would, if there was, you know,
Hey,
maybe
I feel like I
could
love you,
have-
Emmett.
Oh, thank you. You see,
You don't love your birds?
I think I love him.
Emmett Cobblepot?
Wait, if I had said instead of I think I love him, I would say I feel I love him. Would I be wrong?
I would just say I love my birds. I wouldn't
No,
say I
Emmett.
feel. I wouldn't say I think. I've never said in my life I feel like I love you. I've never said that to a human being ever in my entire life.
feel like I
tell
love
a
my
lot of people
dog.
I love them.
If loving your birds is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you love Confluence Jr., Tyler? That's my question, okay?
Who's that?
It's Greenberg.
Oh, his bird? I don't love his birds. That's weird. I don't covet another man's birds.
You haven't seen Confluence Jr., okay? He's like acting all kind of sexy, like, you know?
Yeah,
Emmett's gonna
this
get
is just
some-
kind of insane. It's just kind of insane that you said that. It's fine.
You're gonna get some umbrellas with guns in them, Emmett, and you're gonna do crime in Gotham City.
Soon I'll be priming Gotham City. Okay, it is what it is. My chat is telling that they feel like they want to say hello.
Unfortunately, so one headset has died, the other headset is beeping in my fucking ear, which you would think there would be a way to shut that off, by the way, but there isn't. I've looked into all the features. There's no way to shut it off. It just beeps continuously, letting me know it's dying. I already fucking know that, and I wish it would stop beeping because it's like drives me fucking mad. But it is beeping, so it's probably going to die soon. One already died. It could happen anytime. Final thoughts from Tyler or Emmett?
I'll go first, so Taylor goes last as the last word. Thank you for having me on Confluence. I want to ask you, Taylor, when do you have time for the debate? If you still want to have it, if not, it's fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, rescheduling much?
Yeah, absolutely. Just give me like a couple of days. I don't know when I'm going to be working late until the week actually starts, and I was irresponsible to not look before I scheduled.
Okay, that sounds good. And yeah, thank you for having me on. You're wrong, Confluence. I feel you're wrong. So it's just my feeling.
I think you're wrong.
I feel
like
you're wrong.
such a
Okay.
freaking omni chat. Okay, so
At least
I think you're
own
wrong.
it. At least own it. Thank you for having me on. Have a good one.
Thank you. Take care. God bless everyone. Later chat, later panelists. Let's read the super chat. Well, let's not read them, but we will thank them. Thank you, Objective Ethics, for the hot fucking 20. Oh, it's just me right now. Oh, that's my favorite time when I just get to talk to everyone. Thank you, Objective Ethics, for the hot 20. Thank you, Section 230, the one who extended this into an open panel from the Horseradish debate. We appreciate that. Thank you, Kokomo, with 350, which there was like kind of a quid pro quo where if the bet was met, then Section would match it. So this kind of led up to the matching portion of this. So thank you, Kokomo. Voltaire was also a part of that. Thank you, Voltaire. Thank you, Kokomo, again with the super sticker. Thank you, Kokomo, or not Kokomo. Thank you, Big Soda. Thank you, Let's Chief. Thank you, Voltaire. Voltaire 4 times in a row. We love to see that. And thank you, Kokomo, starting us off. God bless everyone. I'm not sure if there's going to be a day stream tomorrow, to be honest with you. I hope, well, there will definitely be a night stream, but I'm hoping to get my acoustic guitar, my all mahogany wood acoustic guitar. I'm hoping that tomorrow I'm shopping in the day to get it. I don't know how it's going to affect the stream. I don't know. I'll probably I'll definitely stream it at night, but I'm just not sure exactly the precise timing of everything. But there will be a stream happening. I just don't know if it's day or night, but hopefully by the night I will be in possession of an all mahogany solid wood acoustic guitar. Good night, everyone. Good night, Shantae. Good night, Josh. Good night, Testi. Change your opinions while the debate while you sleep. Inshallah, it's possible. Good night, Testi. Good night, Glow in the Dark. Good night. Who else is here? Well, I don't know. I mean, there's probably other people here too, but good night, all of you. Okay. God bless. 07s. Peace and love. Bow, 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 bow.